Chapter 11:21. After Lin Zhe's figure disappeared outside Class 3's classroom, Cece, who had been engrossed in her homework, poked her head out. "Zhanhuan, what did Lin Zhe say to you just now?" Gu Xingyin didn't even raise her head. She answered the question while answering, he didn't say anything. Seeing that she didn't seem to care at all, Cece was a little suspicious. "Zhanhuan, do you not like Lin Zhe anymore?" Gu Xingyin stopped writing and looked at Cece strangely. "Why do you ask?" Cece replied, "Because looking at you now, you don't really care about Lin Zhe anymore. You weren't like this in the past." Gu Xingyin smiled. "That's because I wasn't in my third year of high school before. Now, she had more important things to do." Cece continued, "Also, everyone is guessing if you don't like Lin Zhe anymore. You used to be so clingy to him, but now you're not like before at all." Gu Xingyin smiled. "That's not true." "But?" Cece asked curiously, "But what?" Gu Xingyin shook her head. "Nothing. Hurry up and do your homework." Just then, the bell rang for class. Cece swallowed the questions she was about to ask and began to do her homework seriously. To Gu Xingyin's surprise, not only did Cece ask, but even Changru specially came to look for her. Ever since the two of them chatted, Changru seemed to have untied the knot in his heart. In the past year or so, just as Gu Xingyin said, the two of them were in the same class. They saw each other frequently, but they were always familiar strangers. Class rep? Gu Xingyin was a little strange. The two of them no longer fought against each other and got along quite harmoniously. "Did you have a conflict with Lin Zhe?" Changru asked hesitantly. Gu Xingyin shook her head. "Why are you all asking this question?" "I didn't." Changru looked at Gu Xingyin. "Actually, it's not that we're curious, but your reaction is too strange." Gu Xingyin smiled, "Because I no longer put all my focus on him." Changru did not say anything. That was indeed what she was thinking. Gu Xingyin laughed. "Didn't you tell me before? Let me be myself, don't change because of others. Why is it that now that I've found a direction to work towards, all of you are not used to it?" Changru also laughed. "Maybe it's because you were too crazy in the past. It made people feel that Lin Zhe was the only thing in Zhanghuan's life." Gu Xingyin shook her head. "No one is the only one in a person's life. For example, right now, the only thing more important than Lin Zhe in my life is the college entrance exam." The conversation between the two ended here. The college entrance examination was getting closer and closer. Gu Xingyin never went to Lin Zhe again. No one had the time to care about the gossip between the two of them anymore. Occasionally, Gu Xingyin would hear some news about a freshman confessing to Lin Zhe, but Lin Zhe rejected her. Lin Zhe participated in the city's high school boys basketball competition and won the Best Player award. The closer it was to the college entrance exam, the busier she became. Not only did she have to prepare for the college entrance exam, but she also had to prepare for her dream of being a designer. There was only a month left until the college entrance exam. In the original plot, the luxury brand representative who had specially come to Z for the fashion week finally arrived. Gu Xingyin sent the work she had prepared for an entire month to the address. At this moment, there was still a month until the college entrance exam. As the time approached, the atmosphere in the class became more and more tense. Chapter 11:22. Even the homeroom teacher started to walk around the class after every class, so that the students wouldn't be too nervous and could relax after class. The school would prepare pure milk and fruits for the students to replenish their nutrition. Gu Xingyin's heart was very calm. She knew that she wouldn't do badly. She also knew that she didn't need to do well. But she knew that Father Zhong still cared about the college entrance examination results, so she would hand in a beautiful answer sheet. The 2-day college entrance examination ended. As soon as Gu Xingyin came out of the examination room, Father Zhong, who had been waiting outside, took her home. He had already prepared a nutritious meal for his precious daughter. When she returned home, the housekeeper also told Gu Xingyin a piece of good news. She had received a reply to the design director's work that she had sent. The content of the reply was within Gu Xingyin's expectations. The other party was very interested in her work and requested to meet her. Gu Xingyin called the contact number left on the letter. The other party's assistant answered the phone and found out who Gu Xingyin was. The assistant was very enthusiastic and made an appointment with Gu Xingyin. Obviously, the design director had already told him about it. The next afternoon, Gu Xingyin met the famous design master. The two chatted for a long time. The master was very amazed by Gu Xingyin's talent and said that he could write a letter to his old friend and recommend Gu Xingyin to his school. Everything developed exactly the same as in the plot. When Gu Xingyin returned home that day, she received a call from Lin Zhe. "Do you have time tomorrow? I have something to say to you." Gu Xingyin thought about it and felt that she didn't have anything to do. "Let's have lunch together at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning," she suggested. Lin Zhe was obviously very happy. "Okay, I'll text you the address later." The two hung up the phone and within a few minutes, a text message appeared on Gu Xingyin's phone. It was a very famous Western restaurant in the city. The next day, Gu Xingyin dressed up and arrived at the appointed place at 10:30 a.m. The system suddenly said, "Host, I need to sleep for a while." Gu Xingyin felt a little strange. "Why do you always want to hibernate?" It was the same in the previous world. When Ashio poisoned Aunt Zhou's family, the system went into hibernation. Otherwise, she could have helped that family. The system answered honestly, because the host completes more and more missions. Every time the host receives a gift from the world, the system that has signed a contract with the host will also receive benefits. There is too much energy stored in the system and it needs to be digested through hibernation. Gu Xingyin keenly grasped the main point. "According to what you said, you may need to hibernate often in the future?" The system gave an affirmative answer, "Yes, host." However, once the system has completed its evolution, it won't need to hibernate anymore. Gu Xingyin asked, "How long will it take for you to finish evolving?" The system was very honest. "I don't know, host." Gu Xingyin. "Okay, I understand." The system's body flashed white and then disappeared in front of Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin slowly waited by herself. The waiter had already come to ask if she needed anything. She shook her head. After the waiter left, she looked at her phone. It was 10:47 a.m. It was already late. Chapter 11:23. Time passed slowly, and the needle on the watch accurately pointed at 11 o'clock. Lin Zhe hadn't arrived yet. Gu Xingyin lowered her eyes. No matter what the reason was, she was angry. Didn't he even know how to call? At 11:10, there was still no one, and there was no sound from her phone. When the waiter came over again to ask if she needed anything, Gu Xingyin said that there was no need. She picked up her phone and sent a text message to Lin Zhe, then got up and left. She was still wondering why Lin Zhe asked her out today. Now that she thought about it, maybe he was just on a whim. Lin Zhe didn't reply to her text for 2 days. On the day the college entrance examination results came out, Gu Xingyin also received an invitation from a distant country. Gu Xingyin didn't attend the teacher appreciation banquet. When Lin Zhe finally came to school and wanted to apologize to that girl and express his feelings, he couldn't find her. He asked a classmate from class 3, and that person replied, "You mean Zhan Huan? She went abroad." Yesterday, she even showed off the admission invitation and plane ticket in the class group. It's the famous Grice School of Design. Becoming a designer seems to have been her dream all along. The word abroad was like a heavy hammer hitting Lin Zhe's head, and his face turned pale. That classmate looked at him strangely and said, "Lin Zhe, are you okay?" Lin Zhe came back to his senses and said absent-mindedly, "It's too hot today. I just came in from outside, so I might have a heat stroke." That classmate was still a little worried. Lin Zhe forced himself to say, "I'm fine, I'm just a little dizzy. I'll be fine after drinking some water and resting." He returned to his seat in a daze. Everything that happened after that was meaningless in Lin Zay's eyes. He watched numbly as others cried and laughed, toasted, and took photos. He just sat there quietly, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. Yes, it didn't matter. But he always gave people the feeling that he wasn't easy to get close to, and no one noticed that something was wrong with him. When everything was over, Song Dao, who came to look for him, saw that something was wrong with his expression. At this moment, most of the people had left, and Lin Zay was the only one left in their private room. Lin Zay looked up with a blank expression on his face. She went abroad. Song Yao was stunned for a second before she realized who he was referring to. He was a little surprised. Zhong Zhanghuan went abroad? When? Lin Zay shook his head. I don't know. I just found out. Song Tao immediately grasped the main point. No, you said that Zhong Zhanghuan went abroad and didn't tell you? Lin Zay nodded. Song Tao frowned. This shouldn't be. She shouldn't have hidden this from you. Did she confess to you and you rejected her? Lin Zay shook his head again and talked about the matter from a few days ago. Fuck. Song Tao's eyes widened. You mean to say that you took the initiative to ask her out, but she waited for you for more than an hour, and then you didn't even send her a message? Song Tao sighed, brother, I have no choice. No matter which girl it is, they can't stand it. Lin Zay growled, I didn't fucking expect that I would receive news of my mother fainting and being hospitalized as soon as I left the house. When I reached the hospital, I remembered to call her and realized that my phone had been stolen. At that time, I thought that I would explain it to her in 2 days. Who knew? Who knew? Who knew that when he looked for her, he couldn't get through her phone and she wasn't even in the country? Chapter 1124. Lin Zay's heart felt empty. No one would understand what it felt like to be full of passion only to have a wave of cold water poured over you. Song Yao sighed. Can you find Zhong Zhanghuan's current contact information? If you can, go and talk to her. Lin Zay shook his head. I just tried. Her phone number has changed and she's not online on social media. She must have changed everything when she left the country. None of this was important. What Lin Zay was most worried about was what kind of feelings Zhanghuan had when she left. Would she think that he had deliberately stood her up and had completely given up on him? It was a brand new world overseas. Would she meet someone she liked there? Would she pursue another man like she had pursued him back then? Lin Zay sat on the chair dejectedly. He only felt that his life was gloomy. In fact, he was worried too much. When Gu Xingyin was still on the plane, the system that had woken up from its hibernation told her what had happened to Lin Zay. Okay, it doesn't count as him standing me up. I won't blame him, Gu Xingyin said. The system was a little strange. Why was the host so easy to talk to this time? As expected, Gu Xingyin hadn't finished speaking. But I spent 2 years on him and still couldn't warm up this stone. Now I don't have the patience. Gu Xingyin picked up the drink provided by the first-class cabin and took a sip. Only know how to cherish something after losing it. I'll teach him a good lesson today. There's no such thing in the world. The system trembled silently and lit a candle for Lin Zay. It sounded like the host was angry. Gu Xingyin was really angry. If Lin Zay didn't like her, then forget it. The problem was that he obviously liked her, but he was still dragging his feet for so long. If Zhong Zhanghuan wasn't Gu Xingyin, if she didn't have the system to tell her the truth, would Zhong Zhanghuan be willing to forgive Lin Zay? No, she wouldn't be willing. Gu Xingyin would forgive Lin Zay, but it wouldn't be so easy. He had to realize that there were some things that wouldn't just stand there and wait for him. Gray School of Design was indeed one of the top design schools in the world. Many well-known design masters came from here. The school was very busy. Gu Xingyin didn't even have time to go home for the new year for 2 whole years. In the end, Mr. Zhong flew over himself and had a reunion dinner with his daughter in a foreign country. 5 years. For the first 2 years, Gu Xingyin studied all kinds of professional knowledge in school. For the next 2 years, she followed her tutor and learned from him. In her last year, she began to design some works on her own. Zhong Zhanghuan did have some outstanding talent in the field of design. Several of her works had been recognized by masters in the industry. As a rising star in the fashion industry from the East, her reputation gradually spread in the fashion industry. While developing her career, Gu Xingyin did not forget to pay attention to the situation of these people. Back then, Chang Ru had taken the college entrance examination and entered a top-notch school in the country with outstanding results. In the school, he had met his lover. Now, she had graduated a year ago and was working in a foreign company. Her work ability was outstanding and her future was promising. Moreover, she was living with her lover and seemed to be living a good life. He probably wouldn't be in the mood to do anything to his former first love. Chapter 1125. As for Lin Zhe, he also entered university with the college entrance examination, but he chose a local university famous for financial management. When he was in his 3rd year of university, he started to come into contact with the Lin family's family business. During his internship, Old Master Lin directly gave him a department. Now, Lin Zhe was the general manager of the Lin Corporation. Young, handsome, and the crown prince of the Lin Corporation. Many young and beautiful girls wanted to be in front of him. Not to mention marrying into a rich family, having a romantic relationship with such a handsome general manager was also a good thing, okay? Unfortunately, Lin Zhe was famous for not understanding romance. The women outside of the Lin Corporation all rejected him with cold faces. The employees of the Lin Corporation, other than rejecting him, also included a termination letter. Such a ruthless style caused the number of girls around him to decrease a lot. Lin Zhe's reputation for not understanding romance also spread. But there were still many girls who were quite confident in themselves. They felt that those people couldn't get Lin Zhe because they weren't good enough. And they might be the Cinderella who moved the prince's heart. Song Dao, the only one who knew Lin Zhe's thoughts, sighed, saying that the girls were thinking too much. Song Dao came to the headquarters of the Lin Corporation. The employees of the Lin Corporation all knew that he was a good friend of the general manager. The general manager had personally said that there was no need to stop him. Song Dao went all the way to the general manager's office on the top floor without any obstruction. The office was very quiet. Lin Zhe was looking at something in front of the desk. Song Dao immediately saw the fashion magazine spread out on the sofa. Lin Zhe's secretary had always been puzzled by the general manager's inexplicable attention to this fashion magazine. After all, Lin Zhe's personality didn't seem like someone who pursued these things. Song Dao was probably the only one who knew the reason behind this. He picked up the magazine and opened the front page to see this familiar person. Best New Designer by APBE. TSK, Zhanhuan has been doing well these 2 years. In the picture, Gu Xingyin was dressed neatly. She held an exquisite trophy in her hand and smiled brightly while surrounded by a group of models. Lin Zhe looked up and put down the information in his hand. He didn't speak. Song Dao suddenly looked at him and said, "It's been 5 years, Lin Zhe. What are you thinking in your heart? If you really love her so much, go find her. No matter how much you struggle and endure here, she won't know." Lin Zhe didn't speak. In the beginning, he was really busy. He was busy with his studies and fighting with the people in his family's company. But in the end, he had completely gained a foothold in Lin Group. As long as he wanted to, he could go to Grey Academy to find Gu Xingyin. But he didn't dare. He was afraid that if he went over, he would see Gu Xingyin nestled in someone else's arms with a smile on her face. In front of Song Dao, he did not need to disguise himself. Lin Zhe covered his face and said in a low voice, "All the hesitation and fear in my life have been given to her. I don't dare to look for her." Song Dao looked at his good friend and couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought? 5 years ago, Zhong Zhanghuan presented his heart to Lin Zhe, practically begging him to accept it. But at that time, Lin Zhe didn't realize his own heart. 5 years later, Lin Zhe put all his attention on Zhong Zhanghuan, but he didn't even dare to make a phone call. As someone who had watched the entire process, he only felt that all of this was simply too dramatic. Perhaps this was the so-called heavenly Tao's reincarnation. She had tasted bitterness, and now Lin Zhe was going to pay it back double. Chapter 1126. Zhong, is this your hometown? The handsome blonde man asked Gu Xingyin curiously. Gu Xingyin nodded. Ladle, follow me. Be careful not to get lost. The man quickly leaned forward and put one hand on Gu Xingyin's waist. He lowered his head and whispered in Gu Xingyin's ear, I will follow Zhong closely. Gu Xingyin's expression didn't change. Ladle, do you want me to replace you for my recent show? The arm around her waist suddenly dropped. Ladle sighed and said, you Orientals are always so boring. Gu Xingyin glanced at him. This is called being reserved. I'm not as unprincipled as you. Ladle shrugged. This industry has always been like this. The fashion industry was originally a very messy industry. Men and women, everyone looked at each other and had a consensual one-night stand. It was too common. Gu Xingyin was young, good-looking, and talented in fashion design. It could be said that her future was almost smooth. There were undoubtedly a lot of models who wanted to develop a relationship with such a designer beyond work. But it was obvious that Gu Xingyin had no interest in this. What made Gu Xingyin dumbfounded was that there were women in addition to men looking for her. Homosexuality was very common in the fashion industry. There was even a saying that 9 out of 10 men in the fashion industry were gay. After a few words with Ladle, the others returned to the hotel they had booked. Gu Xingyin went directly to the Zhong family. It had been more than 2 years since she had last returned home. She had only come back once in the 5 years she had been abroad. That time, she had been in a hurry and hadn't been able to stay at home for long. This time, she had returned to China because there would be a fashion show here. She had prepared several works of her own. As for Ladle, he was a very famous supermodel in the industry. He was a model whose name was on the supermodel rankings. The fact that Gu Xingyin was able to invite him could be said to have benefited from his teacher. Mr. Zhong had already received news that his daughter was coming back. Today, he pushed back all his work and waited at home for his daughter's return. Dad! As soon as Gu Xingyin got home, she gave her father a big hug. Mr. Zhong's eyes were filled with tears as he looked at his daughter whom he hadn't seen in 2 years. My Huan has become prettier again. He wasn't lying. After being in the fashion industry for several years, Zhong Zhanghuan's overall image had changed greatly. Small details like dressing could inadvertently change a person's impression to others. Overall, the current Gu Xingyin looked much more exquisite than before. Will you stay at home for a while this time? Mr. Zhong asked. Gu Xingyin had already calculated that in the first half of this year, other than this fashion show, she had nothing else to prepare. As for the usual designs, he could also complete them at home. She smiled and said, Don't worry, Dad. I can stay at home for a few months. Mr. Zhong looked at his daughter and suddenly remembered something. Have you found a boyfriend in the past few years abroad? Gu Xingyin covered her face. How old am I? Dad, how worried are you that I won't be able to get married? Mr. Zhong sighed. I'm not worried about that. He still asked, have you been in contact with him in the past few years? The him he was referring to was Lin Zhe. Back then, Gu Xingyin had told him that the person she liked was Lin Zhe. In the past few years, Mr. Zhong had also admired Lin Zhe. However, he didn't know what was going on between the two, so he asked. Chapter 1127. Gu Xingyin was silent for a moment before she said, Dad, don't worry about this. I'm still young. Seeing that she didn't want to talk about it, Father Zhong could only go along with it. Okay. Dad won't interfere with you. You can do whatever you want, okay? Only then did Gu Xingyin smile. The father and daughter had a happy meal. On the other side, Lin Zhe also knew that Gu Xingyin had returned to China. Under his influence, Song Tao had been paying attention to Gu Xingyin for the past few years. Of course, he also knew that she had returned to China. He received a phone call. Lin Zhe, let me tell you. If you really like her, go for her if you're a man. Take advantage of this opportunity. Otherwise, I heard that there are so many handsome models in the fashion industry. Be careful that your Zhong Huan will be seduced by some handsome guy. Lin Zhe responded in a low voice. He was reading a newspaper with a big photo. Gu Xingyin was walking with a blonde foreign man. The two of them were very intimate. The man even put his hand on Gu Xingyin's waist. The headlines on the newspaper were naturally aimed at the gimmick. New designer Zhong Zhanghuan's mysterious boyfriend in the industry, new designer and model boyfriend show off their love in high profile. Whether it was the photos or the comments, in Lin Zhe's eyes, they were extremely dazzling. Song Tao was still talking on the other side of the phone, but Lin Zhe's mind was no longer here. In the evening, Gu Xingyin's phone rang. She took the phone and looked at it. It was an unknown number. Worried that it was from a business partner, Gu Xingyin picked it up. Hello. There was no word on the other side of the phone for a long time. Gu Xingyin seemed to have expected something and didn't speak again. The two sides fell into a long silence until Gu Xingyin said, "No matter who you are, if you don't speak, I'll hang up." Zhanghuan. Lin Zhe finally spoke. After 5 years, Gu Xingyin almost didn't recognize the man's voice. "Do you have time tomorrow?" Gu Xingyin said bluntly, "Time? Are you going to break up with me again?" Lin Zhe hurriedly said, "Zhanghuan, I had a reason for that time. I didn't mean to stand you up. Let me explain." "When and where?" Gu Xingyin interrupted him. "Do you really want to listen to my explanation?" Lin Zhe only realized what Gu Xingyin was saying halfway through. He was overjoyed and quickly reported a time and a place. "All right, save your explanation for tomorrow. I'm going to rest now." The other party didn't seem to want to talk to him anymore, but Lin Zhe was already quite satisfied. "Good night then." Gu Xingyin hung up the phone. The next day, Gu Xingyin arrived at the meeting place on time. This time, Lin Zhe didn't miss the appointment. In fact, he arrived at the meeting place an hour early. When Gu Xingyin sat down, she sized him up carefully. In 5 years, this man had changed drastically. His appearance had completely matured. Unlike the exquisiteness of an 18-year-old boy, the edges of a man were revealed. Compared to 5 years ago, he was less exquisite and more handsome. In general, whether it was the Lin Zhe 5 years ago or the Lin Zhe 5 years later, he would always be the type that women liked. Lin Zhe was also looking at Gu Xingyin greedily. Actually, he had been paying attention to her changes in the past few years. But knowing and seeing with one's own eyes were two completely different concepts. Chapter 11:28. Gu Xingyin looked up and saw Lin Zhe's dark and deep eyes staring at her without blinking. "What do you want to tell me today? Tell me." Gu Xingyin picked up the coffee in her hand and took a sip. Lin Zhe thought for a moment and decided to start with the matter of him standing her up. After all, this was a misunderstanding between the two of them. Gu Xingyin listened to his story without saying a word. "So, Zhanghuan, I really didn't mean to make you wait for nothing," Lin Zhe said anxiously. Gu Xingyin's expression didn't change after hearing all this. I know. This has nothing to do with you. I don't blame you," she said casually. Lin Zhe's heart sank. To be honest, he would rather the person opposite him react more strongly after hearing his words, or even scold him. Because that meant that the other party had been brooding over this matter all these years and couldn't forget him. However, Gu Xingyin's calm reaction made it seem as if the incident back then was just a small matter in her eyes, unremarkable. Then what about her feelings for him? Did it disappear with the passage of time, just like what happened to this matter? Lin Zhe suddenly felt that the air seemed to have thinned. He clenched the cup in his hand and asked with difficulty, "How have you been all these years?" Gu Xingyin was the opposite of her. She was extremely relaxed. "Not bad." There was silence again. Gu Xingyin slowly stirred the coffee in her hand with a coffee spoon and waited for Lin Zhe to speak. Lin Zhe paused for a moment and finally said, "Then, have you had anyone by your side all these years?" "What do you mean?" Gu Xingyin asked with a faint smile. Lin Zhe looked up at her. Gu Xingyin's eyes were very clear, as if there was nothing in them. But Lin Zhe knew that she did it on purpose. She wanted to force him to say what was in his heart. Lin Zhe closed his eyes and finally said the words that had been in his heart for 5 years. "I like you, Zhan Huan. Can I pursue you?" After saying that, he stared at Gu Xingyin, wanting to see his reaction. Gu Xingyin looked up at the man in front of her and sighed in her heart. It had been 5 years, but this man was still so inexperienced when it came to love. She nodded without hesitation. "I don't have a boyfriend." "Of course I can." Before Lin Zhe could rejoice, she continued, "As I said back then, you pursuing me is your own business. It has nothing to do with me." She looked at Lin Zhe with a strange expression. "If you said this to me 5 years ago, I would probably be very happy. But now, Lin Zhe, it's too late." "No." Lin Zhe's gaze locked onto her. "It's not too late. As long as she wasn't in love or married, he wouldn't be late." Gu Xingyin raised her wrist and looked at the time. "I have to meet my teacher in the afternoon, so I can't chat with you anymore." Lin Zhe said, "I'll drive you." Gu Xingyin shook her head. "I drove here myself. I won't trouble you." Gu Xingyin walked out of the cafe, leaving Lin Zhe sitting there alone. After a long while, he made a call. Song Dao arrived quickly. Lin Zhe's first sentence was, "I met Zhan Huan." Song Dao looked at him carefully and realized that he didn't look too happy, but he didn't look too disappointed either. "So, what was the situation?" Chapter 1129. Lin Zhe briefly recounted the conversation between the two of them. Song Tao's eyes widened. After hearing this, he didn't know why, but he suddenly felt a sense of schadenfreude. He coughed dryly and said, "So, it's really as I expected. As the saying goes, every dog has its day. It's your turn now." Lin Zhe glanced at him and frowned. "Tell me, what do you think Zhan Huan means?" Song Dao was about to despair at his brother's EQ. He held his forehead. "Do you still need to ask? Hurry up and chase after her." Lin Zhe glanced at him. "Of course I know. I won't give up. I'm just not sure what she means to me now." Song Dao looked at him with disappointment. "I really wonder how you managed to gain a foothold in the Lin Corporation. If you brought half of your IQ in the business world to love, you and Zhong Zhanghuan probably wouldn't be like this now. If she really gave up on you and didn't like you anymore, would she still tacitly let you pursue her? With Zhan Huan's qualifications, if she didn't have feelings for you, would she have no one by her side for 5 years? This girl is obviously throwing a tantrum. There's no problem. You've wasted so many years of her time. It's only right for her to throw a tantrum and want to punish you." Song Dao egged his good friend on. "This time, don't let go of this opportunity. No matter how much Zhong Zhanghuan likes you, you should really thank the heavens that a girl can do this for you." Lin Zhe's heart was suddenly enlightened. He said to Song Dao, "Thank you, brother. When I get Zhan Huan, I'll treat you to a meal." Song Dao looked at his energetic appearance and sighed in his heart. "I'm afraid you're going to suffer this time." What he said just now was indeed what he was thinking. It was just that he didn't say some things, afraid that it would dampen his good friend's enthusiasm. Based on his understanding of Zhong Zhanghuan, this girl wasn't willing to suffer losses. She had probably given Lin Zhe the biggest concession in her life. Now that Lin Zhe wanted to start over, it wouldn't be easy. But thinking about it from another perspective, if he, Song Dao, met someone like Lin Zhe and wanted to start over, If I don't torment you until you're half dead, I won't be called Song Dao. Therefore, regarding the fate that his good friend was about to face, Song Tao expressed his love, joy, and wish that he could, help, see. On the other side, Lin Zhe returned to the company and immediately asked his secretary to think of a way to get Gu Xingyin's group's activity plan, which was the itinerary for a period of time in the future. This kind of thing wasn't too confidential, and he could get his hands on it with some effort. However, the secretary was a little confused as he looked at the task given to him by his general manager. Could it be that he had guessed wrong? Was the general manager actually a fashion maniac? She shook her head and threw these strange thoughts out of her mind. It wasn't easy to find out about her boss's gossip. She just had to obediently complete the tasks assigned to her by the higher-ups. To be able to become the general manager's secretary, her ability was naturally not for show. That afternoon, a thick itinerary appeared in front of Lin Zhe's desk. Lin Zhe flipped through the pages one by one. Secretary Wang, postpone everything for tomorrow morning. I have something to do in the morning. Yes, General Manager. Secretary Wang was a little puzzled. There was originally a department report meeting tomorrow morning, but it seemed like he could only push it to the afternoon. However, he hadn't heard of any activities for the general manager before. Chapter 11:30. After Secretary Wang left and closed the door, Lin Zhe slowly ticked off some items with a pen. 9 a.m. on the 13th, the whole day on the 15th, and 1:30 p.m. on the 16th, these were all activities related to Zhong Zhanghuan on the itinerary. Zhong, are you nervous? Radel approached Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin looked at him calmly. I'm fine. Radel looked at her in disbelief. Zhong, why are you so calm every time? This is your first fashion show in your hometown. Gu Xingyin nodded. That's right. She turned to look at Radel. But no matter how nervous I am, will it change the result of my fashion show? Radel looked at Gu Xingyin speechlessly. That's right, but Zhong, emotionally speaking, it's normal to be nervous, expectant, and excited at this time, isn't it? Gu Xingyin raised her eyebrows and looked at him. Who said I'm not excited? Her eyes flickered with the light of determination to win. This show can only have one result, and that is success. Radel looked at such a woman with some fascination. This enigmatic Oriental woman always refreshed his understanding of her again and again. It should be very interesting to be with such a woman, right? For the first time, Radel, a playboy, began to think about the idea of spending his life with a woman. The tea stage was very busy now, and all kinds of preparations were in full swing. Gu Xingyin raised her hand and looked at the time. You should go and prepare for my opening model. That's right, Radel was the opening model of Gu Xingyin's fashion show. The most important part of a fashion show was the opening and the finale. The opening and finale models also reflected a designer's connections and status in the fashion industry to a large extent. With Radel's status, even if it was a top designer's fashion show, he was enough to be the opening model. Radel suddenly turned sideways and hugged her. I wish you all the best, Zhanghuan. The two words, Zhanghuan, were actually in Chinese. Gu Xingyin was stunned for a moment. She could hear the encouragement and blessing in his words. She hugged Radel back and smiled. Thank you for your blessing, Radel. Radel suddenly said, how's my Chinese? Zhong, this is something that I specially found someone to learn for 2 hours. Gu Xingyin couldn't help but laugh. Well said. Then. Radel blinked and leaned over. Can I pursue you? Zhanghuan. Gu Xingyin turned around in surprise. Seeing Rader's rare serious expression, she shook her head. We're not suited for each other, Rader. Rader shrugged. How would we know if we don't try? Without waiting for Gu Xingyin to speak, he turned and left. I'll go and prepare first. Seeing Rader leave, Gu Xingyin breathed a sigh of relief. She had just seen seriousness in Rader's eyes. It seemed that she needed to have a good chat with Ladle after this fashion show. The two of them were not suitable for each other. No one knew that the interaction between the two of them had been witnessed by another person. Lin Zhe saw Gu Xingyin, who had obviously dressed up, chatting intimately with another man. He knew the man. It was the male model Radel who had been photographed with her intimately not long ago. Chapter 1131. Lin Zhe felt that his footsteps were very heavy. He came here full of passion and confidence to win back Gu Xingyin's heart. All his chances of success had to be based on the fact that the other party didn't have a new sweetheart. He should feel confident, but seeing this situation, he suddenly felt uncertain. Maybe they were just good friends. After all, foreigners like to use exaggerated body movements to show their love. Lin Zhe calmed himself down and walked to Gu Xingyin's side. Zhan Huan. Gu Xingyin turned around and saw the well-dressed man standing behind her. This man wasn't wearing a suit and leather shoes, which was rare. Gu Xingyin had to admit that Lin Zhe's appearance was indeed unique. In the past few years, she had seen countless handsome, tall, and stylish male models, but in terms of appearance, it was difficult to surpass Lin Zhe. That was the fashion industry, which was known as the gathering place of beauties. Gu Xingyin asked in surprise, "What are you doing here?" Lin Zhe looked into her eyes. The other party's eyes were very sincere. It was obvious that this sentence came from the bottom of her heart. In other words, Zhan Huan felt that it was strange for him to appear here. Lin Zhe's breath stagnated. He said, "Zhan Huan, did you take what I said yesterday to heart?" "I said that I want to pursue you." Gu Xingyin raised her eyebrows. "So, you're pursuing me now?" Lin Zhe retorted, "Specifically, since we met yesterday." Gu Xingyin nodded. "Okay, I got it." She turned around and was about to leave. Lin Zhe stopped her. "Zhan Huan, what do you mean?" "What do you mean?" Lin Zhe felt a little helpless. "I just saw you and that ladle." Gu Xingyin looked sideways at him. "Ladle and me?" Gu Xingyin's mind turned and suddenly sneered. "Lin Zhe, do you think I, Zhang Huan, am the kind of woman who would flirt with you when I already have a boyfriend?" Her expression suddenly turned cold. "Lin Zhe, don't think too highly of yourself, and don't think too highly of me." She suddenly felt tired. Lin Zhe watched as the other party turned around and left without looking back. His hand grabbed her hand faster than his thought. "Zhan Huan, that's not what I meant." Gu Xingyin struggled. "Let go of me." Lin Zhe's hand didn't move. "Look back at me, Zhan Huan." Gu Xingyin turned around impatiently, but was momentarily stunned by the heaviness in his eyes. She had never seen such a helpless and sad expression on Lin Zhe's face. At this moment, Lin Zhe unreservedly exposed all his uneasiness and apprehension for the past 5 years in front of Gu Xingyin. "I'm very uneasy, Zhan Huan. For the past 5 years, I've been thinking about you all the time, and I've also despised myself for being useless. I'm afraid that you've forgotten about me. I'm afraid that you've found someone you like more. Give me a chance, okay?" Gu Xingyin admitted that when she saw Lin Zhe like this, her heart softened for a moment. But it was only for a moment. Her tone softened for a moment. "I have something to do now, Lin Zhe." Lin Zhe's expression became lonely. He obediently let go of Gu Xingyin's hand. Gu Xingyin watched him lower his eyelids, his long eyelashes fluttering like butterflies. The light shone down, casting a shadow on his face. At this moment, she saw a sense of vulnerability in this man. Chapter 1132. Resisting the urge to comfort him, Gu Xingyin turned around and went backstage. Turning around, Ladle leaned against the wall with his arms crossed and looked at Gu Xingyin. "Is that man the reason why you rejected me?" At this time, he had already changed his clothes. The black hard metal style of the fashion set off the man like a king in the dark night. Gu Xingyin looked up at him. "It has nothing to do with anyone, Ladle. We're not suitable for each other." Ladle still had a cynical smile on his face. "Why?" Gu Xingyin said, what I need is a lover who will be loyal to me for the rest of my life. Ladle, ask yourself, can you do that? Without waiting for Ladle to speak, she immediately said, okay, hurry up and put on your makeup. Be careful not to be late. She immediately went backstage to see the models who were about to go on stage later. Ladle was left standing there alone. After a long time, the smile on his lips fell. How do you know that I can't be loyal to you for the rest of my life, Zhanghuan? Gu Xingyin's fashion show finally opened with all the preparations complete. Throughout the whole process, Gu Xingyin sat below the stage and carefully observed every detail. When the last model came on stage, the warm applause from the audience told her that it was a success. The fashion show ended perfectly. Countless reporters had already turned their eyes to the designers of these fashions. Ms. Zhong Zhanghuan, why did you come to this city to hold a fashion show? Do you think this fashion show was a success? About you and the famous model Ladle, Lin Zhe looked at Gu Xingyin, who was surrounded by reporters. He had a feeling that he would never be able to get involved in her world. Gu Xingyin answered the reporters' questions with a smile the entire time. When it was about time, she smiled and said, that's all for today's interview. If there are any more questions, my assistant will answer them on my behalf later. Escorted by her assistants, she passed through the turbulent crowd and disappeared from everyone's sight. As soon as she got in the car, Gu Xingyin received a text from Lin Zhe. Very good. She put her phone aside. When she left, she saw Lin Zhe standing quietly outside the crowd. The other party had been watching her until she managed to escape. She rubbed her eyebrows. What was the most unbearable thing for women? A cold and powerful man who only showed his inner fragility and tenderness to you. Especially when he didn't tell you anything. All he did was silently protect you with his gaze and concern. Gu Xingyin admitted that she was a little shaken. But it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. Linza, if you want to get my heart, this is far from enough. Lin Zhe drove home and walked out of the garage to the door. He happened to see a package being delivered to his door. The man's eyes lit up when he saw Gu Xingyin. Are you Miss Zhong Zhanghuan? Gu Xingyin nodded. Hello. The man handed her the package in his hand. There's a package for you. Gu Xingyin hesitantly took it, signed her name, and carried it home. She remembered that she didn't buy anything. She sat in the living room and opened the package. It was a huge crystal gift box, but the thing inside was covered with something so mysterious. Gu Xingyin slowly opened the gift box and lifted the thing that was used to cover it. The thing that was revealed made her breath stop for a moment. Chapter 1133. A crystal box full of perfumed lilies. These perfumed lilies were still at their most beautiful moment. Each of them was in full bloom. Gu Xingyin could even smell the refreshing fragrance of the lilies. Perfumed lilies were Zhong Zhanghuan's favorite flowers. Gu Xingyin touched them with her finger. She didn't know what method he used to make these perfumed lilies into such lifelike specimens. Between these beautiful and delicate flowers, there was a simple and elegant piece of paper. On it were beautiful words written with a fountain pen, may your beauty and talent be like these perfumed lilies, never withering. Happiness and smiles will always take care of you, Fu Xinghuan. Fu Xinghuan. This was Gu Xingyin's self-introduction to Lin Zhe when she and Lin Zhe officially met for the first time. My name is Zhong Zhanghuan, Zhong for love at first sight, Zhanghuan for joy. Her mood suddenly became very good. He knew how to be romantic, so he wasn't too hopeless. Gu Xingyin placed the crystal box of perfumed lilies on the bedside table in her room. On the other side, Lin Zhe was scribbling something on his notebook with a pen. When Secretary Wang came in, he saw the general manager's serious look. It was said that a man in a serious state of work was the most handsome. Secretary Wang narrowed his eyes and admired his general manager's beautiful face. In the end, he didn't dare to disturb Lin Zhe and quietly put the document in his hand on the desk. At this time, if Secretary Wang had the courage to take a look at Lin Zay's notebook, he would find that the other party was seriously studying not some business secret or important decision, but how to make your sweetheart happy. Some of the words had already been crossed out with red lines, such as a sincere confession. The latest one to be crossed out was to give her her favorite thing. As for Lin Zay, he was staring at his notebook and struggling with what to do next. Gu Xingyin had also been troubled recently, because she didn't know why Ladle had gone crazy and started to pursue her. Of course, Ladle had said this to Gu Xingyin many times. But this time, it seemed like he was serious. Because this morning, Randall suddenly came to Gu Xingyin. I've already severed all ties with them. Now, do I have the right to pursue you forever, Zhanhuan? Gu Xingyin felt a headache coming on as she looked at Ladle's serious expression. What was he doing here at a time like this? In all fairness, Ladle was handsome, humorous, and rich. He was indeed a good choice for a lover. But that was for other girls. For Gu Xingyin, Ladle was a very good friend. But that was how it was. The relationship between the two could only go this far. She stopped herself and said, Radel, I told you a long time ago that we are not suitable. Radel lowered his head. Gu Xingyin's height of 1.7 meters was so petite in front of him. Is it because we're not suitable for each other, or are you unwilling? Gu Xingyin fell silent. She raised her head. Both. Radel, let me tell you clearly. I already have someone I like, and I will be with him for the rest of my life. Radel's smile fell. I don't believe you, Zhanhuan. I've known you for so many years, but I've never seen a man in front of you. Zhanhuan looked at him seriously. You've seen it, Radel. Don't deceive yourself. Chapter 1134. Radel's eyes trembled. Is it the man from that day? That man had left a deep impression on Radel. His first reaction was him. It turned out that he was right. Gu Xingyin answered his question with silence. Radel was a little unwilling. When did you start? I've been by your side for 5 years. In terms of time, I'm afraid I'm earlier than you. A low and cold voice came from behind. Lin Zay walked out of the shadows around the corner. He didn't know how much of their conversation he had heard. We knew each other before Zhanhuan went abroad. The two men faced each other for the first time. Radel didn't want to be outdone. So what if you knew Zhong before me? I've known her for 5 years and I've never heard her mention that she had a boyfriend. Lin Zay didn't hold back. This is between the two of us. No matter what happens between Zhanhuan and me, it has nothing to do with an outsider like you. Not in front of Gu Xingyin, but in front of anyone. Lin Zay's IQ was online. Although Lin Zay was arguing with Radel, his eyes were bright. Looking carefully, there was even a flash of joy in them. How could he not be happy? Although Zhanhuan hadn't said it to him personally, she had admitted in front of another man, a man who was pursuing her, that the person she liked was him. Radel was speechless by Lin Zay's words. He turned his head to look at Gu Xingyin. At this time, the key to the decision was undoubtedly Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin glanced at Radel. At this time, she could only make one choice. Radel, leave first. I have something to say to him. Radel's beautiful blue eyes dimmed. He took a deep look at Gu Xingyin and asked, Zhong, do I really have no chance at all? Gu Xingyin looked at him. Radel, my meaning has always been clear. You are a very good friend. He could only be a very good friend. Radel suddenly laughed and shrugged his shoulders. Well, Chong, I wish you happiness. Gu Xingyin also smiled. Thank you. Ladle left in a carefree manner. However, when he reached a place where the two of them could no longer be seen, he stopped and leaned against the wall. It was still a little uncomfortable. He thought. For the first time in his life, he wanted to start a serious relationship. But it ended before it even started. Only Gu Xingyin and Lin Zay were left. Zhanhuan. Lin Zhe called out to Gu Xingyin. His eyes were sparkling, which reminded Gu Xingyin of a child who had received his favorite candy, although it was somewhat inappropriate to use candy as an analogy for Linza. Let's find a place to talk. Gu Xingyin glanced at the hall, which was not hidden at all. If someone were to eavesdrop on them, it would be very interesting for tomorrow's newspaper. The two of them chose a place nearby. Anyone could tell that Lin Zhe was in a good mood. Although there was no smile on his face, the aura around him was extremely gentle. If Secretary Wang saw him here, he would definitely suspect that there was something wrong with his boss. Zhan Huan, I'm very happy now. Gu Xingyin glanced at him. What's there to be happy about? Lin Zhe laughed. He rarely smiled. Although it was a little strange to use the word stunning to describe a man, Gu Xingyin had to admit that he was indeed stunned by him. Clang! Her thoughts were interrupted. She looked up and met the waiter's apologetic gaze. I'm sorry, I'll get you a new cup right away. There was obviously a drink spilled on her tray. Chapter 1135. The waiter's face was red. Gu Xingyin saw this and could only sigh that beauty was misleading. Lin Zhe didn't seem to feel anything. He just looked at Gu Xingyin without blinking. I heard what you said. You also said that you didn't like me. Lin Zhe said softly, and his tone seemed to be a little coquettish. Gu Xingyin raised her eyebrows. Don't put a label on me. I never said that I didn't like you. Lin Zhe's expression became happy. It seemed that all his emotions were in the hands of Gu Xingyin. One sentence made him smile, and the other made him silent. Sir, madam, your drinks. A soft voice broke the atmosphere between the two. It was still the waiter from before. Her expression had returned to normal at this moment, but Gu Xingyin still saw that her eyes stayed on Lin Zhe for a moment before she got up and left. The waiter left, and there were only two people left in this small space again. Lin Zhe suddenly had an epiphany. He understood Gu Xingyin's hidden words, I like you. But just because I like you doesn't mean that I'm willing to be with you. He asked directly, then Zhang Huan, what do you want me to do for you to accept my pursuit and become my lover, my wife, and the mistress of the Lin family? Gu Xingyin's eyebrows didn't move. Do you need me to teach you how to please a girl? This was the first time the two of them sat together calmly and talked after 5 years. After that, Lin Zhe sent Gu Xingyin home as he wished. After getting Gu Xingyin's approval, Lin Zhe finally stopped restraining himself and began to pursue Gu Xingyin openly. Everything seemed to have been turned upside down. 5 years ago, Gu Xingyin pursued Lin Zhe, but Lin Zhe was always so cold. 5 years later, the roles were reversed. Lin Zhe began to follow Gu Xingyin around, and now it was Gu Xingyin's turn to ignore her. Both of them were not nameless people. News of the two of them spread quickly. Of course, the news was that the head of the Lin family, Lin Zhe, was crazy about the famous designer Zhong Zhanghuan. Basically, wherever Zhong Zhanghuan appeared, the general manager of Lin Group would be there. There were even some people who didn't have the means to see Lin Zhe. They specifically researched Zhong Zhanghuan's schedule and blocked Lin Zhe at some fashion industry gatherings. Someone really did succeed, and the romance between the two of them spread even further. The first person to call was Song Tao. I say, Linza, you're not being honest. I've been giving you advice for so long. You actually didn't tell me that you've made such great progress. Lin Zhe replied in a good mood, I'm going to tell you after I succeed. I'm still working hard. Song Dao roughly understood what was going on. He said, all right. I'll be waiting for your good news. When the time comes, don't forget this meal. The next to know the news were some of his former high school classmates. After all, there were many rich people among his high school classmates. Now, there were also many people in the business world. Back then, the matter between Zhong Zhanghuan and Lin Zhe was a well-known matter in school. After graduation, Zhong Zhanghuan went abroad, and the entanglement between the two of them ended without any results. Many people thought of Ho Hai and secretly sighed. Now, Lin Zhe didn't keep a low profile when pursuing Gu Xingyin. He almost wanted everyone to know that he was pursuing Zhong Zhanghuan. Chapter 1136. Gu Xingyin had just finished an appointment with a brand when she received a message. When she was abroad for a few years, she had basically cut off all contact with her former high school classmates. After she came back, an active member of her former class somehow got her contact information and pulled her into a group chat. It was filled with her former classmates from grade 12, class 3. The message was from Cici. Zhanhuan, the class has decided to organize a class reunion. It's the day after tomorrow. Do you have time to come? Gu Xingyin thought for a moment. She didn't seem to have anything to do. She replied to Cici, I don't have anything to do. I can go. Send me the time and location. Gu Xingyin arrived at the hotel on the day of the reunion. When she opened the door to the private room, there were already more than 20 people sitting inside. Gu Xingyin looked at them one by one. 5 years was enough to change a person completely. Other than a few people who left a deep impression on her, most of the faces were unfamiliar. Zhanhuan. A surprised voice sounded. Gu Xingyin turned around. A girl wearing an off-shoulder sweater with her hair tied up in a bun was looking at her with a smile. She looked at this somewhat familiar face and took a second to react. Cici. Cici laughed. It's rare that our great designer still remembers me. Many people came over to greet Gu Xingyin. Cici was the most familiar with her and sat next to her. Gu Xingyin looked around and asked, Why don't I see Changru? Cici laughed. I remember that you two had the worst relationship in high school. Why do you still remember her now? Could this be the legendary deep hatred, deep love? Gu Xingyin laughed as well. I'm just a little curious. Cici said, I heard that Changru will come too, but she might be a little late. Just as she finished speaking, the door to the private room was pushed open again. The elegantly dressed woman who came in, wasn't that Changru? Even though they hadn't seen each other for 5 years, Changru's popularity was still as high as ever. Most of the students in the class remembered this class monitor and went up to greet her. Changru also saw Gu Xingyin. After exchanging pleasantries with the people around her, she walked towards Gu Xingyin. Long time no see. Changru smiled at Gu Xingyin. Cici pointed at the seat beside her and gestured for Changru to sit down. Zhanhuan was just asking why you weren't here, and now you're here. Changru smiled at Gu Xingyin in surprise. Zhanhuan has been thinking about me for so long. It seems like you really hated me in high school. Her words were mostly teasing, and she couldn't help but laugh as she spoke. By the way, I heard that you are still struggling with Linza. Changru asked as he looked at Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin couldn't help but laugh. What do you mean by entangled? Changru rolled his eyes. I think you have a bad temper. How can you be so muddle-headed when it comes to Linza? If it were me, I would have given up long ago after pursuing him for less than 2 years. Cici couldn't help but interrupt. Our Zhanhuan isn't the one pursuing someone now. Everyone knows that Linza is pursuing our Zhanhuan. Changru had been overseas on a business trip recently, so she was a little uninformed. Hearing this, she was very interested. Oh. What's the situation? Cici then chattered on about the matter to Changru one way or another. Gu Xingyin couldn't help but laugh as she listened. This version of the story was really full of twists and turns. It was a good show. If the male and female leads in this story weren't her and Linza, she really wouldn't have known that this story was about her. Chapter 1137. Things like you love me, I love you, but we can't be together, family opposition, and all kinds of melodramatic scenes appeared in the novel. Cici was in the middle of her story and was unhappy to be interrupted. After glaring at Gu Xingyin, she realized that this was the main character and felt embarrassed. Zhanhuan, ha ha ha, Gu Xingyin didn't think it was a big deal. She said, alright, do you really think you're reading a romance novel? Why would there be so many twists and turns? The two of us did have a small misunderstanding back then. Seeing that Cece and Chang-ru were looking over with interest, Gu Xingyin smiled mysteriously. However, this is a secret between the two of us. Cece looked at Gu Xingyin resentfully. Zhan Huan must have done it on purpose to take revenge on her for spreading gossip about him. That was why he didn't tell her. Then what's the situation between you two now? Chang-ru couldn't help but ask. She looked at Gu Xingyin. She was completely different from when she was in high school. But one thing hadn't changed. Zhong Zhanghuan was a woman who could easily move people's hearts. Although she already had a lover who was ready to spend the rest of her life with her, Chang-ru still paid more attention to Zhong Zhanghuan, the first person she fell in love with in her life. Isn't that the situation? Gu Xingyin didn't want to say much about the two of them. Cece interrupted, the two of them. Rumor has it that Lin Zhe is pursuing Zhan Huan, but Zhan Huan didn't agree. Chang-ru looked at Gu Xingyin when she heard this. Gu Xingyin didn't comment on Cece's words. This also proved that what Cece said wasn't groundless. Chang-ru suddenly clapped and laughed. That's good. Zhan Huan, don't agree so easily. Let Lin Zhe have a taste of what it's like to pursue someone bitterly. You have to know that I didn't like him for a long time back then. Pfft. Cece couldn't help but laugh. She looked at Chang-ru. I didn't expect you to be such a class monitor. At that time, I really hoped that Zhan Huan and Lin Zhe could be together. As the three of them chatted, the class was slowly filled up. The class reunion after graduation was nothing more than a competition of career and love. Now, most of the people in the class were still young. Many of them had just graduated from university for 1 or 2 years and had just started their careers. There were also many who got married relatively early. The earliest ones even had a child, which made all the single dogs envious. The man, who had recently married a rich girl, became the target of the group of boys in the class and directly poured alcohol on the table. After dinner, someone suggested that they go to a nearby KTV to have some fun. Everyone agreed since they had nothing to do. Walking out of the hotel, Gu Xingyin couldn't help but shiver when the night wind blew. A familiar car stopped in front of her. The car door opened and Lin Zhe's figure appeared in front of everyone. Yo! Our school hunk is here. A few of them were drunk and didn't care about what they said. Some people silently shut their mouths when they saw Lin Zhe's meticulous outfit and the car he drove. Why are you here? Gu Xingyin asked. I heard from Song Tao that your class seems to be having a party, so I came to take a look. Oh. Gu Xingyin replied indifferently. Are you guys preparing? Lin Zhe looked at them. They seemed to be having an event. We're going to sing. Lin Zhe, do you want to come with us? Cece said quickly. But she regretted it as soon as she said it. Chapter 1138. Looking at Lin Zhe's appearance, he was a busy man. Also, it wasn't appropriate for him to go karaoke with them in such formal attire, right? Most importantly, with Lin Zhe's personality, would he refuse, or would he refuse, or would he refuse? But what Cece didn't expect was that Lin Zhe would actually say yes. Cece looked at him in shock. Did she hear wrongly? Lin Zhe told everyone to wait for a moment. Then, everyone watched as his figure crossed the road and entered a branded women's clothing store. Cece silently looked at the brand and thought for a moment. Was half a year's salary enough to buy such a piece of clothing? Wait. Why did Lin Zhe go to a women's clothing store? She suddenly remembered that Zhan Huan seemed to have said something about it being cold at night. It couldn't be. Cece's eyes widened. Soon, Lin Zhe's figure came out of the store with a shopping bag in his hand. Sorry for making you wait. Lin Zhe nodded to everyone. Then, he opened the bag in his hand and took out the clothes inside. It's cold at night. Be careful not to catch a cold. He gently put the jacket in his hand on Gu Xingyin. I didn't have time to choose carefully. Just wear it. Lin Zhe's voice seemed a little apologetic. Everyone watching the whole process, this public display of affection caught them off guard. Cece blinked her eyes and screamed in her heart, "Just wear it. Just wear it. Evil capitalist. Every time I pass by, I can only look at the clothes that I dream of buying, but I'm still so reluctant to wear them in your mouth. There's no harm without comparison." Gu Xingyin was about to speak when Lin Zhe realized her intentions. His attitude changed instantly and he immediately said with some grievance, "Don't mention money to me. You said that I can pursue you. Then have you heard of suitors charging money for gifts?" Gu Xingyin. Who taught him that? It's only been a few days, and his skin has become so thick. Cece couldn't stand it anymore. "Let's go to the KTV next door." Lin Zhe looked up. That's the Lin Corporation's business. It's fate that everyone chose this one. It's my treat today. Everyone, play as you please. The atmosphere of the crowd behind him immediately became lively. After watching for a while, Chang Ru stood beside Cece and sighed. "I finally believe that every dog has its day." Just from this short period of time, one could see how the two of them usually interacted with each other. As she thought about it, she began to gloat again. Serves you right, Linza. Back then, Zhan Huan liked you so much, but he didn't know how to cherish you. Looking at Zhan Huan's expression, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he was deliberately tormenting Linza. Lin Zhe said that he wanted to play with everyone, but with him around, most people couldn't let go. He probably knew this as well, so he only stayed for a while before leaving. Only then did the people in the private room become lively. A few girls sat beside Gu Xingyin and chatted with her, asking about Lin Zhe. Gu Xingyin slammed the cup in her hand on the glass coffee table and looked at them with a faint smile. What do you want to know? Wouldn't it be faster to ask him directly? Those girls' expressions turned ugly after being rebutted so rudely by her. One of them even muttered, "What are you so smug about? Aren't you just relying on the fact that you shamelessly pursued him for 2 years in high school and made the first move?" Chapter 1139. Before Gu Xingyin could say anything, Cece exploded. "What are you guys talking about? You're shamelessly coveting Lin Zhe, and now you're playing the blame game. Who's the shameless one?" Chang Ru also spoke, but she wasn't as direct as Cece. Striking first to gain the upper hand is also her ability. If you have the ability, can you also make such a man only have eyes for you? If you don't have the ability, then shut up. The girl had a bad temper and started arguing with the two of them on the spot. The commotion from this corner quickly attracted the attention of the other students. The boy who was singing also turned off the microphone and music and came over to ask what was going on. Cece was quick to speak and told them what had happened in a few words. For a moment, many people looked at the girls with subtle expressions. In this world, the world laughed at the poor and not at the prostitutes. It wasn't a new thing for girls to want to hook up with a rich husband and marry into a wealthy family. However, it was a little too much for these people to poach someone in front of the real deal, not to mention that they were all high school classmates. Seeing that everyone didn't seem to be on her side, the girl couldn't help but say loudly, "What? Did I say something wrong? Everyone knows that Zhong Zhanghuan isn't Lin Zhe's girlfriend yet. What kind of person am I trying to poach? If Zhong Zhanghuan doesn't like someone, why can't others woo her? Also, what did I say wrong? If Zhong Zhanghuan hadn't chased after Lin Zhe for 2 years, would he still be obsessed with her? And all of you, aren't you just trying to avoid harm? If Zhong Zhanghuan wasn't the person Lin Zhe liked today, would all of you still try to curry favor with her and speak up for her?" The room was silent, and only the girl's shrill voice could be heard echoing in the room. After the girl finished speaking, she saw that no one spoke and was a little smug. "What, I hit the nail on the head and you can't refute it? You're thinking too much." The man who organized this event stood up. He looked at the girl with disdain. "It's not that everyone can't refute it, but they're stunned by your broken worldview." This man was also a rich second-generation heir. He was the one who organized this gathering. Jean Huan isn't Lin Zhe's girlfriend because Jean Huan never accepted Lin Zhe's confession. If you wanted to pursue Lin Zhe, no one would say anything about it. But out of so many people, you had to ask Jean Huan. Even if you are a girl, I can only say that your behavior is indeed shameless. The girl's face paled. The man didn't stop talking because of that. Neither of us is trying to please the other. We don't belong to the same circle, and we don't have a strong relationship with each other. Student, don't think that everyone is as snobbish as you. Lastly, don't you know Jean Huan's identity? Someone who won the ADE Best New Designer Award. Do you know who the designers who won this award are now? They are all targets that all the major luxury brands are fighting to hire. Not to mention the future, even now, if Jean Huan casually accepts an appointment with any brand, the remuneration will start from 7 figures. He looked at the girl's widening eyes and smiled evilly. By the way, you might not understand such a high-end thing. Then you should have heard of the Zhong Group, right? Jean Huan is the only heir of the Zhong Group. He placed extra emphasis on the word only. Chapter 1140. Not to mention the girl who had spoken earlier, even the other students in the class didn't know Zhong Zhanghuan's true identity. Zhong Zhanghuan had never talked about her family background. Although she was dressed fashionably in high school, they guessed that her family background wasn't bad. However, her family background wasn't bad. Compared to the heir of the Zhong Corporation, it was like heaven and earth. Just as the male student who had organized the party had said, most of the students present had never been in contact with the fashion industry. They didn't know what the AD Design Award was, but they didn't know what it was exactly. However, the Zhong Corporation was different. It was one of the leading enterprises in the city and could be ranked in the top 10 in the entire province. It went without saying what it meant to be the only heir of such a corporation. Those students who had thought that Zhong Zhanghuan was lucky to have hooked up with a diamond tycoon like Lin Zhe had completely changed their minds. Why would Zhong Zhanghuan need to find a tycoon? She herself was a huge gold mine. When the girl heard this, her face turned pale. She looked at Gu Xingyin in disbelief. People like her couldn't understand why someone with such good conditions would keep such a low profile. There was another reason why she was so afraid. She was now working in a subsidiary company of the Zhong Corporation. The employees of the Zhong Corporation had always been treated very well. This girl had put in a lot of effort to get into that company. Zhong Zhanghuan should be the boss of her boss's boss. As the young master of the main company, if Zhong Zhanghuan wanted her to leave, it would be a piece of cake. The more the girl thought about it, the paler her face became. She didn't know what terrible things she was thinking about, but before anyone could say anything, she actually burst into tears. Gu Xingyin, the male student who spoke, the onlookers, the girl cried as she said to Gu Xingyin, "I'm sorry, Miss Zhong. I didn't know your identity. I hope you can forgive me for offending you." The door of the private room opened with a click, diverting everyone's attention. Lin Zhe met everyone's gaze with a strange expression. She saw Gu Xingyin standing in front of a crying girl. She thought something had happened to her, so she hurried to her side. "Are you okay? What's wrong? What happened?" As for the girl who was still crying, Lin Zhe didn't even look at her. Gu Xingyin shook her head. "Nothing." She said to the girl, "You should apologize to Zhong Zhanghuan, not the young lady of the Zhong Group." The girl's face turned pale and she continued to cry. Gu Xingyin could tell what she was thinking just by looking at her expression. "Don't cry. I didn't say I was going to do anything to you. It's a rare class reunion. Don't ruin everyone's mood," she said with a frown. The girl responded in a low voice. Seizing the opportunity, he played the music again. "Let's not talk about anything else today. We're only in charge of having fun." Although Gu Xingyin said that, the girl couldn't sit still. She only excused herself to go to the bathroom and left when no one was looking. 8 p.m. This world will end tomorrow. Thank you everyone for giving Gigi your votes. You're so awesome. You've already broken the weekly recommendation vote record since Gigi started writing. Oh, love you all. 3, Shui, there are more than 1,000 votes left on the last day. Continue to throw in your votes and don't stop. Mua. Good night everyone. Chapter 1141. Lin Zhe sat in the private room and accompanied her for a while. Everyone watched as he busied himself with drinks, fruits, and things for Gu Xingyin. Only when he was facing Gu Xingyin did he not look like a cold general manager at all. Instead, he was a man who wholeheartedly tried to please his girlfriend. Many girls were extremely envious of Gu Xingyin. Look at her boyfriend. He was handsome, rich, and most importantly, he was so good to her. But on second thought, they didn't have Zhong Zhanghuan's persistence in giving up everything to pursue a man. They didn't have Zhong Zhanghuan's talent in design. They didn't have her status as the only heir of the Zhong Corporation. Thinking about it this way, since they were so much worse than him, what right did they have to be jealous of him? Perhaps it was because Lin Zhe's affections were too obvious that even Cici, who was obviously on Gu Xingyin's side at the beginning, wavered. When they left, Cici even tugged at Gu Xingyin and said that there weren't many men who could treat their girlfriends as well as Lin Zhe, not to mention that he was so well off. Cici said, Zhanghuan, don't throw a tantrum or anything. That's enough. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if his heart really turned cold. Gu Xingyin only listened and didn't say anything. How long had it been since Lin Zhe? It hadn't even been a month, and she was afraid that his heart would turn cold. Back then, she had pursued him for 2 whole years. Lin Zhe's devotion to her was called affection. Was Zhong Zhanghuan's 2 years really so worthless? When Chang Ru left, she specially came to look for Gu Xingyin. Don't agree to him too easily, Zhanghuan. Men would never cherish things that were too easy to obtain. You've done so much for him in those 2 years and put on airs. Zhanghuan, you're a precious girl. You have to be reserved. Take yourself seriously. That's more important than anything else. Just based on these 2 sentences, Gu Xingyin felt that this girl could be befriended. As expected, Gu Xingyin thought to herself, Chang Ru is still very rational when she's normal. He did not know why she was so paranoid in the original plot. At the entrance of the first floor, Gu Xingyin saw a car stop in front of Chang Ru. Then, a very beautiful Caucasian girl got out of the car. She took the bag from Chang Ru and the 2 of them kissed face to face before Chang Ru got into the car. Gu Xingyin watched the car drive away. None of the students present felt that the 2 of them were abnormal. There was even a classmate who sighed with emotion. The class leader's relationship with her roommate is really good. I heard that her roommate is her boss who was transferred from the head office. TSK, why can't I find such a good roommate? Gu Xingyin smiled and said nothing. She said goodbye to everyone, rejected Lin Zhe's request to send her home, and drove home by herself. Half a year passed. Lin Zhe still couldn't catch up to Zhong Zhanghuan. However, everyone in the city's business circle knew that the general manager of the Lin Corporation was madly infatuated with the eldest daughter of the Zhong family, the famous designer in the country, Miss Zhong Zhanghuan. The general manager of the Lin Corporation, Lin Zhe, gave everyone the impression that he was like a piece of ice that could not be heated. Only when he pursued Zhong Zhanghuan did he seem like a passionate fire. However, the eldest daughter of the Zhong family was like a high and mighty flower. Even someone like the general manager of the Lin Corporation could not win the heart of a beauty. There were even busybodies who bet on whether the general manager of the Lin Corporation could win the beauty's heart in the end. If he could, how long would it take? Chapter 1142. Zhong Zhanghuan stayed in China for more than half a year. After that, she began to fly around the world. Sometimes, she had to attend fashion shows in several different countries within a month. Sometimes, she would stay in a remote town in a small country for half a year to find inspiration. Even Father Zhong often didn't see his daughter for months or even half a year. But Lin Zhe was different. Basically, as long as he had time, or if he didn't have time, he would try his best to shorten the time and deal with everything in one go. Then, he would follow Gu Xingyin around the world. Gu Xingyin lived in a beautiful and remote town in the Western Hemisphere. He would stay there for a week. Then, under Secretary Wang's desperate calls, he would fly back to China to deal with the company's affairs. He would definitely go to Gu Xingyin's fashion shows. When the reporters took photos of the guests, they could always take photos of the low-key man sitting in the guest seats, who was no worse than any male model. Over time, even the Western media knew that there was a mysterious handsome man from the East who had been silently pursuing the famous designer Miss Zhong Zhanghuan. There were even newspapers that recorded this. The media began to consciously search for a certain figure in every fashion show where Gu Xingyin was present. The fashion industry not only advocated fashion and platinum, but also liked romance. And Lin Zhe's approach was undoubtedly the most romantic. "I will spend all the time I can spare to accompany you for the rest of my life." Lin Zhe didn't expect that he would gain a large number of fans. Even under Gu Xingyin's social media account, fans began to congratulate the two of them on their relationship. When Gu Xingyin saw this, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But she also didn't expect that Lin Zhe, who was like a block of wood, would learn such a romantic thing without a teacher. With the rise of fame, Gu Xingyin also began to become busier and busier. And the busier she was, the faster time would pass. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Gu Xingyin was still flying around the world, and Lin Zhe was still following her everywhere. Secretary Wang now knew why his boss paid so much attention to the fashion industry. Not only Secretary Wang, but all the employees of Lin Group knew that their iceberg-like handsome general manager had been chasing Zhong Zhanghuan for 2 years. Seeing the general manager's posture of pursuing someone, many people sighed. Their general manager wasn't an iceberg. He was clearly a dormant volcano. He was so unromantic in the past, but he hadn't met the person who made him willing to be enlightened. The general manager's romantic attitude instantly killed a group of self-proclaimed romantic scums. However, the future general manager's wife was indeed hard-hearted. Many girls expressed that if there was a perfect man as handsome and rich as the general manager pursuing them, they estimated that they could only be reserved for a week at most. No, 3 days at most, no more than that. Was the general manager's wife's sexual orientation? People's Day Zhanghuan started to persuade her. Father Zhong had also called her. "Zhanghuan, father has been watching Linza for more than a year. Linza is indeed sincere to you. No matter how angry you are, you should be appeased. I see that you have feelings for him. That's enough." A father knew his daughter best. Father Zhanghuan's father had seen through Gu Xingyin's thoughts. Chapter 1143. The one who made Gu Xingyin the most speechless was Ladle. This guy actually came over to look for her once. "Zhong, I think the man who's pursuing you is really not bad. I can't compare to him. If you choose another man in the future, I won't be convinced. But if it's him, I'm convinced." Had he even conquered his love rival? The annual ADE selection had already begun. After 3 months of seclusion, Gu Xingyin finally submitted her work at an international fashion week show. The hall was filled with cheers. Then, there was waiting. After 2 months of waiting, all the designers were waiting for the award that symbolized the highest pursuit of the fashion world. As if he knew how nervous and confused she was, Lin Zhe even tried his best to reduce his rest time and forcefully gave himself a month to wait with her. Lin Zhe's mother, the strong madam, was initially dissatisfied with Gu Xingyin. In her opinion, a daughter-in-law who had too much influence on her son wasn't a good thing for the Lin family and Lin Zhe. However, Lin Zhe, who had always been filial, was uncharacteristically insistent on this matter. Then, Lin Zhe used 2 years to change his mother's mind. Mother Lin's only hope now was that Miss Zhong, who was loved to the bone by her son, could turn around and look at Lin Zhe, who had been chasing after her. She hoped that she could open her heart and accept Lin Zhe. The one who doted on her child the most was always the mother. Mrs. Lin couldn't bear to see Lin Zhe working so hard. During this month, Lin Zhe accompanied Gu Xingyin. The two of them abandoned all work and things to tour various places. Finally, it was the most important day for Gu Xingyin. The final results of the ADE selection were announced. One by one, the awards were announced until the final moment. The winner of this year's AFE Best Designer Award is, congratulations to the mysterious designer from the East, Miss Zhong Zhanghuan, and her work, Butterfly Wings. A light descended from the sky and landed on Gu Xingyin. The audience applauded thunderously, congratulating the young designer. Gu Xingyin went up to the podium. Beside her stood a female supermodel wearing her design, Butterfly Wings. I'm very happy to receive this award. Thank you. After a long string of thanks, Gu Xingyin's voice suddenly paused. She suddenly smiled. Other than that, I want to thank someone. I'm grateful to him for watching every fashion show with me. I'm grateful to him for being by my side when I'm happy, sad, inspired, or upset. Many people who knew the story between her and Lin Zhe were already exclaiming softly. Lin Zhe held his breath at that moment. His heart was beating so fast that he couldn't hear the noise around him. In his world, there was only the woman standing on the podium smiling as she spoke. In his ears, there was only her sweet voice. All of this, in front of everyone, in front of the media, I want to say to him. She looked in the direction of Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe, thank you. Also, I love you. The lights shone in Lin Zhe's direction, and his figure appeared on the big screen. Under the witness of all the guests, the handsome Oriental man had a smile on his face, and his eyes were as warm as spring water in March. I love you too, Zhanghuan. Chapter 1144. No one knew that Lin Zhe was holding on and smiling like that in front of everyone. The moment the lights and cameras moved away from him, he couldn't hold it in. His eyes turned red and tears fell. He was really happy. Lin Zhe had never been as happy as he was at this moment. He thought that if he could get Zhanghuan's words, it would be worth it even if he immediately jumped down from the 24th floor of the award ceremony. In China, Mr. Zhong and Mrs. Lin, who were paying attention to their daughter and son's movements, also saw this scene on the live broadcast. Father Zhong was still fine. He heaved a sigh of relief. Mrs. Lin, on the other hand, cried on the spot. His son, Lin Zhe, had finally waited for this day. The others, however, saw the news in the headlines the next day. Oriental designer becomes the big winner of ADE, confession at the award ceremony. Career and love double harvest. ADE's best designer tells you what it means to be a winner in life. Headlines like this filled almost all the fashion magazine's headlines the next day. As soon as Gu Xingyin stepped down from the stage, Lin Zhe, who was full of excitement, hugged her in his arms. Until the end of the award ceremony, the two of them didn't let go of each other's hands. After the two of them returned to China, they moved quickly. Lin Zhe called back to prepare for the wedding almost as soon as he became a full-time employee. The day after the two of them returned to the hotel, he personally bought a ring and proposed to Gu Xingyin. Why are you in such a hurry? Gu Xingyin was surprised. Lin Zhe took her hand and placed it on his chest. Because it's filled with agitation and uneasiness. Everything that's happened so far feels too unreal. I can only feel at ease if I lock you firmly by my side. He had never been stingy with telling the truth to Gu Xingyin. Needless to say, she knew what he was referring to. What else could Gu Xingyin say? She had even confessed. If she rejected the proposal, it would be pretentious. Everyone was stunned by the speed of the two men's movements. They had just officially announced that they were together for less than a month, and now they were announcing their marriage. Everyone was sighing. Lin Zhe was indeed fast. When someone mocked Lin Zhe because of this, he didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he nodded seriously. Yes, I'm not in a hurry. Zhanghuan is so good. If I don't label her as Madame Lin Zhe, I will never be at ease. What if someone covets her? The person who asked the question. Fuck you, who told you to run your mouth? Serves him right for eating a mouthful of dog food. The parents of the two families were very satisfied. After all, the two of them were not young anymore. It was just right for them to get married. As a result, Zhong Zhanghuan was finally crowned as Mrs. Lin by Linza at the age of 26. This year, all the employees of Lin Corporation received double their year-end bonuses. All the employees were secretly giving their blessings, hoping that the general manager's wife would get pregnant soon. If the young master was born and the general manager was happy, it was not impossible for the bonus to be doubled. He had thought that since the general manager of the Lin Corporation had pursued his wife so crazily before they got married, he would restrain himself a little after they got married. That was what most people thought. After all, he was a man. Everyone knew that. But those people were too naive. Because after the two of them got married, Lin Zhe became even more clingy to his wife. Moreover, Lin Zhe even found the most dignified reason for himself: I'm clingy to my own wife. Do you have a problem with that? If you have a problem with that, go find one yourself. Chapter 1145. Before the two of them had officially established their relationship, Lin Zhe had been known as a crazy pursuer. Everyone in the company knew that he could deal with the company's affairs at an unimaginable speed and then spare as much time as possible to fly around the world with Zhong Zhanghuan. After Zhong Zhanghuan became Mrs. Lin, this situation didn't change at all. Zhong Zhanghuan was still flying all over the world. Her profession meant that she couldn't stay quietly at home like an ordinary housewife and take care of her husband and children. As for Lin Zhe, as long as he had time, he would fly around the world with her. Compared to his persistent pursuit in the past, he was much more open and aboveboard now. In the past, he could only sit quietly at the fan seats like everyone else and watch the performances of the models like an ordinary fan. He was always so far away from the designer seat. But it was different now. As long as he had time to attend a fashion show, Lin Zhe could sit on his wife's body openly. No matter how many times the camera swept over the two of them, they could see the two of them smiling and whispering intimately together. Even their hands were tightly held together. Another 5 years passed. When Zhong Zhanghuan won the second AD Design Award in her life, she announced a piece of news that made countless people happy. Their family would soon welcome a new member. At the same time, she also said that all work announcements would be suspended and she would focus on taking care of the baby. Among all the people who heard the news, Lin Zhe was the happiest. He felt that the AD selection competition was the lucky star of his life. The first time he participated in this competition, he got the wife he loved the most in his life. The second time he participated in this competition, he was about to welcome the baby of his family. God was so kind to him. When Zhong Zhanghuan returned to China, she was treated like a princess from two families. Especially Lin Mu. Ever since her son took charge of the Lin Corporation, Lin Mu felt that she had no goals in life. So she began to focus on traveling, beauty, fitness and other activities that she had wanted to do before but didn't have time for. She didn't return home for almost a month, leaving enough space for her son and daughter-in-law. But when she heard that her daughter-in-law was pregnant, Lin Mu, who was skiing in the northern hemisphere, flew straight home. In fact, Gu Xingyin was not nervous about giving birth. After all, she had experienced it several times. Moreover, the system could block her pain, so she did not feel uncomfortable. However, they couldn't resist the anticipation and nervousness of the parents on both sides. In the end, Gu Xingyin herself became extremely cautious under the brainwashing. With everyone's blessings, Gu Xingyin safely gave birth to their first child, the little princess of the Lin family, Lini. Gu Xingyin and Lin Zhe, the couple who had just become parents, were fine. Lin Zhe's mother, who wanted a granddaughter, was so happy that she wanted to fly. What, you don't like your daughter? Gu Xingyin looked at Lin Zhe and raised her eyebrows. The other party didn't seem that happy. Lin Zhe shook his head and gently leaned his head against her side. How could I not like the child you gave birth to? I just think that giving birth to a child is too torturous. You've worked so hard. Gu Xingyin laughed. She turned her face and kissed the man on the face. For you, I am willing. Chapter 1146. Lin Zhe and Gu Xingyin had been married for many years, and he had chased after Gu Xingyin for many years. Until later, when both of them were old, Gu Xingyin finally stopped. She put down her work and wholeheartedly accompanied her family. Lin Zhe had long since handed over the family business to his children. The two old married couples often held hands and leisurely wandered around every beautiful place in this world. Their footsteps were very slow, but their steps were very steady. Because they both knew that there would always be someone by their side holding their hand. The two of them, no one would leave the other behind. Another life of happiness and good health. Gu Xingyin returned to the space and did not stop at all. After receiving the gift of the world, she immediately began to teleport to another world. This time, she opened her eyes amidst a faint fragrance. System, begin to transfer memories. Gu Xingyin said and began to look at her surroundings. This was a very spacious hall. Although it was called a hall, there was nothing in the hall. Because there was nothing, the originally spacious hall seemed even more empty. The only decorations in the hall were the layers of red gauze curtains that seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Under the effect of the faint cold wind from who knows where, they fluttered. And in the center of those red gauze curtains was the big bed where Gu Xingyin was. Gu Xingyin sat up. At the same time, the system's plot had been transmitted. Ghost King Lan Ling. This was the identity of this body. Ghost King Lan Ling had been Ghost King Lan Ling since she had memories. She did not know what her identity was when she was alive, nor did she know why she had become a ghost. Because she was the most powerful ghost god in this area. This place was called Lan Ling in the distant past, so she was called Ghost King Lan Ling. Ghost King Lan Ling's name was Lan Ling. Ghost King Lan Ling did not like crowds and did not eat strangers. Compared to a ghost, she was more like a Taoist true god with no desires. The only thing Lan Ling Ghost King was interested in was her past life. As a ghost without memories, no matter how powerful she would not be satisfied. Whether it was a human or a ghost, the higher one stood at the top, the more they could not tolerate too many unknown things. This was the case for Ghost King Lan Ling. According to the original plot, Gu Xingyin saw Ghost King Lan Ling's future. Her existence restrained the ghosts and monsters in this place. Lan Ling Ghost King didn't like blood because she didn't think it was beautiful, so none of the ghosts in this place dared to kill people. There was once a self-proclaimed powerful ghost that tried to challenge the authority of Ghost King Lan Ling, but the result was death. Ghosts were originally spiritual bodies produced by souls that did not enter the cycle of reincarnation after death. Therefore, once they died, they would truly disappear from the 6 paths of reincarnation. He was reduced to ashes. After a few thunderous suppressions, no one in the entire Lanling region dared to challenge the rules set by the Lanling Ghost Lord. And she even gained the attention of the Divine Court because of her meritorious management. Ghost King Lanling received a decree from the Divine Court and changed from Ghost King Lanling to Ghost God Lanling. Because of her powerful strength, she was conferred the title of Marquis Lanling. And she also successfully learned about her past and present life with the help of the Divine Court's 3-world mirror. Everything was logical, but a talented disciple named Jiang Ling had appeared in this world. Chapter 1147. Jiang Ling, was a disciple of a Taoist sect in hell near Lanling. She was born with Heaven's Eye and was nurtured by the sect since she was young. She was taught how to kill demons and monsters. In fact, this was also the mission of countless Taoist sections. After all, there were very few friendly ghosts in Lanling. Most ghosts relied on absorbing the vitality of humans to maintain their bodies. There were even some evil ghosts that specialized in killing ordinary people. Generally speaking, in the eyes of humans, ghosts and monsters were synonymous with terror. Just like how humans hated ghosts, ghosts did not necessarily like humans that much. There were no Taoist sects in the vast Orchid Hill. The reason was simple, because the Lanling king did not like it. It was not that there were no sects that wanted to take over this place. In terms of feng shui, Lanling was a good place with rich spiritual energy. Whether it was cultivators, ghosts, or humans, it was suitable for them to live here. However, no matter which sect it was, they would definitely be obstructed if they wanted to settle down here. With the resistance of tens of thousands of ghosts in the entire Lanling area, even the strongest sect would not be able to take down this tough bone. Over time, the reputation of the Lanling Ghost King spread. Lanling, this hell, also became a place that Taoists would sigh about. Jiangling, because of her good talent, she had a fearless personality since she was young. Because she had lived in a sect since she was young, she could only see these few mountains. She could only hear her fellow disciples praising her outstanding talent and could not help but feel a little smug. When she was 16 years old, she secretly ran to Lanling while the sect masters were not paying attention. She thought that if she could capture the Lanling Ghost King, who made her master and the others look serious, wouldn't it be a great achievement? She was quite lucky and actually found the palace where the Lanling Ghost King was. However, how could a little girl who was still wet behind the ears be a match for the famous Lanling Ghost King? The Lanling Ghost King did not like to kill, so she teased Jiangling, and chased her out of Lanling. Jiangling, was not convinced because of this. After returning to the sect, the elders in the sect heard that she was fearless enough to provoke the Ghost King Lanling. They punished her severely and grounded her for 3 whole years. Jiangling, on the other hand, was provoked by Lanling Ghost King's teasing. She was no longer as absent-minded as she used to be. Instead, she began to work hard on her cultivation. 3 years later, she boasted that there was still a big gap between her and the Lanling Ghost King. Following that, she went into seclusion for another 3 years. A total of 9 years. Once again, she went to challenge Ghost King Lanling with her sword. She didn't want to hurt Lanling Ghost King. After all, Jiangling, was no longer the little kid she was back then. She knew how to differentiate between good and evil, and also understood her own recklessness back then. If it was someone with a bad temper, he would have died long ago. She just wanted to wash away the humiliation of being teased by Ghost King Lanling. But accidents were always beyond human control. Lanling Ghost King had just passed the most severe 6 in 9 heavenly tribulation that even ghosts and gods had to go through. Although she had successfully passed the tribulation, she was already at the end of her rope. Jiangling did not know that the attack that she thought the other party would definitely be able to dodge landed on Lanling Ghost King without hesitation. Under Jiangling's incredulous gaze, Lanling Ghost King turned into a little blue firefly in front of her. From then on, there was no more Lanling Ghost King in this world. Chapter 1148. Gu Xingyin sighed. Ghost King Lanling's death was really unjust. She was supposed to get an edict from the divine court soon after she passed the 6 in 9 heavenly tribulation, but fate played tricks on her. Strictly speaking, Ling's death was not her fault. She didn't know that Ghost King Lanling was seriously injured and lost her strength. Ghost King Lanling also didn't expect that the little girl who was like an ant back then would grow up so quickly. It could only be said that fate played tricks on people. The protagonist's fate couldn't be cut off like this, so Gu Xingyin came to Ghost King Lanling, who hadn't started yet. Gu Xingyin looked around. Very good, this dark, ethereal, and gloomy style was really ghostly. She reached out and pulled open the curtain in front of her. It seemed that someone invisible had lit up the whole hall, and the dark hall was instantly lit up. But this light was only equivalent to the light in front of the hall. A dark blue light flashed between Gu Xingyin, and there was a ripple in the space like water, and a mirror appeared in front of her. When Gu Xingyin saw Ghost King Lanling's appearance, he couldn't help but gasp in admiration. The woman in the mirror had a very white complexion. But it was different from the whiteness of human beings, and it was also different from the bluish white of ordinary ghosts. Her complexion was pale, as if she had never seen the sun, so pale that it was almost transparent. Raising her palm, Gu Xingyin could clearly see the light blue blood vessels on her slender wrist. But her eyebrows and eyes were very dark. Her eyebrows were as black as ink, and her eyes were pitch black. The contrast between black and white actually produced a kind of extreme beauty. The shape of her lips was very beautiful, undyed, and vermilion, which were the only three red parts of her body. Red lips, red nail polish, and red clothes. He had ink-colored hair, ink-colored eyebrows, and ink-colored eyes. White skin. When the three contrasting colors were on the same person, it produced a very shocking effect. At this moment, she was sitting on the bed lazily, with a messy silky red brocade quilt under her, and her long black hair casually draped behind her. His entire person was like a colorful splash ink painting. Beautiful. This was the only way Gu Xingyin could describe Ghost King Lanling. If she was in the human world, she would be an enchantress who could bring calamity to the world. However, in the world of Yin and Yang, she was the Ghost King Lanling, who was feared by countless ghosts. The Yin-Yang realm was a general term for the world where ghosts lived. With a flick of his finger, the mirror disappeared. Gu Xingyin got up and stepped on her embroidered shoes. The layers of red gauze curtains in front of her automatically parted, as if to guide her. System, draw skills. Alright, host. The system flashed with a white light. Gu Xingyin glanced at it. Getting close to nature. Fortunately, it wasn't too bad. There was no need for a ghost to get close to nature. However, it was still much better than using light magic. Gu Xingyin suddenly thought of something. System, do you know who the Phantom Lord Lanling was? The plot only mentioned that she saw her past life through the three-world mirror after being conferred the title of Principal God, but it didn't specifically mention it. The system replied, Host, you have to work hard on this yourself. The system can't help or inquire about anything that isn't mentioned in the plot. Gu Xingyin sneered, Alright, I understand. A soft voice came from outside the hall, Lord Lanling, do you need me to serve you? Chapter 1149. Gu Xingyin said slowly, Come in. Two female ghosts in white walked in. They were female ghosts because they appeared here, so they could only be female ghosts. As the two figures approached, Gu Xingyin saw their faces. She could not help but exclaim in her heart, even ghosts are so beautiful now. The woman in white on the left had her hair tied up loosely with a silver ribbon. She had a faint smile on her face and was extremely beautiful. The one on the right wore a pink dress and looked younger. Her face was bright and beautiful. She was naturally charming. The two female ghosts were the personal servants of Ghost King Lanling. The beautiful one was called Wei Wei and the bright one was called Ah Jin. Both of them were holding spices and warm water in their hands. They must have been waiting outside for a long time. Gu Xingyin sat down lazily and allowed Wei Wei to wipe his face with a soft towel that was soaked in water. Ah Jin used a sandalwood comb to gently comb her long, black hair. Gu Xingyin squinted her eyes and sighed, these days are indeed comfortable. Lord Lanling, I heard that a group of wild Taoists came to our Lanling's territory recently. Many lonely souls and ghosts have already come to complain to us. After cleaning Gu Xingyin's face, Wei Wei took a step back and said respectfully to Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin supported her head with one hand and replied faintly, Wei Wei lowered her head and said, I'm willing to share your burden and chase those daring Taoists out of Lanling. No need. Gu Xingyin said softly. Lord Lanling. Wei Wei raised her head and was surprised. Lord, are you not going to care about this matter? I'll go and meet these people personally. Gu Xingyin had nothing to do. She knew that Ghost King Lanling was quite powerful in this world, but she had not experienced it personally. She might as well try it out on those wild Taoists. Those Taoist priests probably weren't disciples of any righteous sections. Those with a bit of background would not be able to bypass him, the ruler in the dark. Hearing Gu Xingyin's words, he was slightly delighted. However, she immediately hesitated and said, It's just a few weak Taoists. There's no need to trouble Sir to deal with them personally. Gu Xingyin lowered her eyes and looked at her faintly. She lowered her head slightly and said, I have overstepped my bounds. What qualifications did she have to speculate about His Excellency's thoughts? In a wilderness in the Lanling region, 3 figures dressed in green robes were walking slowly with swords in their hands. Brother One, it is said that the evil spirits in the Orchid Land are ferocious. Many of our fellow Taoists do not dare to come here. In my opinion, it's just a so-so, a tall and thin Taoist priest said with a self-satisfied smile. The one called Brother One was slightly plump and had a mustache. There was a cunning look in his eyes. Hearing the tall and thin Taoist's words, he couldn't help but stroke his mustache and said with a smile, "That's why those righteous sects are just fishing for fame. They have so many disciples, but they don't even dare to enter the Lanling." "Is that so?" A faint female voice entered the ears of the 3 people. Unknowingly, a cold wind suddenly blew in this wilderness and a thick fog appeared from the ground. In just a moment, the surroundings were covered in a gray fog. The 3 people were close together and could barely see each other's figures. The sky darkened visibly. Just a moment ago, the sun was shining brightly in the sky. Now, there were gusts of cold wind, causing them to shiver uncontrollably. Chapter 1150. This is. The expression of the tall and skinny man, who had a smug look on his face earlier, changed instantly. If they still could not tell that this was done on purpose, the 3 of them would have wasted their years of cultivation. The man who had been silent all this while had a pale complexion and a green headscarf on his head. He took out a copper bagua mirror with a flip of his hand. He tossed the bagua mirror above his head. The bagua mirror immediately flashed with a golden light, illuminating the situation within a 2-meter radius. Clearly, this was a good magic tool. Seeing the situation around him, the slightly plump Taoist felt much more at ease. He also regained his previous eloquence. Brother Zhang's 8 trigrams mirror is indeed a top-notch magic tool. With Brother Zhang here, why should we be afraid of those ghosts? Before he could finish, the surrounding Yin wind suddenly blew even more violently. There were even traces of crying and wailing in the wind. Under such circumstances, it was even more horrifying. The 8 trigrams treasure mirror in the air seemed to be unable to withstand the unknown power and began to sway. Not good. The middle-aged scholar's complexion changed, and he quickly took out several talismans from his bosom, bit his middle finger, and muttered an incantation. Bursts of golden light rushed towards the 8 trigrams mirror as he chanted, trying to stabilize it. However, it was useless. In the growing Yin wind, the bagua mirror was like a small boat in the middle of the ocean. It was in danger of capsizing at any time. The middle-aged man's already pale face became even paler. There was no trace of blood. "The 2 of you, lend me a hand," he shouted in a low voice. The 2 beside him seemed to have felt the power of their opponent. When the 3 of them came to Orchid Mountain, they had heard from some of their fellow Taoists that this area had an owner. The ghosts here were not evil. They were warned to be careful and avoid this place. However, the 3 of them were confident in their abilities. They had subdued a few ghosts with average strength in the few days they had been in Orchid Mountain. They became arrogant and thought that those people were just exaggerating. However, after encountering the situation in front of them, the 3 of them realized that they were just being arrogant. There seemed to be a woman's eerie voice coming from the chilly wind. "The 3 of you, why did you come to my cave? Did you see me, living alone for so many years and feel lonely?" At the same time, the 8 trigrams mirror in the air seemed to be unable to bear the burden. After shaking a few times, it finally let out a clear shattering sound and fell to the ground. The magic tool was connected to its owner's mind. The middle-aged scholar spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. It was obvious that his injuries were not light. Without the 8 trigrams mirror, the surroundings returned to darkness. Only now did the 3 of them truly realize the lingering fear. They had already lost a powerful magic tool and injured a person, but they didn't even know what the other party was. The tall and thin Taoist priest suddenly became agitated. He pulled out his sword and suddenly slashed towards the thick fog. He cursed, "Where did this monster come from?" Pretending to be mysterious. "If you have the ability, let's do it face to face." Pa! Suddenly, a branch of a tree leaf appeared out of nowhere and slapped him hard on the face. In an instant, half of the Taoist priest's face swelled up. He swung his sword in that direction and found that it was just an ordinary tree branch. The tall and thin Taoist priest didn't dare to speak anymore. Chapter 1151. Not far from the three of them, a woman in red was sitting quietly on a high branch of a big tree that was very luxuriant. She was looking at them with interest. Her red dress was bright red and there were no other colors on it. Her long, ink-like hair casually fell down. A silver mask gently covered her face. Only her red lips could be seen curling up as if she was in a good mood. What was strange was that not far away, where the three of them were, the sky was dark and gloomy and the wind was howling. However, where the woman was, the sun was shining brightly. Sporadic sunlight shone on her face through the dense branches and leaves, but there was no shadow on the ground. Interesting. Gu Xingyin's red lips parted slightly as she said these two words. The strength of Ghost King Lan Ling was beyond her imagination. She was not afraid of sunlight and could affect the climate. This was no longer the strength of a ghost. It was close to the strength of a ghost god. It was no wonder that the divine court would send an edict. Her strength was not inferior to the righteous gods of the divine court. The feeling of the warm sunlight shining on her body was not bad. Of course, it was not very good either. After all, as a ghost, she preferred a cold and gloomy environment. Although the sunlight did not pose any danger to her, it made her instinctively dislike it. Gu Xingyin was in a good mood as she watched the three Taoist priests explore the enchantment that she had casually set up like a maze. At this time, there should be a pot of wine, she said casually. The next moment, a pot of wine appeared in front of her. Gu Xingyin paused. She did not take the pot of wine. Instead, she looked at the hand holding the pot. It was a hand with an almost perfect shape. The joints were slender and the skin was fair. However, it was not as delicate as a woman's. It was a man's hand. It could silently come to Gu Xingyin's side without her noticing. Perhaps it should be said that it was a very powerful man's hand. The next moment, a scorching breath fell on her ear. What's wrong? The great ghost king Lan Ling doesn't even dare to accept a jug of wine. The sound was very pleasant to the ears. If Gu Xingyin had to describe it, it would probably be the sound of icy spring water splashing and jade colliding. According to the legends, when the phoenix spread its wings and let out a cry, it had the ability to make all living things come back to life. Tens of thousands of flowers bloomed together, just like heavenly music. Although the sound before his eyes wasn't as earth-shattering, it wasn't far off in terms of how pleasant it was. Gu Xingyin's expression did not change. She turned her head and looked up along the hand. The same red robe, the same long black hair. Looking up, it was a handsome face that could make all living things go crazy. As a man, the appearance of the man in front of her was enough to make all the women in the world feel ashamed. Of course, this did not include Gu Xingyin. She was a ghost. Seeing Gu Xingyin's cold eyes looking at him, the red-robed man smiled. Between his eyebrows, there was a soul-stirring beauty. Your Highness of the Phoenix clan has lowered yourself to come here. This tree is indeed blessed. Gu Xingyin said lightly. She wasn't wrong. The tree she was standing on was originally just an ordinary tree. But first, she, the ghost king Lan Ling, who was about to ascend to the position of a god, came here. Then, the symbol of the divine clan, the auspicious phoenix, stopped by. This was considered a great fortune. Not long after, this tree would become sentient and become a spiritual object. When the man heard her words, he seemed a little surprised. He did not expect that the first thing the ghost king Lan Ling said when she saw him was about this unremarkable tree. Chapter 1152. She was truly an extraordinary woman. The man gently lifted the lid of the wine pot, and a rich wine aroma wafted out. Gu Xingyin's eyes lit up, the snow in a cup from the ninth heaven. Lan Ling Ghost King was addicted to wine, and she knew almost all of the famous wines in the world. The man chuckled, that's right. Gu Xingyin stretched out her hand, ready to take the pot of wine. Snow in a cup was a rare item, and it was not often seen. Unfortunately, before her hand could touch the pot of wine, the man's palm shook, and the pot of wine disappeared without a trace. Gu Xingyin's face turned cold. You tricked me. A chilly aura was emitted from her body, and the surrounding ground was even covered with a layer of frost. Lan Ling Ghost King's dignity could not be offended, even if the other party was a phoenix born from the divine clan. The most miserable ones were the 3 Taoist priests in the array. They had been trapped in the black fog, and were often attacked by unknown creatures, so their minds and bodies were already exhausted to the extreme. Now that the temperature suddenly dropped, the 3 of them could not help but shiver. At this moment, the 3 of them were not as high-spirited as they were when they first arrived. It was too late for regrets in their hearts. If they had known, they would have listened to the words of their fellow Taoists. Lan Ling was not a place they could come to. Now, the only thing the 3 of them hoped for was that the ghosts in Lan Ling were really as rumored, and did not harm people's lives, but only wanted to punish them. Looking at Gu Xingyin's cold eyes, the man still smiled naturally. No, I originally wanted to give this pot of wine to Lan Ling, but now I suddenly changed my mind. As he spoke, his body suddenly moved closer to Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin's heart trembled, and wanted to retreat, but she realized that the man had unknowingly set up a barrier around her. She could not break free for a moment. The man's fingers were already caressing her cheeks. The broken silver mask was like snowflakes, falling from Gu Xingyin's face, and her complete face was revealed to the man. Gu Xingyin clearly saw a trace of surprise in his eyes. The man looked at her with blurred eyes. It's really gorgeous. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically, and he retreated in a flash. But he was still a step too late. When he raised his head again, there was a deep wound on his handsome face, so deep that his bones could be seen. Golden blood dripped from the wound and turned into a cluster of golden sparks as soon as it left his body, turning into ashes as it fell to the ground. He reached out and wiped his face, and the wound instantly healed. What a ruthless ghost king Lan Ling, the man looked at Gu Xingyin with a smile. Gu Xingyin lowered her eyes and looked at her bright red nails. What I want to cut is your throat. The man chuckled mysteriously. His expression suddenly changed as he tilted his head to listen for something. Suddenly, he raised his hand and tossed something to Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin took a closer look, and saw that it was the wine in the pot of wine. I originally wanted to get drunk with Lan Ling, but unfortunately, I have something to do. I will come again. His figure suddenly became illusory, and he turned into a red stream of light and disappeared. A red feather with a transparent flame fell from the sky and landed on Gu Xingyin's shoulder. Gu Xingyin reached out and took the feather. The flame on it was not hot, and was even very gentle. At the base of the feather, there was a small golden word, Ling. Chapter 1153. It seemed that this was the name of the flamboyant phoenix. Gu Xingyin raised her hand to destroy the feather, but after thinking that the feather of a phoenix was a rare treasure, she kept it in her sleeve. However, she did not know that she had dug a hole for herself. When she realized it in the future, it would be too late. At this moment, the system's voice sounded, filled with confusion, "Host, I don't understand." Gu Xingyin raised her eyebrows. The system said honestly, "Why did the host try to kill that phoenix?" Gu Xingyin paused. "You know who he is?" The system replied, "Yes, host." Strictly speaking, the system and the host's souls are linked, so it can sense some things. For example, that phoenix is the host's lover. Gu Xingyin looked at the system curiously. The soul contract sounded a little novel to him. She knew what it meant. Linking souls meant that if an accident happened to one party, the other party would sense it and bear the damage together. She had signed a contract with the system since she was born, but this was the first time she knew that the two of them were linked souls. However, does the system have a soul too? The system. It seemed that it had accidentally exposed something terrible. It said calmly, "The host's authority is insufficient, the system cannot tell you." Gu Xingyin, this system would use this trick every time it did not want to answer. After encountering this phoenix, Gu Xingyin did not have the mood to torment the 3 Taoist priests. She waved her hand, and the 3 Taoist priests felt a gust of demonic wind. When they came back to their senses, they realized that they had arrived at the peak of an extremely tall mountain. They could not even see the way down the mountain. Could it be that the person behind this wanted to kill the 3 of them in this deserted place? The 3 of them were shocked by their own imagination. Suddenly, a ghostly female voice came from midair. It wanted the 3 of them to not eat or drink, and recite sutras to expiate the souls of all the ghosts in the Lanling area for a whole year to atone for their sins. If they were unwilling, they could choose to jump down from here. Gu Xingyin mercifully gave the 3 of them 2 options. In the end, the 3 Taoist priests chose to release the souls of the dead with bitter expressions on their faces. Gu Xingyin turned into a gust of cold wind and returned to her palace. Next, he just had to wait for the supporting female lead to sneak out from the mountain gate to find him. Gu Xingyin was quite interested in the naive Jiang Ling. Lord Lan Ling, a voice called out from outside the hall. It was Jin's voice. Jin entered the main hall respectfully and knelt down the moment he saw Gu Xingyin. "Lord Lan Ling, I beg you to save Wei Wei." "What happened?" Gu Xingyin frowned. Jin's face paled. She clenched her teeth and told him everything. It turned out that Gu Xingyin had said a few days ago that she was going to deal with the 3 Taoist priests personally. She had asked Wei Wei and Jin, who had always been serving her, to go out and play by themselves. Jin had a lively personality. She dragged Wei Wei to make a white porcelain doll for each of them and went out to play in the human world. Little did she know that this trip would cause Wei Wei to fall into danger. It turned out that it was August's Lantern Festival in the human world. Wei Wei was considered a stunning beauty in the human world. During the Lantern Festival, she fell in love with a scholar in the human world. Since ancient times, love between a human and a ghost rarely had a good ending. Moreover, most of the unfaithful were scholars. Wei Wei fell in love with him and could not get out. Chapter 1154. Wei Wei had been careful not to let the scholar know that she was not human. But there were masters in the human world. When the scholar went out to buy something, he was stopped by a wandering Taoist, who told him that his face was dark and that he might be haunted by ghosts. The scholar did not believe these things, but the Taoist's words made sense and he was swayed. He tried the method that the Taoist taught him and it was incredible. The scholar almost fainted on the spot. However, he managed to hold himself back. Without even asking, he rushed out of the door and found the Taoist, asking him to help him deal with the female ghost in the house. He did not mention anything about the love between him and Wei Wei these days. He only said that the female ghost must be here to take his life. When the Taoist heard that it was a ghost that wanted to kill people, he would not let her go. He immediately followed the scholar home. Poor Wei Wei, who had prepared a table of food and was waiting for her lover to come home, did not expect that she would be greeted with a bastard. The Taoist was also capable. Wei Wei had been with Ghost King Lanling for many years. Although her skills were not superb, she was much more powerful than the average ghost. But she was still no match for the Taoist. Of course, Wei Wei was not happy to be betrayed by the lover she cared about. She looked at the scholar with all her might. "Why? I've been treating you well with all my heart. Was the sincerity we've been showing during this time all fake?" She had shown her ghost true form. She was dressed in white and her face was pale. She still looked the same as usual. But the scholar only felt that she was eerie and did not dare to look at her. The scholar hid behind the Taoist, as if the Taoist's existence gave him strength. He said to Wei Wei, "Since ancient times, ghosts have always been different. Moreover, who knows why you got close to me? Who knows if your so-called sincerity all these days was just a show to numb me?" Although Wei Wei was a ghost, she died at a young age. After becoming a female ghost, she had been serving Ghost King Lanling in the yin-yang world. How could she have seen the evil in people's hearts? She actually didn't know how to refute such ugly and shameless words. He could only glare angrily at the scholar with his eyes wide open. She looked really scary. When the Taoist saw her, he thought that Wei Wei was really an evil ghost that wanted to kill people. Wei Wei was not a match for the Taoist. She desperately sent a message for help to Ah Jin, who was like a sister to her, before she was taken into the Taoist's instrument. Ah Jin thought that she was not a match for the Taoist, which was why she dared to ask Gu Xingyin for help. Although the two sisters had persuaded Lanling for many years, to be honest, they were not close to Ghost King Lanling. This was because Lanling had a cold personality to begin with, and because she was powerful, normal ghosts could not even withstand the pressure from her body, let alone get close to her. The ghosts of Lanling had always been respectful and avoided being close to her. Naturally, Gu Xingyin couldn't just stand by and do nothing. As she instructed Ah Jin to lead the way, she instructed the system to check on Wei Wei's whereabouts. Fortunately, the system's result. The Taoist was not a bloodthirsty person. Although Wei Wei showed signs of turning into a demon, she did not have any negative karma. In other words, this female ghost had not killed anyone. He rejected the scholar's suggestion of burning the female ghost. Instead, he locked her in the Taoist's instrument and chanted the mind-cleansing mantra every day, hoping that she would repent in time. 6 chapters in the morning. Gao Lengji could not take it anymore and wanted to sleep. Sleepy, there are 2 chapters left. I'll make up for it tomorrow. Also, I want to ask for monthly votes. I made a wish last week that exceeded 10,000 votes. It has already been fulfilled. In the last week of the month, I still need more than 300 votes to enter the top 5 in the monthly votes category. If you have votes, don't keep them. Vote for Gigi. She is so hungry. Chapter 1155. Even Gu Xingyin was speechless when she saw the Taoist priest's actions. This Taoist priest had a point, right? He sealed Wei Wei without knowing the situation, so he could not tell right from wrong. However, after he captured Wei Wei, he did not kill her. He did not even take any drastic measures because she did not have any blood energy. He even chanted the Clear Mind spell to get rid of her inner demons. Gu Xingyin was curious. What kind of Taoist priest could do this? The 2 ghosts moved quickly. Even from afar, Gu Xingyin could sense a righteous Taoist aura. The aura was long and condensed. It was obvious that the other party's cultivation had reached a certain level. It was no wonder that Wei Wei was no match for him. Gu Xingyin raised her hand and a boundary covered the entire courtyard. Who is this Taoist priest? How dare you behave so atrociously in the hell of Lanling? The Taoist priest who had been sitting in the scholar's room opened his eyes in surprise. He did not sense anyone's arrival. It was obvious that this person was more powerful than him. At least, this person's concealment ability was better than his. Gu Xingyin's telegnosis ability passed through the window and landed on the Taoist priest. He was surprisingly young. This Taoist priest looked to be in his 20s. He was wearing a simple green Taoist robe. His hair was fixed with a bamboo hairpin. His face was gentle and delicate. He looked amiable. The Taoist priest pushed open the door and saw Gu Xingyin and Jin standing in the courtyard. He sized up Gu Xingyin and bowed. Are you the Ghost King Lanling? Gu Xingyin snorted. Taoist priest, you know me too. The Taoist priest smiled. Who doesn't know the name of the Ghost King Lanling? Gu Xingyin sneered. Alright, don't flatter me. I'm just here to see what kind of Taoist priest dares to touch my people. The Taoist priest knew something was wrong when he heard Gu Xingyin's tone. He cupped his fists at Gu Xingyin and said, Your subordinate's girl is too vicious. I have no other choice. Too vicious. Gu Xingyin repeated these words and suddenly stretched out her hand. A small gourd from the Taoist priest's waist appeared in Gu Xingyin's hand. The Taoist priest's expression changed. This was his magic tool, but it was powerless against the Ghost King. The strength of this Ghost King was probably even greater than what most people thought. Gu Xingyin's hands shook slightly, and a wisp of green smoke spread out from the gourd, gradually turning into the figure of a woman. It was Wei Wei. At this moment, Wei Wei's eyes were still a little wild. Seeing that she was free, she wanted to pounce out. Wei Wei. The deep and cold voice was like a heavy hammer that slammed into Wei Wei's ears, waking her up from her muddled thoughts. Wei Wei looked at Gu Xingyin next to her, and her face turned pale. She walked in front of her and knelt down. "Greetings, Lord." Gu Xingyin looked at her calmly, but she did not ask her to get up. Instead, she turned to the Taoist priest. "Does my servant have any sins?" The Taoist priest lowered his eyes. "No." "Does my servant have any evil intentions towards you?" The Taoist priest shook his head. "No." "Did my servant cause any harm to that scholar?" The Taoist priest understood what she meant. He shook his head with a bitter smile. "No." Before Gu Xingyin could ask the fourth question, the Taoist priest had already bowed to Gu Xingyin. "I did not think it through. Please forgive me, Ghost King Lanling." Chapter 1156. After he finished speaking, he bowed to Wei Wei, who was still kneeling on the ground. "I did not carefully verify the truth of the matter and acted rashly. Please forgive me." Wei Wei continued to kneel on the ground and ignored him. Gu Xingyin glanced at Wei Wei and said in a low voice, "Get up." Wei Wei then obeyed and got up. Her face was pale and it was obvious that her spiritual body had been injured. Gu Xingyin scanned with her spiritual sense and made a grabbing motion in a certain direction. A strong gust of wind brought the guilty scholar who was peeping from another room to the courtyard. Ouch! Gu Xingyin was not in the mood to be gentle with the scholar. He directly threw him to the ground, causing the scholar to fall hard on the ground. The scholar cried out on the ground and saw that no one was paying attention to him. He raised his head carefully in Gu Xingyin's direction. He saw Gu Xingyin's cold silver mask and eyes. Ghost! He got up from the ground and ran behind the Taoist priest. Taoist priest, this ghost must have been summoned by the evil ghost from before. You have to help me. He did not dare to raise his head and only tugged at the Taoist priest's robe. Wei Wei lowered her head and did not look at the man who had been so affectionate with her the day before. Gu Xingyin did not allow her to do so. Wei Wei, raise your head. Wei Wei's body shook when she heard this. She raised her head and looked at Gu Xingyin in confusion. Gu Xingyin's face was expressionless. Don't look at me. Look at that man. She looked calmly at the trembling man who was hiding behind the Taoist priest in green. Her eyes were full of disdain. Take a good look. Is this the man you fell in love with? He is wretched, irresponsible, and has a heart of stone. Each sentence was heavier than the last. It was like thunder in Wei Wei's ears and destroyed the last bit of hesitation and hope in her heart. Yes, what was she looking forward to in her heart? Could it be that by not looking and not thinking, she could pretend that everything that had happened did not exist? This man was really a scumbag. Wei Wei's expression hardened as she stared coldly at him. The man turned his head and met Wei Wei's gaze. His eyes flickered and he turned his head away, not daring to face Wei Wei. The last glimmer of hope in Wei Wei's heart was extinguished. Su Yan, I will only ask you one question. Answer me honestly. Wei Wei looked at the scholar without blinking. The scholar hid behind the Taoist priest and replied in a low, muffled voice, ask away. She looked at his face and saw that he did not even dare to look at her. She smiled sadly and said, during this period of time, are your feelings for me sincere? Gu Xingyin lowered his eyes. Only a girl like Wei Wei, who had never experienced love before, would ask such a question at a time like this. Su Yan was obviously an extremely selfish person who cherished his own life. The most important thing for such a person would always be himself. Sure enough, the man did not speak for a long time. In the end, he only said, Wei Wei, why did you lie to me? Lie to him? Wei Wei smiled bitterly. It turned out that her feelings for him during this period of time were just a scam in his eyes. She heard something break in her heart. She turned her head, not wanting to look at the man anymore. Gu Xingyin said coldly, "You bullied my people. I will not let it go so easily." She looked at Wei Wei. "You make your own decision. These two people," she pointed at the scholar and the Taoist priest in green. "How should we deal with them?" Obviously, she was not going to let them go. Wei Wei was stunned. She had not thought about this. Chapter 1157. She hesitated for a moment and looked at Gu Xingyin pleadingly. Seeing her like this, Gu Xingyin sighed in her heart. What should she do with such a soft personality? Never mind, Lan Ling Ghost Lord would never allow herself to be taken advantage of and Wei Wei would not. Let her be the bad guy. She pointed her finger and the scholar hiding behind the Taoist priest in green was brought in front of Gu Xingyin by invisible shackles. The scholar trembled all over and did not dare to look up at Gu Xingyin. He did not know why, but the female ghost in red did not look scary, but he did not dare to look at her face. He felt that she had an aura that he could not resist. Save me, Taoist priest. He could only plead to the Taoist priest in green behind him. The Taoist priest in green did not have the heart to look at him, but when Gu Xingyin looked at him, he realized that he could not move his body at all. Gu Xingyin looked at him with a half-smile and said, "You can't even protect yourself. Don't get involved in other people's business, little Taoist priest." She slowly said, "Wait until I've dealt with this useless human, then I'll deal with you." The Taoist priest in green smiled bitterly. It seemed that things would not end well today. The scholar's face turned pale. Even the powerful Taoist priest could not do anything to this female ghost in red. Was he going to die today? His thoughts turned and he finally thought of Wei Wei, who was standing silently beside Gu Xingyin. He raised his head and looked at Wei Wei affectionately. Wei Wei, Wei Wei. I didn't do it on purpose. I really like you. It's just that. I was blinded when I heard that you weren't human. Can you give me a chance? Gu Xingyin did not move and allowed this human to confess to Wei Wei affectionately. From her point of view as a bystander, this human's acting was very bad. He was just using Wei Wei as his last hope. However, a bystander would see things clearly. Usually, the person in charge would not be able to tell. Gu Xingyin wanted to see Wei Wei's reaction. As expected, Wei Wei's expression changed several times when she heard his words. She turned to look at Gu Xingyin. Lord Lan Ling, Gu Xingyin's expression was calm as she lightly said, "I'll leave the choice in your hands. If you want to release him, I won't make things difficult for him." When the scholar Su Yan heard this, his heart was filled with hope. He looked at Wei Wei with even more sincerity. "Wei Wei, I know that I was wrong. When this matter is over, let's start anew and get back together, okay?" She lowered her eyes and looked at the man on the ground. It was this man, with such a deep gaze, that made her fall in love with him without any resistance. But it was also this man who looked at her coldly with a pair of eyes that were like the sea and called her a ghost that harmed people. She suddenly chuckled. Wei Wei was very pretty to begin with. When she smiled, it was as if the cold moon had broken through the dark clouds and shone on the earth. Not to mention the scholar, even the Taoist priest in green who was not far away was stunned for a moment. When the scholar saw her smile, he was delighted. He thought that she still had feelings for him. However, the next moment, he heard the woman in front of him say, "Start anew? Get back together?" "No, Su Yan, this kind of thing disgusts me." Chapter 1158. Not only was the scholar stunned, even Gu Xingyin looked at Wei Wei in surprise. She did not expect that Wei Wei, who had always been elegant and indifferent, would say such words. After Wei Wei finished speaking, she did not want to look at the scholar anymore. She turned to look at Gu Xingyin. She said, "Lord Lan Ling, Wei Wei has a request." Gu Xingyin was very satisfied with her reaction just now. Her tone could not help but become much gentler. "Go ahead." Wei Wei lowered her head. I don't want to see that human again. Gu Xingyin chuckled. Okay, I know what you mean. When the Taoist priest in green heard this, his expression changed. When he heard Wei Wei say that she did not want to see that scholar, he subconsciously thought that she was going to kill him. He wanted to stop her. This was not because of compassion, but because the ghosts he saw today, whether it was Ghost Lord Lan Ling or the two female ghosts under her command, were all ghosts with temperament. They were not evil people. There was no need for them to bear the sin of killing because of Su Yan. Ghosts were different from humans. They also needed to cultivate and go through the thunder tribulation. If ghosts were stained with human lives and sins, there were very few who could survive the thunder tribulation. But before he could say anything, Gu Xingyin had already made her move. She drew a line in the air with her hands. A blood-red mysterious rune flew towards Su Yan. It quickly disappeared into his body and disappeared without a trace. Su Yan looked at Gu Xingyin in horror. He did not know what she had done to him. Gu Xingyin seemed to be in a good mood after doing this. The corners of her red lips could not help but curl up. Her ink-black eyes met with Su Yan's frightened eyes, and she actually laughed softly. I am in a good mood today. I will tell you what I did just now. I placed a curse on your body. Don't worry, it won't be a threat to your life. I just need you to do some small things. You have to remember what I'm going to say next. Every day, you have to donate all of your wealth to the poor people around you. You only need to keep enough money for 2 meals of plain steamed buns. You are not allowed to drink alcohol, gamble, flirt, or fight with dogs. You have to study hard every day. You are not allowed to teach students without remuneration. You are not allowed to enter the bureaucracy. You are not allowed to live in a luxurious mansion. You are not allowed to be rich. Gu Xingyin enunciated each and every word, ignoring the scholar's widening eyes, and said the last thing she wanted to say. After 3 days, you are not allowed to enter the Lanling district. If you can't do what I've said, you can experience the consequences yourself. Her sinister voice made the scholar shudder. He didn't want to know the consequences of her words. However, if what she said was true, then he might as well die for all he cared. The scholar stood up shakily and wanted to say something. Gu Xingyin looked at him with disdain. All right, I've said what I wanted to say. You can scram now. You don't have to be an eyesore here. She waved her long sleeves and the scholar disappeared without a trace. Once again, Gu Xingyin met the Taoist priest's complicated eyes. She smiled and said, Don't worry, I've cast a protective spell on his body. It will ensure that he will live a long life without any illness or pain. The Taoist priest in green, given the scholar's situation, it would be better for him to die. However, this female ghost did not even give him the chance to die. He secretly made a decision. No matter who he provoked in the future, he would never provoke the Lanling Ghost King. Chapter 1159. Now, it's your turn. Gu Xingyin looked at the scholar lazily, as if she was thinking about what to do. The Taoist priest in green stood there calmly. He could neither fight nor run, so he could only stand there and wait for the trial. Gu Xingyin turned to look at Wei Wei, who had been silent the whole time. Tell me, how should we deal with this stupid Taoist priest who hurt you? Wei Wei looked up at the Taoist priest in green, lowered her head and said softly, Lord Lan Ling, this Taoist priest did not hurt me. He was just deceived by a scoundrel. She meant that she was letting him go. Gu Xingyin glanced at the Taoist priest in green, and suddenly said, Since Wei Wei is pleading for mercy, I will not say anything. Wei Wei was imprisoned in the magic weapon by you, and her origin was hurt. Little Taoist priest, I heard that you Taoists have a way to calm the mind, so I will leave Wei Wei to you. You must help her recover her lost strength. After she finished speaking, she turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the sky. Only a faint voice was left in their ears. I will come and see the results after a while. Wei Wei and the Taoist priest in green stood awkwardly in the courtyard. Wei Wei was a little embarrassed. Lord Lan Ling was just saying. She would not have the time to investigate. I will find a place to rest for a while. No. The Taoist priest in green smiled gently and looked at Wei Wei's beautiful face. Lord Lan Ling is right. I hurt you by accident, so I should be responsible for your recovery. Gu Xingyin brought Jin back to the yin-yang world. After Jin left, Gu Xingyin went into seclusion. She had to improve her strength quickly. Otherwise, in the original plot, the 69 heavenly tribulations would take away half of her life. When Gu Xingyin woke up from seclusion again, she did not wake up naturally. Someone had violated the restrictions she had set outside the hall. Gu Xingyin opened her eyes, and the system in her mind told her that Jiang Ling was here. Her spiritual sense instantly spread out and landed on the little girl holding the sword outside. Jiang Ling was 16 years old. Her face was pure and beautiful, and her light blue dress made her look like a lotus flower that had just emerged from the water. A girl of this age, even if she didn't put on any makeup, would still have the aura and beauty of a rising sun. As expected of the name Ling Sensing it with rapt attention, Jiang Ling's current strength was roughly at Jin's level. Gu Xingyin could only say that she was able to break through the layers of obstacles in the yin-yang world and come to his palace without anyone noticing. Coincidence was indeed powerful. He. At this moment, Jiang Ling was cautiously walking outside the hall. This time, she secretly took the concealment magic tool from her sect and came alone to find the legendary ghost king Lan Ling. The fearless little girl actually showed a rare trace of hesitation when she saw the majestic hall in front of her. Jiang Linger, don't be afraid. You are the heroine who wants to capture Lan Ling Ghost King alive. She comforted herself and walked step by step to the door of the hall. Just as Jiang Ling was about to push open the door, the tightly shut door suddenly rumbled and slowly opened inwards. Jiang Ling jumped in fright. She placed her sword in front of her chest and said loudly, Ghost King Lan Ling, are you here? A red figure slowly appeared in her field of vision. Chapter 1160. Jiang Ling couldn't help but open her eyes wide, as if she was stunned by the person who slowly appeared from the darkness. Even the sword in her hand was unconsciously put down. What a beautiful person. She sighed in her heart and immediately woke up. No, this was the yin-yang world, the lair of Ghost King Lan Ling. How could there be someone here? The person in front of her was definitely a female ghost. But, Jiang Ling couldn't help but secretly look at Gu Xingyin. This female ghost was really beautiful. Gu Xingyin looked at Jiang Ling The other party's eyes were very clear, and the gaze she looked at her with undisguised shock and admiration. No one would feel disgusted by this gaze, including Gu Xingyin. She smiled and said, Where did this human girl come from? This is not a place you should come to. Jiang Ling tried to straighten her expression and make her expression become serious. I'm here to find someone. No, I'm here to find a ghost. She said with a straight face. Gu Xingyin held back her laughter. Why didn't the original plot mention that Jiang Ling was such a cute girl? She followed Jiang Ling's words and asked, Who are you looking for? Jiang Ling looked at her with some vigilance. Why are you asking so much? Gu Xingyin said with a smile, I've lived here for many, many years. The ghost you're looking for, I definitely know. Jiang Ling still didn't say anything. She was a person with principles. How could she tell this female ghost her purpose just because she was beautiful? Gu Xingyin saw her like this and really wanted to pinch her little face. She said, Actually, even if you don't say it, I know who you're looking for. Jiang Ling didn't fall for it. Then tell me, who am I looking for? Gu Xingyin replied quickly, You're looking for the famous ghost king Lan Ling, right? Jiang Ling's eyes widened. How do you know? Gu Xingyin finally couldn't help but laugh. There's nothing in this world that I don't know. Jiang Linger felt that the person in front of her was very mysterious. She couldn't help but ask, Since you know who I'm looking for, can you take me to him? Gu Xingyin purposely said, why would I bring you to Ghost King Lan Ling? Furthermore, how do you know if the Lan Ling Ghost King I brought you to is the real Lan Ling Ghost King? She was deliberately making things difficult for Jiang Ling. Who would have thought that Ling would actually think about it carefully before nodding and saying, you're right. My master told me that if I ask for help, I have to prepare a gift. Although you're not human, I'm sure the logic is the same. She looked around and took out an exquisite jade buckle from her waist. This jade buckle is a present that my master personally found for my coming-of-age ceremony. It's a Dharma artifact that can nurture spiritual bodies. It should be very useful for a ghost like you. As she spoke, she raised her head and asked Gu Xingyin, I'll use this to exchange for information about Ghost King Lan Ling. How about that? She was very generous, Gu Xingyin thought in her heart. As for your second question, Jiang Ling frowned. Jiang Ling frowned and seemed a little troubled. Then, she looked at Gu Xingyin's face and suddenly became clear. You're so good-looking. You definitely won't lie to me. Gu Xingyin, what kind of logic was that if she was beautiful, she wouldn't lie? Gu Xingyin was stunned for a rare moment. However, she quickly regained her calm expression and didn't even notice Jiang Ling. Chapter 1161. Jiang Ling only saw a figure flash in front of her. The red-clothed female ghost, who was several feet away from her, suddenly appeared beside her. She didn't have the cold feeling of an ordinary ghost. Jiang Ling even smelled a faint fragrance from her body. She didn't know what kind of perfume it was, but it smelled very good. Jiang Ling was a little greedy. She took a deep breath and completely ignored the other party's unusual speed. How could an ordinary ghost have that kind of speed? You really think I'm pretty? Gu Xingyin bent down to Jiang Ling. She was taller than the other party. When she bent down slightly, she was face to face with Jiang Ling. Their faces were only an inch apart. Facing Gu Xingyin's cold and charming face at such a close distance, Jiang Ling's face blushed. She completely forgot that the other party was a ghost she hated. Her mind was full of paste and she only felt that something was beating fast in her heart. After a while, she stepped back a few steps as if she had stepped on something. When she felt that the distance between her and the other party was normal, she looked at Gu Xingyin with a red face. You ghosts are all like this, like this. She wanted to find a suitable adjective, but she suddenly found that she was at a loss for words. After a long time, Jiang Ling finally squeezed out a complete sentence. Are you so passionate? Gu Xingyin looked at her and raised the corner of her mouth. No, I'm only passionate about good-looking girls. Jiang Ling's face, which had just cooled down, turned red again because of her words. Obviously, the other party was a female ghost. Why was she blushing? Gu Xingyin looked at the other party's red face and thought that it should be nice to touch, but... She looked at Jiang Ling regretfully. Forget it. She would probably be scared if she touched her. Jiang Ling took a few deep breaths and asked seriously, do you really know where Ghost King Lan Ling is? Gu Xingyin nodded. Jiang Ling's eyes lit up. Then can you take me to find him? Gu Xingyin pretended to hesitate. It's not impossible. She looked at Jiang Ling's joyful eyes and asked, but why are you looking for Ghost King Lan Ling? Fortunately, Jiang Ling was not that stupid. She said, just take me there. Gu Xingyin said casually, then do you know where we are? Ling was just randomly found. How could he know? Gu Xingyin said, the hall in front of you is Ghost King Lan Ling's palace. Jiang Ling's expression turned solemn when she heard this. However, she quickly realized that something was amiss. Just now, the red-dressed female ghost seemed to have come from this hall. Jiang Ling looked at Gu Xingyin suspiciously. Gu Xingyin allowed her to size him up. The girl finally realized that something was wrong. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Jiang Ling looked at her with understanding. I was wondering how a beautiful female ghost like you could be an ordinary ghost. You came out of Ghost King Lan Ling's palace and said that you can find him. You are Ghost King Lan Ling's concubine, right? Gu Xingyin, your analysis seems to make sense. I have nothing to say. Jiang Linger continued, don't worry. I don't need you to take me there. You just need to tell me where Ghost King Lan Ling is. I will find him myself. I promise I won't tell you. Gu Xingyin said faintly, there's no need. She's right beside you. Chapter 1162. Hearing Gu Xingyin's words, Jiang Ling's first reaction was to look behind her. There was nothing behind her. Jiang Ling turned around and looked at Gu Xingyin suspiciously. You're lying to me. There's no Lan Ling Ghost King. As she spoke, her eyes suddenly widened. She stared at Gu Xingyin in disbelief. Gu Xingyin looked at her calmly. A possibility flashed through Jiang Ling's mind. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva. That Lan Ling Ghost King, is it a man or a woman? She looked at Gu Xingyin and asked. Gu Xingyin didn't answer. She only asked back, what do you think? Jiang Ling's body tensed up. In this mysterious place, there was a beautiful woman whose strength couldn't be determined. Also, she had only heard of the Lan Ling Ghost King. She heard her own voice saying dryly, legend has it that the Lan Ling Ghost King likes to wear red clothes and a sinister silver mask on his face. People can't see his face clearly. Her words came to a halt. This was because Gu Xingyin had taken out an extremely delicate silver mask at some point in time and gently covered his face with it. She looked at Jiang Ling with a smile in her eyes. Like this? A gust of wind came out of nowhere and blew her messy black hair. Against the silver mask, there was a murderous intent. Jiang Ling couldn't help but take 2 steps back. She used the sword in her hand to block in front of her. She felt that all this development was really out of her expectations. You're the Lan Ling Ghost King. Jiang Ling's voice was a little sharp because of her nervousness. Gu Xingyin felt that it was about time. She put away the smile on her face. In an instant, the aura that she deliberately restrained poured out and swept towards Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling couldn't help but take a few steps back. So strong. She looked at the woman in red in front of her in shock. She still looked the same. But at this time, Jiang Ling could no longer connect her with the beautiful woman she saw before. So strong, Jiang Ling had never felt such a strong aura even from her master. This feeling was like a harmless little beast raising its head and staring at an ancient ferocious beast whose eyes were closed and whose aura was like a mountain. The other party was like an insurmountable mountain. In front of the other party, she couldn't even summon the slightest thought of going against the other party. It's real. So, young lady, what brings you here to see me? Gu Xingyin's slow voice rang in Jiang Ling's ears. Jiang Ling was speechless. What was she going to say? He said that he came here to punish evil and uphold justice. He wanted to find Ghost King Lan Ling and have a duel with her. It would be best if he could defeat her and make a name for himself. How stupid was she to think that she could challenge the Lan Ling Phantom Lord, who ruled over tens of thousands of ghosts in the Lan Ling district. Some things, no matter how many times the elders said it, she wouldn't listen. Only when she experienced it herself could she understand the vastness of the world. She was really just a frog at the bottom of a well. Gu Xingyin looked at Jiang Ling's expression with interest. This silly girl. She must not know what she was thinking. It was all written on her face. Chapter 1163. Jiang Ling tried to come up with an excuse in her mind. Got it. Her eyes lit up and she started to speak more fluently. I heard that Lan Ling Ghost King is very powerful and can command thousands of ghosts. I respect you a lot, so I want to come and meet you. She looked at Gu Xingyin with sincerity, trying to make her believe that what she said was true. The corners of Gu Xingyin's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Her smile was very soft, but it was clearly heard by Jiang Ling's eyes uncontrollably fell on the silver mask covering her face. From this angle, only the beautiful outline of her face and the perfect shape of her red lips could be seen. Even so, it did not stop people from imagining what kind of stunning beauty was under this eyesore of a mask. Rumors have misled me. Jiang Ling thought bitterly. According to the rumors, Lan Ling Ghost King was a ferocious ghost who liked to wear red clothes and a ferocious mask on her face. This was because outsiders rarely saw this Ghost King, and this was the only information they knew about him. But this did not stop them from imagining. So, in their imaginations, the image of Lan Ling Ghost King must be ferocious. The character of Lan Ling Ghost King must be ferocious. The appearance of Lan Ling Ghost King must be ferocious. The gender of Lan Ling Ghost King must be male. Really? A soft voice interrupted Jiang Ling's thoughts. Jiang Ling could not help but raise her head and found that the other party had come to her side. Gu Xingyin gently lifted Jiang Ling's chin. Don't lie to me. You should know that my character is not very good. His words were clearly soft and did not have any deterrent force, but Ling shuddered. She tried to keep her face calm and showed a smile. How can it be? I've never lied. Really? Gu Xingyin bent down and pressed her face down on Jiang Ling. She was getting closer and closer, and they were about to touch. Jiang Ling could not move at all and closed her eyes. A strange thought suddenly popped up in her mind. This Ghost King Lan Ling, don't tell me he likes girls? Open your eyes and look at me. The voice was so close that she couldn't help but open her eyes. The other party was very close to her, but they didn't touch. Ling's mind was completely attracted by the other party's ink-black eyes. She had never seen such beautiful eyes before. The other party's eyes were like the purest and darkest night sky. They seemed to have the most fatal attraction, making people sink into them and unable to extricate themselves. Jiang Ling's face reddened visibly. But in the next moment, the other party's cold voice caused her body to tremble. Little Miss Ling, I'm sure you don't know that I have a secret technique called heart-searching. It was as if a basin of cold water was poured down from the top of his head. Ling's entire body stiffened. Probing the heart. Wouldn't that mean that the other party knew all of his thoughts? Then this Ghost King Lan Ling must have known the reason for his visit. Oh no, oh no. Xiao Ling closed her eyes in despair. This time, she would definitely not let him off. Why did you close your eyes? Jiang Ling opened her eyes and looked at Gu Xingyin, who had already let go of her, with surprise. She didn't kill him. Chapter 1164. Jiang Ling opened her eyes in a daze and looked at Gu Xingyin with a puzzled expression. You want to know why this king let you go? Gu Xingyin asked. Jiang Ling nodded. Wasn't it said that Ghost King Lan Ling had a cruel personality? Jiang Ling suddenly came back to her senses. That's right, that was just a rumor. Even men and women could be mistaken. Who could guarantee that the other rumors weren't groundless? In other words, the real Ghost King Lan Ling was actually a gorgeous woman in red? Gu Xingyin slowly curled her lips into a smile. Seeing her smile, Jiang Ling suddenly had a bad premonition. Sure enough, in the next moment, she heard Ghost King Lan Ling softly spit out a few words. That's because this king is always extra merciful to beautiful little beauties. Jiang Ling realized that ever since she met this Ghost King Lan Ling, her face had been constantly blushing. It's really because this person, this ghost, spoke too much. She grew up in a Taoist sect and practiced Taoist techniques. All the disciples she saw were refined and courteous. When had she ever seen someone speak so bluntly? Gu Xingyin still wanted to tease her, but she suddenly sensed something and her heart trembled. She said to Jiang Ling, who was still in a daze, this king is in a good mood this time, so I won't argue with you. Little girl, you should be more thoughtful in the future. Jiang Ling saw her flick her sleeve and her body uncontrollably floated into the air. When she regained her senses, she found that she was already on a hillside. After looking for a long time, Jiang Ling found that she was outside a town in the human world. She had stayed in this place for 2 days before going to the yin-yang world. Did I manage to escape? Did Ghost King Lan Ling really let her go so easily? Jiang Ling still had a trace of disbelief. She felt that everything she experienced before was like a dream. After Gu Xingyin sent Jiang Ling away, her expression calmed down. She coldly spoke to a certain place in the void, "Esteemed guest, why don't you show yourself?" As her voice fell, the gray sky of the yin and yang world seemed to be torn open by some invisible force. A golden light shone through the opening, illuminating half the sky. Many ghosts were shocked by this scene and came out to see what was going on. As for Gu Xingyin, she was trapped in a warm embrace. Gu Xingyin. She couldn't even match up to him in terms of martial prowess. Bad review. The system, who had received a bad review for no reason, was speechless. The system said, "This world is set up like this. What can I do? I'm also in despair." Gu Xingyin. Where did you learn this nonsense from? The system sighed, "The internet in the modern human world is really a good thing. I feel like my knowledge has been greatly supplemented." Gu Xingyin, she no longer paid attention to the system that seemed a little strange, and turned to look at a certain someone who was hugging her waist. No, it was a certain phoenix. Let go. When the peerlessly handsome man heard this, not only did he not let go of her hand, he even tightened his grip. Their bodies were pressed tightly against each other. Gu Xingyin could feel someone gently blowing into her ear. "You were so gentle to that human girl just now. Why did you become so fierce to me?" Chapter 1165. Feng Lin held the woman in red in his arms and sighed in satisfaction without leaving a trace. He looked down again and felt that the red mask on Gu Xingyin's face was really an eyesore. He reached out and gently stroked it. The mask, which was as strong as a high-grade magic tool, instantly shattered and fell down. "Gu Xingyin, does this mask have a grudge against you?" However, her character was set as the cold and beautiful Ghost King Lan Ling, so she could only glare at him coldly and then said in a cold voice, "What do you want to do?" Feng Lin smiled gently, "I want to hug you, isn't it obvious?" As soon as he finished speaking, he met the angry glare of the person in his arms. "Don't look at me like that, I won't be able to resist kissing you." Feng Lin didn't care about the threat in her eyes. Gu Xingyin, she was still glaring at him. So the phoenix who did what he said leaned over and kissed her. While kissing, he didn't forget to imprison the movements of the person in his arms. The most shameful thing was that after this phoenix took advantage of her, he still felt wronged. He frowned and seemed to be very unhappy looking at Gu Xingyin. "Why? You smiled so happily at that human girl, don't think I didn't see that you were deliberately seducing her." His tone was indignant, as if he was really angry. Gu Xingyin. Was this phoenix retarded? She didn't believe that he couldn't see that she was playing with Ling. Feng Lin did see it, but even so, he still felt unhappy. Because Lan Ling hugged Ling and used her hand to lift her chin, the two of them were so close. The world said that the phoenix was the most beautiful and auspicious beast, but few people knew that the phoenix was very possessive of its mate. Yes, mate. Feng Lin, who had been single for thousands of years, couldn't move his eyes away from the first time he saw Gu Xingyin in the wild forest. He knew that feeling, it was the legendary love at first sight. He had seen countless beauties, but no beauty could give him such a strong feeling. One look was 10,000 years, one look was a lifetime. He had decided on her. Feng Lin looked at Gu Xingyin affectionately. "Lan Ling, you said that you will give extra preferential treatment to beautiful things. What about me?" Speaking of this, he seemed to be quite proud. "I don't know how many times stronger my human form is than that human girl's. I dare say that there is no one in this world who can compare to me. Even if there is, there are only a few." This was the phoenix's confidence. His bragging wasn't over yet. "My phoenix form is even more dazzling. In the entire phoenix race, you won't be able to find a phoenix that's more beautiful than me. The two of them were still hugging each other tightly. Feng Lin hugged Gu Xingyin and pressed his cheek against the side of her face. He muttered in a low voice, "Look, I'm so good-looking and I like you so much. Do you want to consider me?" Gu Xingyin was amused. Her emotions did not seem to be affected by Phoenix's words as she calmly said, "Let me go first." Feng Lin said warily, "Promise me first that you won't be angry." Gu Xingyin snorted coldly. "What do you think?" Feng Lin looked at Gu Xingyin and took a step back. "Then you promise not to do anything." Gu Xingyin smiled. "Okay." Feng Lin was relieved and removed the restriction on Gu Xingyin. Chapter 1166. Almost at the moment when the restriction was lifted, Gu Xingyin's eyes turned cold, and she raised her leg to kick Feng Lin fiercely. She promised not to make a move, but she didn't promise not to make a move. Unfortunately, that calf was caught in the arms of a certain someone who was already prepared. Feng Lin looked at her and smiled brightly. "I really know Lan Ling." Gu Xingyin was once again suppressed and couldn't move. She could only say coldly, "Lan Ling is not for you to call." Feng Lin used force and pulled her into his arms. He said with a smile, "If it's not Lan Ling, what should I call you?" "Lan Lan." "Ah Ling." "Ling Ling." Gu Xingyin, he was so thick-skinned, okay. She said sarcastically, "It's said that the Phoenix clan is born as a divine clan and is incomparably noble. Their appearance and bearing are all perfect, I think." She looked up and down at Feng Lin, and the meaning in her eyes was self-evident. She thought that her words would have some effect, but it turned out that she thought too much. Hearing her words, Feng Lin only chuckled twice and then said, "Don't worry. So that's why those guys are all single now. No immortal would like something as perfect as a template." Gu Xingyin, what he said was so reasonable that I was speechless. However, on the surface, her face was even paler. She was obviously angry. Seeing her like this, Feng Lin knew that it was about time. If this continued, she would probably really get angry. A red light flashed in his hand, and Gu Xingyin found that the restriction that had been imprisoning her had disappeared. Feng Lin originally tensed his body to prevent her from suddenly attacking, but he didn't expect that Gu Xingyin just moved away from him at the first moment when she could move freely. She didn't do anything else. Looking at Feng Lin's expression, Gu Xingyin said sarcastically, "Don't worry, Your Highness of the Phoenix clan, I'm not an overconfident ghost. I know that I'm not a match for you, but I still want to fight you. What else can I do other than give you something to use against me?" Feng Lin frowned. "My name is Feng Lin, not Your Highness of the Phoenix clan." Gu Xingyin snorted coldly, obviously not intending to pay attention to him. Feng Lin rolled his eyes and said, "If you don't call me Feng Lin, you can call me Lin." Gu Xingyin rolled her eyes in her heart. She thought, "If I do as you say, if you don't call me that, I'll kiss you again." A low and hoarse voice entered Gu Xingyin's ears. Gu Xingyin's ears quivered. She looked at Feng Lin in disbelief. It was hard to imagine that a phoenix could be so thick-skinned. Feng Lin calmly allowed her to size him up. In the end, he even asked, "How is it? Are you satisfied with what you see?" "Humph." Gu Xingyin flicked his sleeves and left. Behind her, the door to the hall slammed shut. Feng Lin did not chase after him. Instead, he stood on the empty ground and revealed a mysterious smile. She was indeed worthy of being his partner. Her temper was really too fierce. Not far away, there were many ghosts hiding in the dark and watching this place. They came here not long after Feng Lin made a move, but they could only stay far away and did not dare to get close. As a phoenix, Feng Lin was surrounded by the phoenix true fire. Ghost King Lan Ling's cultivation was deep and he was not afraid, but these ghosts did not dare to touch him at all. The shock he gave her today was probably big enough. It was better to give her some time to recover and come again next time. With this thought in mind, Feng Lin's figure flashed and turned into a golden flame, once again tearing the yin-yang world apart. Chapter 1167. I will be back, Lan Ling. The magnetic voice resounded throughout the entire Yin-Yang world. Gu Xingyin, the surrounding ghosts and monsters all looked at the tightly shut palace door with astonishment. They were all wondering what kind of story there was between Lord Lan Ling and the phoenix that had just left. It couldn't be anything bad. Some of the gossipy ghosts started to speculate in their hearts. That phoenix's tone just now was so intimate, and the two of them were so close to each other. Could it be that Lord Lan Ling finally decided to find a partner after being lonely for so many years? This was a big deal. The ghosts all expressed that they would definitely share this with their friends when they returned. As a result, the news of Lord Lan Ling being together with a phoenix spread throughout the entire Yin-Yang realm. Gu Xingyin didn't know that her gossip had already spread throughout the entire Yin-Yang world. In any case, no one would tell her about this matter. As for the system wouldn't find anything wrong with it if it didn't cause any substantial harm to the host. Now, Gu Xingyin was having a deep conversation with the system. Gu Xingyin asked, "System, are you really just a program without any emotions?" She was a little suspicious. The system's reaction a few times told her that things weren't that simple. A white light flashed across the system's body. "I'm sorry, host. Insufficient authority." The system is unable to answer. Gu Xingyin, this system, can't it change its tactics? Can't we have a pleasant conversation? On the other side, Zhu Ling, returned to the sect in a daze. Her master almost fainted from anger when she saw the message she left behind. In addition to her anger, she couldn't hide her worry. This little disciple was really spoiled by her. She actually dared to do such an ungrateful thing. Who was Ghost King Lan Ling? Even he had to be respectful and courteous when facing her. Ling, this little girl who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, dared to directly carry a sword to the so-called exorcised demons and demons? Jiang Ling, was the master. Originally, he didn't think that Jiang Ling, could find the entrance to the Yin-Yang world, so he wasn't very worried. He only ordered a few disciples to go to the surrounding towns to find people. Jiang Ling, still had some ability. If it was just an ordinary human town, she wouldn't be at a disadvantage. But after 10 days, when there was still no news from his little disciple, his master became anxious and almost went to visit Lan Ling Ghost King personally. At this time, a disciple came to report that Ling had returned. As soon as Jiang Ling saw her master, she immediately knelt down. The person who was originally prepared to vent his anger was shocked to see his little disciple who had always been mischievous sincerely admit his mistake and apologize. He even asked to go to the cliff of reflection to cultivate in seclusion for 3 years. His heart turned into deep worry. Ling, she couldn't have been wrong these few days outside, right? He even suspected that his little disciple's body had been taken over. Under her master's interrogation, Jiang Ling, finally hesitantly told him about her previous experience. Of course, she hid the scene where Ghost King Lan Ling was suspected to be a hooligan. After listening to her, her master's heart, which had finally calmed down, became anxious again. His disciple actually met Ghost King Lan Ling. Chapter 1168. Listening to Jiang Ling's narration, her master also fell silent. Like everyone else, he had never seen the legendary Ghost King Lan Ling before. When he heard that the other party was a female ghost and a rare beautiful ghost, his expression was already a little strange. When he heard that the other party did not make things difficult for his little disciple at all and even let her return safely in the end, Jiang Ling's master's gaze could be described as seeing a ghost. But he understood the disciple he had raised since she was young. Jiang Ling was not lying. Her master originally thought that his little disciple was so sensible now. Since she already knew her mistake, then the punishment could be lighter. But this time, Jiang Ling seemed to have changed into a different person. She was determined to do as he said. She said, "Master, this time when I went out, I was just a frog at the bottom of a well. It's ridiculous that I was so short-sighted in the past. I thought that my meager strength was already a peak expert. Master, please fulfill your disciple's desire to improve. His disciple had already said so much. As a master, how could he say anything else? Her master sighed and said, "Fine, since this is your own request, I will agree to it. There's only one rule. After going up this cliff of reflection, you can't come out until you've reached a certain age. The cliff of reflection is bitterly cold. Don't regret it when the time comes." Jiang Ling's expression was firm. "Master, please don't worry. I will be responsible for my own words." Her master nodded when he saw this. Although he was a little reluctant to send his delicate little disciple to the cliff of reflection since she was young, he was more gratified in his heart. There was nothing to say about Ling's talent. It was just that her temper was a little impetuous. She had never been able to truly calm down and cultivate. This trip to Lanling seemed to have turned out to be a blessing in disguise. The Phoenix Clan. The Phoenix Clan was a natural-born divine clan. They lived in the extreme west of the 9 heavens. That was where the sun set and the light would never disappear. They were a clan that was always favored by the light. Feng Lin sat lazily on a parasol tree. The sun was about to set. He even felt that if he stretched out his hand, he would be able to touch the scorching temperature. "Feng Lin." Someone from the same clan called out to him. Feng Lin turned his head and saw a figure wearing a golden-red robe slowly walking towards him. The figure was tall and graceful. For some reason, Feng Lin recalled what Gu Xingyin had said to him earlier. That was true. Most of the phoenixes in the Phoenix clan were elegant and graceful, and they were basically all single. However, the reason was not because Feng Lin said that he was not popular, but because the Phoenix clan standards were too high. While he was thinking, the other party had already arrived in front of him. A clear voice entered his ears. "I heard that you gave away your feather." The phoenix had many feathers, but there was only one that was worth mentioning at this moment. Every mature phoenix would give birth to the most beautiful and resplendent feather, and that feather could only be possessed by the person they had acknowledged from the bottom of their hearts. Once someone accepted the phoenix's feather, it meant that the other party had accepted the phoenix's confession of love. Feng Lin raised his eyebrows. "Yes, I gave it to someone." "What's wrong?" The phoenix frowned and asked doubtfully, "Since he accepted your feather, why didn't he follow you to the land of Far West?" Following the phoenix to meet the clansman was also a necessary ritual. Chapter 1169. Feng Lin raised his eyebrows and didn't say anything. He was too embarrassed to say that the other party didn't seem to know what the feather meant. With her temper, if she knew what the use of this feather of the phoenix was, she would probably destroy it immediately. Although the phoenix was very curious about the partner who could gain the approval of the arrogant Feng Lin, he didn't ask much when he saw that Feng Lin didn't want to say more. He left after saying a few words. Phoenixes were arrogant by nature, so they wouldn't force him to say anything. Meanwhile, Gu Xingyin received an inexplicable notification from the system that the mission had been successfully completed. "What's going on?" She was confused. The system replied, "The mission target of this world, Jiang Ling, is no longer a threat to the host. Without Jiang Ling, the host will continue the original fate of Ghost King Lan Ling. After the 9 heavenly tribulation, the host will receive the decree of the God's court and be conferred the title of Lord Lan Ling." Gu Xingyin nodded and didn't say anything else. Without the pressure of the mission, Gu Xingyin started to cultivate and prepare for the 9 heavenly tribulation in a few years' time. The system forgot to mention an accident, which was Feng Lin of the Phoenix race. In the original plot, this noble prince of the Phoenix race didn't have much interaction with Ghost King Lan Ling. "Lan Ling, this is the wine I saved for you from the King of God's banquet." He was smart. He knew that if he didn't find a reason, the other party wouldn't like him. And what reason could be better than the wine that Ghost Lord Lan Ling loved the most? Therefore, every time Feng Lin came, he would bring a pot of wine to the yin-yang world of Lan Ling. After he finished drinking the wine, he would be mercilessly chased out by Gu Xingyin. After a while, all the ghosts in the yin-yang world knew that there was a phoenix who was very attentive to their Lord Lan Ling. Gu Xingyin's attitude of not acknowledging him after drinking the wine, even some of her subordinates in the yin-yang world couldn't bear to look at it. Lord Lan Ling, you see, every time you drink Lord Feng Lin's wine, it's your fault. The one who spoke was Jin, who had been serving Gu Xingyin. Ever since Wei Wei was injured, she had been sent by Gu Xingyin to follow the green-robed Taoist priest. She had not returned yet. Jin didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. Lord Lan Ling, aren't you, a little too much? To be honest, Jin did not understand. Her impression of Lord Lan Ling had always been cold and aloof. She didn't seem like someone who would do something that required a certain level of shamelessness. Jin did not hear Gu Xingyin's reply. She lowered her head and felt a lingering fear in her heart. She wondered if Lord Lan Ling would blame her for this. Then, he thought that he was being a busybody. How could he have a say in what Lord Lan Ling wanted to do? The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. She almost knelt down in front of Gu Xingyin and asked for forgiveness. Unexpectedly, she heard Gu Xingyin laugh from above. Lord Lan Ling laughed. Jin was so shocked that he didn't even care about etiquette. He lifted his head and looked at Gu Xingyin. Lord Lan Ling was really laughing. And it wasn't a cold laugh. It was the kind of laugh that he really found something interesting. Gu Xingyin smiled and looked at Jin. One of us is willing to be beaten and the other is willing to be beaten. Why are you so worried? He had never heard Lord Lan Ling speak to him in such a casual tone. Jin looked at Gu Xingyin's expression. When she mentioned Lord Phoenix, her face didn't have the coldness and disgust that she usually had when facing him. On the contrary, she was very calm and even had a smile on her face. One of them was willing to be beaten and the other was willing to be beaten, God. Jin felt that he seemed to have discovered something incredible. There was a slight change here. The Marquis Lan Ling was changed to Lord Lan Ling. As for why, Gao Lingji felt that Lord sounded more pretentious. Chapter 1170. This, Lord Lan Ling probably doesn't hate His Highness from the Phoenix clan as much as everyone thinks, right? On the contrary, looking at Lord Lan Ling's appearance, it's likely that His Highness doesn't just have an unrequited love. Although she doesn't know why her lord is acting so cold, Jin's heart is in her throat at this moment. Why would Lord Lan Ling let her know about such a secret? She's a bit nervous. Gu Xingyin looks at the female ghost's stiff body below, feeling helpless in her heart. She can roughly guess at Jin's thoughts, but even so, she's even more speechless. When she didn't tell her, the other party had to worry and admonish her. Well, now that she's told her, the other party is even more worried. Alright, if there's nothing else, you can leave. With Ghost King Lan Ling's temperament, it's impossible for her to personally explain anything to a subordinate. Jin has already been frightened enough today, so Gu Xingyin doesn't intend to continue scaring her, although, she didn't intend to scare her at all. In another month, it will be the yin-yang world's annual ghost city. In the past, the yin-yang world was completely separated from the human world. Unless it's a cultivator like that blue-clothed Taoist priest, ordinary people can't enter it at all. But the ghost city is different on this day. A clever connection will appear between the yin-yang world and the human world. Of course, this doesn't mean that everyone can see the yin-yang world and enter it. It's just that some people with innate yin physiques and a few specific people can coincidentally enter it. The ghost stories circulating in the human world come from this. On the day of the ghost city, there's a rule in the yin-yang world that no conflict or bloodshed is allowed. This is the most important festival for ghosts, and no one is allowed to disrupt it. Of course, ghosts don't like humans coming to their world at this time. Usually, if such an unlucky person really appears, they'll prank them by showing their real body to scare them, and then, invite them out. As for what that pitiful human will think after waking up, that's not something the ghosts will consider. All the ghosts are looking forward to the ghost city. On that day, all the ghosts would transform into their most beautiful appearances, and the entire yin-yang world would be lit up with brilliant lights. This is the most important festival for all the ghosts. Soon, the day arrived. Gu Xingyin, as the ghost king who ruled over this part of the yin-yang world, naturally had to dress up and attend. She changed out of her usual red dress and put on the dress that the maidservants had carefully prepared for her. It was still a bright red color, but it was much more serious and formal. The long outer robe was embroidered with gold, and the back of the robe spread on the white jade floor. It was noble and gorgeous. Her casually scattered hair was tied up neatly with a golden hairpin, and a golden crown was placed on her head to symbolize her status. She sat in the 8-treasure fragrant carriage, looking at the bustling scene around her like a king inspecting her territory. All the taverns on the streets were hung with bright lanterns. The ghosts that usually didn't go out were all dressed up and walking out. The taverns were filled with customers drinking wine. Countless vendors were hawking their wares, and many girls in beautiful clothes were holding hands as they strolled through the streets with lanterns. If they didn't know in advance, who would have thought that such a scene would actually be a ghost market? Chapter 1171. Upon seeing Gu Xingyin's carriage, all the ghosts that passed by would stop in their tracks and salute her reverently. Although most of the ghosts had never seen the famous ghost lord Lan Ling, they knew that this powerful ruler was the reason why the yin-yang realm of Lan Ling had always been so peaceful and safe. Ghosts were also related to each other. In the yin-yang realm of other places, many rulers were bloodthirsty and cruel, even devouring their own subordinates. In comparison, the ghost lord Lan Ling was just a little colder, but the ghosts living in the yin-yang realm of Lan Ling were living a good life. As usual, Gu Xingyin patrolled the entire main street and came to a high platform that had been built in advance. Gu Xingyin sat on the main seat, and below her were countless ghosts of the yin-yang realm of Lan Ling. Gu Xingyin raised her wine cup and said loudly, "Another year in the ghost city. Let's have a good time together." Cheers and clangs of war broke out below, and the whole ghost city was filled with joy and harmony. At this moment, Gu Xingyin's expression suddenly turned serious. The ghosts closest to her immediately sensed that something was wrong. "Lord Lan Ling, what's wrong?" Gu Xingyin's expression turned ugly. She suddenly said loudly, "What brings you here, uninvited guests?" Swoosh! The entire sky seemed to have been torn apart by some invisible sharp weapon. Suddenly, densely packed figures wearing armor appeared in midair. They came with ill intentions. Almost at the same time, the ghosts that were immersed in joy a moment ago put down their wine cups and looked coldly at the figures in midair. Gu Xingyin stood up. She recognized the two figures at the front. They were the rulers of the two regions near Lan Ling, the Green Lamp Ghost Lord and the Yellow Spring Ghost Lord. The Green Lamp Ghost Lord's true body was originally a green lamp under the golden body of the Buddha in the Daxiangguo temple of the previous dynasty. Because of the incense from many pilgrims, he gained his own spiritual consciousness. Later on, when the previous dynasty was destroyed, the army stormed into the temple. The green lamp was stained with the blood of countless people, and he immediately became a devil. Finally, he became a ghost cultivator. As for the Yellow Springs Ghost King, he had a rather grand origin. It was said that he was a spirit formed from the water of the Yellow Springs in the 9 layers of hell. That was why he called himself Yellow Springs. These two Ghost Kings named themselves after their real bodies. Only Ghost King Lan Ling, who had no memories of the past, named himself after the region he ruled. Gu Xingyin's expression darkened. Neither the Green Lamp Ghost King nor the Netherworld Ghost King were easy to deal with. In terms of strength, if they fought one-on-one, they would be evenly matched. At most, she would be slightly superior. But from the looks of it, the two sides were obviously working together. Furthermore, the other party had brought so many armored ghost soldiers. It was obvious that they had come prepared. Hearing Gu Xingyin's question, the pale young man in a green robe stared at her without blinking and said, "Lan Ling, Yellow Spring, and I have heard that the Lan Ling yin-yang world is holding a ghost market today. We are here to celebrate." To be fair, the Green Lamp Ghost King's appearance was not bad. With his handsome face and the elegant and tranquil Buddhist temperament, he would be a graceful and rich young master in the mortal world. Celebrate? Gu Xingyin sneered. She did not show any sign of weakness even though her side was weaker. Bringing an army to celebrate? This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. Chapter 1172. She stood tall and straight, the golden buyao in her hair swaying slightly with her movements. Under the illumination of the lamplight, it reflected a dazzling brilliance, making people awe and dare not look at her directly. This was the aura of a leader of a region. Gu Xingyin looked at the two silent ghosts and coldly shouted, "Let's not beat around the bush. If the two of you are really here to celebrate, let's follow the rules. If the two of you take these people out and present your visiting cards, I will naturally welcome the two of you in as distinguished guests. But if the two of you are here to stir up trouble..." She glanced at them. Our Lanling region is not a soft persimmon that will not fight back when bullied. As if responding to her words, the ghosts of the Lanling region instantly reverted to their original appearances. For a moment, the lively atmosphere of the ghost market disappeared without a trace and was replaced by gusts of chilly wind. Ha ha ha, Lanling Ghost King is still so hot-tempered. Huangquan Ghost King looked like an unremarkable fatty. With a kind smile, he began to act as a peacemaker. I, Huangquan, have been entrusted by Brother Green Lamp to hold the fort for him. Brother Green Lamp. If you have something to say, let's make it clear now. Hearing this, Gu Xingyin turned her gaze to Green Lamp Ghost King. It seemed that he was the main character of today's matter. She just looked at Green Lamp Ghost King quietly and did not say anything to pressure him. But under such a gaze, Green Lamp Ghost King only felt a little uncomfortable all over. He secretly shivered in his heart. I thought that my strength was about the same as Lanling's, but now it seems that she is slightly stronger. But this is not important. No matter how strong she is, can she be stronger than me and Huangquan together? Therefore, under Gu Xingyin's gaze, Green Lamp Ghost King laughed heartily and said, "Lanling, Brother Huangquan is right. Today, I have something to discuss with you." Gu Xingyin frowned. In the memory of Lanling Ghost King, there was no enmity between her and Green Lamp Ghost King. Why did he come with such great fanfare? Seeing that she did not speak, Green Lamp Ghost King continued, "Today, I purposely chose to come at such a good time in the ghost market of the Lanling region. I want to take advantage of this auspicious day to propose marriage to you." Propose marriage? Not only Gu Xingyin was shocked, all the ghosts of the whole Lanling region were shocked. Gu Xingyin's mind went blank for a moment, and then she repeated the words of Green Lamp Ghost King, "Propose marriage?" Green Lamp Ghost King seemed to have voiced out his inner thoughts. He no longer concealed the look in his eyes as he looked at Gu Xingyin with deep affection. "Yes, Lanling, I have been for a long time." Gu Xingyin suddenly sneered. She raised an arm and pointed at Green Lamp Ghost King and the army of ghost soldiers behind him. "You've brought so many ghost soldiers to propose marriage?" Green Lamp Ghost King said gently, "This is just a special method. If Lanling agrees, they are just here to witness our special moment." Gu Xingyin was not moved by his words. "What if I don't agree?" Green Lamp Ghost King was still as gentle as ever, but his words were not as gentle as his face. "Then, these ghost soldiers will have to play their real role." That was a blatant threat. Gu Xingyin narrowed her eyes and stared at him. "Are you threatening me, Green Lamp Ghost King?" Green Lamp Ghost King laughed. "No, I'm asking for your opinion." Today's 8th update. Since the Lunar New Year, there have been more than 10 people in my house every day. This feeling is too simple to break down. I can't sleep or write during the day, so I can only write at night. In the coming days, the update schedule may not be stable until the 8th day of the Lunar New Year. I will try my best to maintain 8 chapters a day. But if I'm really busy, please understand, baby. Don't wait until midnight. There may be an update, or there may not be. Chapter 1173. Ah Jean had a fiery temper, so she was the first to lose her patience. She stood up and scolded Green Lamp Ghost King, "Bah! Asking for advice? You're obviously threatening our Lord Lanling. Stop dreaming. Our Lord Lanling is not someone a despicable person like you can covet." Green Lamp Ghost King's face turned cold. He could tolerate Gu Xingyin's sarcastic remarks to him, but that didn't mean he could tolerate his dignity as a ghost king being challenged by a little girl. With a wave of his hand, a green beam of light shot towards Ah Jin. The green light went straight for Ah Jin's neck. Obviously, he had no intention of sparing her life. How could Gu Xingyin tolerate her people being bullied right under her nose? With a shake of her sleeves, she caught Green Lamp Ghost King's attack without leaving a trace. "Green Lamp Ghost King, you're teaching my maidservant a lesson in my Lanling territory. You're looking down on me too much, aren't you?" Green Lamp Ghost King glanced at Ah Jin with killing intent in his eyes. "You should be taught a lesson for shooting your mouth off." Gu Xingyin put on a fake smile. "Green Lamp Ghost King, you don't have to worry about my people." Then she added, "What my maidservant said is exactly what I want." This was a clear and unceremonious rejection. Green Lamp Ghost King seemed to have expected this result. He didn't look surprised at Gu Xingyin's reply. He looked around the whole ghost city and said, "I think the ghost city of the Lanling territory is really lively. If it turns into ruins, it will lose a lot of its beauty." Gu Xingyin looked at him coldly. "I'm afraid the green lamp will dim without the lamp oil." Green Lamp Ghost King's expression changed completely when he saw that she wouldn't budge an inch. He said coldly, "Ghost King Lanling, I know you're powerful, but no matter how powerful you are, can you defeat me and Brother Netherworld together? Furthermore, even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for the people of the Yin Yang world." He looked at the angry ghosts below, and his voice seemed to be filled with endless bewitchment. "Ghost King Lanling is powerful, so he might be able to protect himself, but the people of Lanling region won't be so lucky. It's such a pity that you were reduced to ashes in the ghost city." The meaning of his words was clearly to drive a wedge between them. Unfortunately, his wishful thinking was wrong. When the ghosts of the Lanling domain heard his words, none of them showed any signs of hesitation. Instead, they all spoke up. "I will fight for Lord Lanling without fear of death. Fight for the Lanling region. Lord Lanling, please don't agree to this guy's request. Our Lord Lanling is the most honorable king. How can he be threatened by such a ghost?" Green Lamp Ghost King looked at the ghosts of Lanling domain with an ugly expression. He thought to himself, Lanling Ghost King's ability to control them is indeed powerful. On the other hand, the Yellow Springs Ghost King was getting impatient and gave him a look. Green Lamp Ghost King cleared his throat and let his voice resound throughout the Yin Yang world of the Lanling region. "Cut the crap, Ghost King Lanling. I'll ask you one last time. Are you willing to marry me, or let my ghost army flatten the Lanling region?" "How arrogant of you!" A dazzling light streaked across the night sky, and many ghosts were forced to take 2 steps back. Green Lamp Ghost King's expression changed greatly. When the light faded, a handsome man in a reddish-gold robe appeared beside Gu Xingyin. He stepped forward, shielding Gu Xingyin behind him, and stared at Green Lamp Ghost King intently. "What did you just say? I don't think I heard you clearly." Green Lamp Ghost King's expression changed the moment he saw Feng Lin's face. The Phoenix Clan. Chapter 1174. Feng Lin's expression was very cold. At least, Gu Xingyin had never seen such a cold expression on his face. No matter when, Feng Lin always had a lazy smile on his face in front of her. For the first time, Gu Xingyin felt a murderous aura from this man. Feng Lin didn't answer Green Lamp Ghost King's question. Instead, he stared at him expressionlessly and repeated his words word by word. "What did you say just now? I don't think I heard you clearly." Green Lamp Ghost King's expression changed. Looking at Feng Lin's appearance, he intuitively felt that the relationship between this phoenix and Ghost King Lanling was unusual. His lips moved, but in the end, he didn't say anything. On the other hand, Yellow Spring Ghost King felt that this was a good opportunity to build a good relationship with the Phoenix clan. He laughed and said to Feng Lin, "It's nothing serious. It's just that my younger brother Green Lamp admires Ghost King Lan Ling. Today, taking advantage of the great day of the Ghost City, I came to propose marriage to the beauty. After saying that, he laughed and felt that he had done a good job as a peacemaker. Unfortunately, after he said that, no one present agreed with him. Feng Lin was still expressionless, but his expression became colder. He squeezed out the words from between his teeth, propose marriage to the beauty. His icy eyes swept over Green Lamp Ghost King and Yellow Spring Ghost King. If I didn't hear wrong, you two are not only here to propose marriage, but also to force a marriage? Yellow Spring Ghost King was the first to realize that something was wrong. This phoenix seemed to be on the side of the Lan Ling territory. He thought quickly in his heart, the Phoenix clan was a natural divine clan. Even in the divine court, the Phoenix clan's status was extremely honorable. Moreover, it was said that the Phoenix clan was very united and very protective of their own. It was said that if a member of the Phoenix clan had a conflict with someone from another clan, no matter what, the other party would first help the Phoenix beat the other party up. If this Phoenix and Ghost King Lan Ling were old acquaintances, then what he and Green Lamp Ghost King did today must have angered the other party. Moreover, the other party probably wouldn't turn a blind eye to the current situation in the Orchid Tomb region. The Netherworld Ghostly King thought to himself. He felt that it wasn't worth it to agree to come to the Lan Ling domain with Green Lamp Ghostly King just because he was offered some benefits. Fortunately, everything hadn't started yet. Huang Quan Ghostly King sensed the tense atmosphere and suddenly said with a smile, Brother Blue Lamp, you're not being honest. I thought you and Lan Ling Ghostly King were in love with each other, so I agreed to come with you to witness this marriage proposal. But look at it now, it doesn't seem to be the case. He shook his head and took a few steps back. Along with his movement, the ghost soldiers behind him took a step back in unison. The Huang Quan Ghost King was making his stance clear to Feng Lin, he would not get involved in this matter. Yellow Spring, you. Green Lamp Ghost King's face turned cold. Although he already knew that the Netherworld Ghostly King was a fence-sitter, he was still infuriated by the other party's shameless behavior. The Netherworld Ghostly King laughed and said, Brother Blue Lamp, I can't help you with this matter today. It's up to you. Green Lamp Ghost King was furious, but he had to suppress his anger. He had already fallen out with Ghost King Lan Ling. At this time, he couldn't afford to have a conflict with the Netherworld Ghostly King. Chapter 1175. Green Lamp Ghost King looked at Feng Lin and Gu Xingyin with an unpleasant expression. At the same time, he was thinking quickly. The Lan Ling region's strength was about the same as his. In terms of strength, the Lan Ling Ghost King was even stronger than him. Initially, he had the help of the Netherworld Ghost King and was confident of victory. However, now that the Netherworld Ghost King had retreated, he was left alone. He had no chance of winning against Gu Xingyin. Otherwise, he would not have paid such a huge price to get the Netherworld Ghost King's help. And now, there was the addition of the mysterious Phoenix. Green Lamp Ghost King knew that his plan today would most likely not come to fruition. He forced a smile and said to Gu Xingyin affectionately, Lan Ling, I know that my methods today may be a little too extreme. However, you have to know that I care too much about you. I'm afraid that you won't like me. At this point, Green Lamp Ghost King could only try his best to settle the matter peacefully. In his opinion, it would not benefit Lan Ling Ghost King to have a conflict with him. Since he had given in, she would not pursue the matter further. However, he was wrong. Not only was he wrong, but he was terribly wrong. Gu Xingyin was not a pushover. Feng Lin, who was beside her, was even more furious. Gu Xingyin looked at Green Lamp Ghost King and said with a faint smile, Green Lamp Ghost King, did you remember wrongly? I didn't hear such gentle words just now. I remember that Green Lamp Ghost King was boasting that he would flatten the Lan Ling region. Her expression turned cold instantly. I don't care what you're thinking, Green Lamp Ghost King. I won't let anyone who dares to covet my Orchid Tomb region off the hook. Green Lamp Ghost King, the Lan Ling region. From today onwards, we officially declare war on you. Green Lamp Ghost King did not expect Gu Xingyin to be so hot-tempered. She did not give him any leeway at all. His expression was a little ugly as he forced himself to say, "Lan Ling, it's just a misunderstanding." "Why?" Gu Xingyin reached out her hand to stop him. "Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, we both know in our hearts that it's a misunderstanding. Now that someone has come knocking on our door, do you think a misunderstanding can be resolved?" Green Lamp Ghost King, Lan Ling Ghost King's reputation is not that cheap. Also, don't call me Lan Ling. Not any Tom, Dick, or Harry has the right to call me by my name. Once these words came out, it could be said that they had completely shed all pretenses of cordiality. Green Lamp Ghost King's expression finally turned cold. "Ghost King Lan Ling, do you really want to declare war on me? This is not a good thing for your Lan Ling region. Your actions are just a moment of anger. Have you ever thought about how many Lan Ling ghost soldiers' lives will be lost?" Gu Xingyin was disdainful. Green Lamp Ghost King was still trying to drive a wedge between them. After all, he was the ruler of a region. All he knew how to do was play such dirty tricks. He did not have the bearing of a ruler at all. "Green Lamp Ghost King, do you dare to accept my challenge?" she shouted coldly, impatient to talk too much with him. Gu Xingyin's voice, which was infused with spiritual power, reverberated in the sky of the Lanling region for a long time. All the ghosts heard her question. And as if in response to their king, many ghosts also shouted loudly, "Green Lamp Ghost King, do you dare to accept my challenge? Green Lamp Ghost King, do you dare to accept my challenge?" Chapter 1176. Green Lamp Ghost King's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Fine. Green Lamp Ghost King was, after all, the lord of a region. If he did not accept Gu Xingyin's provocation, the ghost soldiers behind him would be dissatisfied. "Ghost King Lan Ling, don't you regret this?" He looked at Gu Xingyin coldly. "She won't regret it, but I'm not sure if you will," a cold male voice answered him. Green Lamp Ghost King had a bad feeling when he heard Feng Lin's voice. What he was most afraid of was that Feng Lin would interfere in this matter. A phoenix alone was not scary, but the entire Phoenix God clan behind her was not something Green Lamp Ghost King could afford to offend. Green Lamp Ghost King looked at Feng Lin and said in a deep voice, "This is a private matter between me and Ghost King Lan Ling. Your Excellency Phoenix, it's better if you don't interfere." Feng Lin did not even want to look at him. "Lan Ling's matter is my matter." Green Lamp Ghost King had a bad feeling when he heard Green Lamp Ghost King calling Lan Ling so intimately. He looked up at Gu Xingyin and Feng Lin, who were standing close to him. He then looked at Gu Xingyin, who kept silent after Feng Lin spoke. He had a ridiculous guess. Soon, Feng Lin's words confirmed his guess. "If I don't stand up for the woman I like when she's being bullied in front of me, am I still a man?" Green Lamp Ghost King stared at the two with his eyes wide open, as if he could not digest the meaning behind their words. Lan Ling Ghost King did not refute his words, and the ghosts of the Lan Ling region did not look surprised either. What did this mean? It meant that the relationship between this phoenix and Lan Ling Ghost King was not ordinary. If he had known earlier that Lan Ling Ghost King had such a relationship with the Phoenix clan, he would not have come here so hastily. Unlike Green Lamp Ghost King, Yellow Spring Ghost King was filled with joy after his initial shock. Fortunately, he had stopped at the crucial moment. The Phoenix clan was extremely sentimental. It was said that once they recognized a partner, they would only have that person in their eyes for the rest of their lives. In the Phoenix's eyes, Green Lamp Ghost King was trying to steal its mate. No one would be able to tolerate such a thing. Green Lamp Ghost King seemed to have kicked an iron plate this time. Huang Quan Ghost King was still gloating when Feng Lin stepped forward. "Let's duel." His nonchalant words made Green Lamp Ghost King's expression change drastically. Normally, a duel would not be carried out unless there was a life or death grudge between the two parties. Unlike a battle, a duel could be carried out by force. Under the approval of the Heavenly Tao, the two sides engaged in a one-on-one battle. As for the winner, they could deal with the loser as they pleased, regardless of life or death, and they would not bear any karma. When it was hot, the heavenly Tao would not easily recognize a duel unless the reason was approved by it. Feng Lin was not worried about this. It was not uncommon to duel for the sake of the woman he loved. He was also in the right. Of course, this was not what he was most confident about. The Phoenix clan was a natural-born divine beast. They were born with the fortune of heaven and earth. In the eyes of the heavenly Tao, they were like its own children. It was as if he was using cheats. Sure enough, Feng Lin was right. Almost at the same time when he made the duel oath, the sound of thunder flashed in the sky. The heavenly Tao agreed to his oath. Chapter 1177. Green Lamp Ghost King looked terrible. Anyone who was forced into a duel like this would definitely be in a bad mood. Moreover, his opponent seemed to be much stronger than him. However, there was no way he could refuse a duel recognized by the heavenly way. From the beginning to the end, Gu Xingyin stood quietly behind Feng Lin without saying a word. She seemed to have tacitly agreed to let Feng Lin stand up for her. For a woman to be willing to let a man stand up for her, this in itself represented an unusual meaning. After Feng Lin sensed Gu Xingyin's subtle thoughts, he had to admit that he was ecstatic. Did this mean that the other party's attitude towards him was very different from before? Feng Lin's ecstasy was reflected in his extra effort against Green Lamp Ghostly King. Gu Xingyin was not worried at all about the outcome of this duel. Green Lamp Ghost King's skills were even worse than his, and Feng Lin's, even if Gu Xingyin did not want to admit it, she was indeed no match for him. Bang! With the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, even the ghosts of the Lanling domain could not bear to look at it. It was too cruel. The object that fell to the ground was none other than Green Lamp Ghost King. For the umpteenth time, Green Lamp Ghost King had been pulled up and thrown down as if he was a piece of trash. Green Lamp Ghost King's spiritual energy was so strong that such a fall could not cause him much harm. However, Green Lamp Ghost King would rather have his opponent give him a sword strike. He knew that Feng Lin was doing this on purpose. He was humiliating him on purpose to avenge Lanling Ghost King and weaken the morale of his ghost soldiers. Even if Green Lamp Ghost King succeeded in leaving the Lanling domain this time, he would be humiliated for the rest of his life. How could he convince the others in the future? Feng Lin punched out fiercely again, sending him flying out. Green Lamp Ghost King was not in the mood to think about what would happen next. It was still unknown whether he could escape this calamity. At the same time, Green Lamp Ghost King's fear of Feng Lin reached its peak. In the beginning, he did not think that the phoenix would be much stronger than him. Even if she was slightly stronger than him, it should not be by much. But when he really faced this man, he realized how naive his previous thoughts were. He had no power to fight back at all. This was the only thought in Green Lamp Ghost King's mind. This man's strength was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Feng Lin patiently grinded with him for a while. In his heart, he reckoned that it was enough to vent his anger and humiliate him. His 5 fingers stretched out into a claw and pierced through Green Lamp Ghost King's lower abdomen. Ah! Green Lamp Ghost King's miserable howl spread across the entire Lanling domain. He looked at Feng Lin with resentment and unwillingness. You actually destroy his Dantian. Green Lamp Ghost King had thought of many possibilities, but in his mind, the worst outcome was that Feng Lin would kill him. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that not only would he not die, but his Dantian would be crippled instead. This was much crueler than taking his life. Be it human or ghost, the Dantian was the source of their strength. Feng Lin did not want his life, but destroyed his Dantian. How vicious was this? Chapter 1178. The world of ghosts and monsters was much simpler than the human world. They only followed one principle: the strong ones were respected. The reason why Green Lamp Ghost King could become Green Lamp Ghost King was because of his own powerful strength. He defeated and even killed all the ghosts who opposed him and suppressed all the voices of dissent. That was why all the ghosts and monsters were convinced today. However, once his strength was damaged and he could no longer suppress the dissatisfaction of his subordinates, the consequences were imaginable. Countless ghosts had clearly seen how Feng Lin had crippled his Dantian today. Such news could not be hidden even if he wanted to. Green Lamp Ghost King believed that even if he was lucky enough to return to the territory under his jurisdiction, his restless subordinates would not be able to hold back and bare their fangs at him in less than a month. At that time, he would be thrown off the high and mighty throne and fall into the dust in a sorry state. He would even have to wag his tail and beg for pity from the person who had once bowed to him in order to save his life. Feng Lin just glanced at Green Lamp Ghost King, who was kneeling on the ground with a resentful face, as if looking at him more would make him dirty. He walked toward Gu Xingyin. Almost at the moment he saw Gu Xingyin, his face melted from the coldness of winter to ice and snow. The closer Gu Xingyin came, the softer his face became. By the time he came to her side, his signature lazy smile had already appeared on his face. Lan Ling, he didn't say much and just called out to her gently. Gu Xingyin felt as if he saw a tail wagging behind Feng Lin. Feng Lin's movements were telling him the same thing, please praise me. She could not help but smile. For the first time, she said to Feng Lin calmly, thank you. Although it was just this, Feng Lin was already quite satisfied. Lan Ling smiled at him. And she talked to him in a very gentle tone. Instantly, his gaze toward Green Lamp Ghost King was not as cold as before. It was all thanks to this tactless guy that he had such a good chance to be the hero and save the beauty. However, it seemed that Lan Ling was very satisfied. If he had known earlier, he would have hit harder. Green Lamp Ghost King, their leader, had been crippled, while Yellow Spring Ghost King had retreated when he saw that the situation was unfavorable. The so-called alliance between the two was simply a joke. In the end, Gu Xingyin did not make things difficult for the ghost soldiers brought by Green Lamp Ghost King. Instead, she let them drag the half-dead Green Lamp Ghost King out. As for the Lan Ling region, after the crisis was resolved, the lively ghost city was once again restored. This time, Feng Lin naturally did not leave. Throughout the night, his body was covered in lanterns given to him by the kind ghosts, as well as some fresh flowers and fine wine. It seemed that this time, he had stood in front of Gu Xingyin and acted as a hero. Such an action had fully gained the approval of the ghosts of the Lanling domain. What made Feng Lin most happy was that Gu Xingyin's attitude towards him had softened. Not only did she take the initiative to talk to him, she even personally gave him a toast. For the first time, Feng Lin, who had always been treated with disdain, could not restrain the excitement in his heart because of a woman's slight favor. Feng Lin could feel his abnormal heartbeat. He could not help but cover his face and chuckle softly. This time, he had really fallen into his trap. Chapter 1179. After the incident with Green Lamp Ghost King, Feng Lin seemed to have become famous in the entire Lanling territory. He began to frequent the Lanling territory, and Gu Xingyin no longer treated him as coldly as before. Feng Lin never hid his feelings for Gu Xingyin, so all the ghosts in the entire Lanling territory knew that a Phoenix God clan member was pursuing their king. Gu Xingyin's attitude toward him was also different from all the people who pursued her in the past. No one would believe that there was nothing fishy between the two of them. Therefore, although there was no news about Gu Xingyin and Feng Lin, everyone tacitly agreed that they were a couple. However, Feng Lin felt wronged. Although Gu Xingyin's attitude toward him had softened a lot, he swore that their relationship was still at the stage of drinking and chatting face to face, and they had never crossed the line at all. I have some matters to attend to in my clan, so I won't be able to come for a while, Feng Lin said to Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin nodded. Counting the days, her 69 heavenly tribulations seemed to be coming soon. You must remember to tell me if you have any matters to attend to. Feng Lin took out a few jade talismans from his sleeve. These are stained with my blood essence. You just need to crush them, and I'll know immediately and rush over. Gu Xingyin smiled helplessly. Okay, don't worry. The two of them drank until they were drunk. Feng Lin returned to his clan, and Gu Xingyin began to prepare for her heavenly tribulations. Ghosts' heavenly tribulations increased according to their strength. For example, Gu Xingyin was now in the Ghost King realm, and the most powerful heavenly tribulation in the Ghost King realm was the level 6 heavenly tribulation. When her strength rose to the Ghost Lord realm in the future, she would have to face an even more powerful 99 heavenly tribulations. However, 99 heavenly tribulations were so powerful that even those in the Ghost Lord realm rarely encountered them, so Gu Xingyin did not think about it for the time being. Soon, the day of Gu Xingyin's tribulation arrived. She had made ample preparations, and the location she had chosen was a lonely mountain peak in the Lanling region. Since midnight, she had been sitting alone at the peak of the mountain, waiting for the arrival of the tribulations. When the first ray of light at dawn broke the silence of the night, the sun broke through the sky and shone on the earth. In the sky above the area she was in, dark clouds rolled and roared. Gu Xingyin stood up and looked up at the strange phenomenon in the sky. The lightning tribulation was coming. At the foot of the mountain, many ghosts from the Lanling domain were also watching this scene nervously. The power of the lightning tribulation would increase exponentially with the number of people undergoing the tribulation. These ghosts knew that they did not have the ability to withstand the 6-9 lightning tribulation, so they could only watch nervously from the foot of the mountain. Gu Xingyin frowned as she looked at the rolling thunderclouds above. This scene seemed a little too grand. However, she did not have much time to think about it, because the first lightning tribulation had already arrived. A purple lightning tribulation roared from the thunderclouds above, and struck down towards Gu Xingyin. Just when it was about a meter away from Gu Xingyin's head, a translucent barrier suddenly appeared above her. Boom! The barrier firmly blocked the lightning tribulation. This was the first preparation that Gu Xingyin had prepared for this tribulation, a formation barrier. According to her estimation, this formation could at least withstand the first 20 lightning tribulations with the weakest power. However, reality told her that she seemed to have guessed wrong. Chapter 1180. Because, when the 16th tribulation lightning struck, the barrier that was already on the verge of collapse finally seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure and collapsed. Gu Xingyin's heart felt that something was wrong. 16 and 20 did not seem to have much difference, but at this time, the difference was like heaven and earth. The power of this heavenly tribulation was much stronger than what she had imagined. This was not normal. Gu Xingyin had read up on countless information. She had already made preparations for the heavenly tribulation by estimating the power of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. But she still underestimated it. Just as she was thinking with a frown, the 17th tribulation lightning accompanied by the black wind whistled down. Gu Xingyin snorted coldly. She raised her right hand and a white umbrella with red leaves appeared in her hand. Tian Luo Umbrella, a top-grade defensive magic weapon. She had prepared the second line of defense for this. Gu Xingyin spun the heavenly Luo umbrella and threw it into the air. The umbrella automatically opened and spun in the air. A misty halo was emitted. The aggressive tribulation lightning fell on the surface of the Tian Luo umbrella. Like magma melting into the ice sea, it instantly disappeared without a trace. Seeing that the Tian Luo umbrella successfully blocked the 17th tribulation lightning, Gu Xingyin's face did not have the slightest joy. Instead, it became very serious. She was now very sure that there was something wrong with this heavenly tribulation. Even in the original plot, the 6th-level heavenly tribulation that Ghost King Lanling encountered was not so powerful. Gu Xingyin wanted to ask the system what happened. But the system had already told her before. When a cultivator went through the heavenly tribulation, they were completely under the control of the heavenly Tao. At this time, it was not convenient for the system to come out. If the heavenly Tao found out that they were outsiders, it was very likely that they would be attacked crazily. The only thing she could do now was to endure it. 20, 30, 40. When the 47th tribulation lightning came, a red silk flew out of Gu Xingyin's sleeve. This was her natal magic weapon. All of her defensive methods had been used up. The remaining 8 most powerful tribulation lightning bolts had to be withstood by herself. Gu Xingyin's expression was calm, as if what she was facing was not an extraordinary heavenly tribulation at all. Only when he was extremely calm could he unleash his greatest strength. 47, 48, 49, 50. 51. Gu Xingyin could not help but bleed from the corner of her mouth. Her internal organs must have been damaged. 52. Her hand, which was holding the red silk, began to tremble slightly. 53 bolts of lightning. Gu Xingyin coughed out a large mouthful of blood. She felt a sharp pain in her heart and lungs. She raised her head to look at the increasingly terrifying sky. She silently mobilized all the spiritual energy in her body to receive this bolt of lightning with all her strength. 54. The thunderbolts, which seemed to be capable of destroying the heavens and exterminating the earth, shrouded Gu Xingyin with endless power. No one could see clearly what was happening inside. All the ghosts watching from the side felt their hearts clench as they watched the result with widened eyes. Boom! Everything dissipated, and Gu Xingyin's somewhat unstable figure appeared before everyone's eyes. She had withstood it. Gu Xingyin's mouth continued to bleed uncontrollably. The red silk in her hand became even more vibrant, that was the color of blood. It was finally over. She could not help but smile as she raised her head to look at the sky. Although the power of the tribulation lightning was much greater, at least she had withstood it. Then, in the next second, her smile froze on her face. The dark, churning thunderclouds mixed with the howling purple lightning did not calm down. What was reflected in her dark eyes was that immediately after, a bolt of lightning even more powerful than the last bolt of tribulation lightning was heading towards her. It struck her head. Chapter 1181. What's going on? Gu Xingyin couldn't help but curse in her heart. But at this time, no matter how much she wanted to curse, she had to endure this lightning tribulation first. Another pitch-black wound appeared on his body, which was already riddled with scars and scars. Gu Xingyin felt that she didn't even have the strength to stand up. The lightning tribulations were always more powerful than the last. In the later stages, the power of each lightning tribulation would increase exponentially. Gu Xingyin didn't have the time to think about why there were more than 54 lightning tribulations. She could only numbly circulate the remaining spiritual energy in her body, trying her best to resist the lightning tribulations that mercilessly struck her body. And the ghosts watching from afar at the foot of the mountain were completely stunned. Originally, when they saw that Gu Xingyin had successfully passed the 6-9 lightning tribulation, before they could even cheer, they were caught off guard by the situation that followed. Wasn't it the 6-9 lightning tribulation? Why wasn't it over yet? It wasn't until a few more lightning tribulations struck that some of the more quick-witted people turned to look at Gu Xingyin. Lord Lanling, it seems like she can't hold on much longer. Ah Jean was so anxious that her eyes were red. Wasn't it the 6-9 lightning tribulation? Now it's already 60. Why isn't it over yet? She pulled an elder from the Lanling domain beside her and asked. That elder also shook his head with a pale face. He also didn't know why Lord Lanling would encounter such a thing. The most helpless thing was that they couldn't help at all in such a situation. They could only look anxiously and futilely at Gu Xingyin, secretly hoping that their ghost king could hold on. But even Ah Jean, whose cultivation was not high enough, could see that Gu Xingyin was already an arrow at the end of its flight. And in the sky, the dark rolling thunder clouds showed no signs of dissipating. Gu Xingyin looked at the black tribulation clouds in the sky with some despair. Dark purple lightning flashed in the clouds, making rumbling sounds. It's over now. I'm afraid I'll be the first to be struck to death by lightning. The mission enforcer said. At this time, there was almost no part of her body that was intact. Her dantian was also empty. The stinging pain from the wounds on her body was mixed with the feeling of weakness due to the exhaustion of her strength. At this moment, she just wanted to close her eyes and lie down without caring about anything else. He was really tired. As she thought of this, the last trace of spiritual power that she had gathered in her palm completely dissipated. In any case, based on his current situation, he definitely wouldn't be able to survive the next tribulation lightning. Gu Xingyin only glanced at the purple lightning that was rapidly forming in the dark thunderclouds, before allowing it to strike down towards her. Fortunately, she didn't agree to Feng Lin's request. She thought that if she was with him and encountered such a thing, how sad would Feng Lin be? Fortunately, there was nothing between the two of them now. At most, he would be sad for a while, and then he would be able to recover. Just as she closed her eyes, a loud and clear cry suddenly entered her ears. That cry was like the sound of jade, like the sound of a spring. Gu Xingyin even saw that the places on her body that were constantly bleeding due to the lightning sea had already healed and formed scabs in an instant. The cry of the phoenix was rumored to be able to revive the dead. Even if it was exaggerated, the cry of the phoenix was really effective on external injuries. Chapter 1182. Gu Xingyin opened his eyes, and as soon as he turned his head, he saw a sea of red that was as red as fire filling his vision. The phoenix, whose entire body was burning with raging flames, recklessly crashed into the lightning tribulation, using its own body to withstand the lightning tribulation that fell on Gu Xingyin's body. Gu Xingyin watched as the phoenix raised its beautiful neck and opened its mouth to let out a high-pitched cry. Gu Xingyin's heart tightened. The lightning tribulation had never allowed others to help. If a second person entered the range of the lightning tribulation, then the power of the lightning tribulation would increase by several times in an instant. Even if Feng Lin's strength was so strong that even Gu Xingyin couldn't see it clearly, could he really withstand this obviously abnormal lightning tribulation? A breeze blew past, and the phoenix that was still in mid-air instantly turned into its human form and returned to Gu Xingyin's side. You shouldn't have come. Gu Xingyin looked at him seriously. Feng Lin's expression was rarely serious. If I didn't come, I would regret it for the rest of my life. Gu Xingyin shook her head gently, but if you came, you might die. Feng Lin suddenly smiled. He reached out and grabbed Gu Xingyin's hands that were still stained with blood. Ignoring the stains on them, he brought them to his mouth and kissed them gently. If I can be buried under this lightning tribulation with you, it would be a good ending. He kissed Gu Xingyin's pale face with some heartache. This time, Gu Xingyin didn't refuse him. You go and stay here. Leave this to me. Gu Xingyin didn't refuse. In her current physical condition, if she insisted on being brave, it would only cause trouble for Feng Lin. Feng Lin stood with his back facing her. The strong wind blew his fiery red robe until it fluttered. The black clouds in the sky rolled and roared angrily, as if they wanted to teach this intruder a bloody lesson. Looking up at the powerful lightning tribulation above, Feng Lin suddenly turned back with a smile. Lan Ling, if we are lucky enough to survive this time, are you willing to be my partner? Gu Xingyin nodded gently. Then, she watched as the man was drowned in lightning. 62, 63, 64. The man was still dressed in fiery red clothes, but his face was even paler. Gu Xingyin raised her head and looked coldly at the sky. The heavenly Tao is ruthless because it is fair. Then, today, I, Lan Ling, will ask this question in front of the lightning tribulation: is the heavenly Tao is unfair to me? Boom. In response to her question was a lightning tribulation was even more powerful than the previous lightning tribulation. With such a momentum, even if she was at full strength, she wouldn't be able to take this blow. Gu Xingyin subconsciously looked at Feng Lin, only to see Feng Lin standing tall amidst the tribulation clouds. It was Feng of the lightning tribulation of the clouds, the heavens, the of the lightning tribulation of the lightning tribulation of the lightning tribulation clouds. This was the last scene she saw before she fainted. When she woke up again, Gu Xingyin felt that her whole body was full of spiritual energy, and her strength seemed to be much stronger than before. But she wasn't in the mood to care about this. She opened her eyes and looked around. What entered her eyes was a magnificent sight. Everything she saw was exquisite and gorgeous. She didn't see the person she wanted to see. System. Gu Xingyin had many doubts in her heart. The system said, "Host, your mission didn't fail, and Feng Lin is fine." Hearing this, her heart was relieved. Gu Xingyin couldn't help but ask, what happened? Chapter 1183. The system briefly explained. It turned out that the thunder tribulation that Gu Xingyin experienced was not the 69 heavenly tribulations that should have appeared when the Ghost Lord broke through, but the 99 heavenly tribulations that could only appear when the Ghost Lord broke through. Gu Xingyin was relieved when she heard this. No wonder. With her current strength, she could not survive the 99 heavenly tribulations. She could not help but think of Feng Lin again. How did he survive the 99 heavenly tribulations in the end? Why did the plot deviate this time? In the original plot, what Ghost Lord Lan Ling experienced was indeed the 69 heavenly tribulations. The answer given by the system made Gu Xingyin speechless. The system said, "Host, your last few words when you questioned the way of heaven worked." Gu Xingyin's eyes widened. The system transmitted a memory to her mind. It was during the tribulation. When the lightning was about to strike Feng Lin, Gu Xingyin's question appeared, and the lightning tribulation strangely paused for a moment. Then, everything seemed to be still. The thunder tribulation hung dangerously above Feng Lin's head, and finally dissipated directly. At the same time, a golden ray of light pierced through the clouds and landed on the bodies of the two men who were riddled with wounds. Not only were their injuries completely healed, but they even received a gift that they could not get during the tribulation. The way of heaven was compensating them for what they had done wrong. Then the point was, why did I have the 99 heavenly tribulations? Gu Xingyin asked the key question. To be honest, if Feng Lin had not come at the critical moment, she would have been buried in the thunder tribulation. The system replied, "The way of heaven made a mistake in judgment and judged your strength to be one level higher." Gu Xingyin was surprised. How could this be? How could the way of heaven make a mistake? The system said, "Under the divine court, the highest thunder tribulation is the 99 heavenly tribulations. Host, according to the strength of your divine soul, if it were not for the fact that this world can only withstand the 99 heavenly tribulations at most, it would be far more than that." Gu Xingyin was shocked. "I remember that the strength is determined according to the potential and cultivation level." When did it look at the divine soul? The system replied straightforwardly, "So, the heavenly axiom made a mistake this time." Gu Xingyin thought for a moment and asked, "Will the heavenly Tao just casually compensate us?" She was unconvinced in her heart. She had almost lost her life, and this was completely the fault of the heavenly Tao. She was extremely resentful in her heart. The system replied, "No, host. The heavenly Tao will be severely punished, more severely than you know." Gu Xingyin narrowed her eyes. "How do you know?" The system replied, "The host does not have sufficient authority to inquire about the above questions." Gu Xingyin, you whet her appetite but don't solve it. Whenever it comes to a crucial point, you always play dumb. System, you can do it. She knew the system's temperament. If it didn't want to say something, no matter what she did, the system wouldn't say it. She could only change the topic. Where is this place? Where is Feng Lin? In fact, she wanted to ask this question immediately, but she was afraid that she would get a bad answer, so she held back. Now that she knew that Feng Lin was safe, Gu Xingyin dared to ask with confidence. "This is the territory of the Phoenix God clan in the far west of the Divine Court." Gu Xingyin's eyes widened. Wasn't this Feng Lin's hometown? "Lan Ling, you're awake." A gentle voice came from outside the hall. Chapter 1184. Gu Xingyin raised her head and saw a man in a fiery red robe walking in with a smile on his face. Gu Xingyin immediately sensed his aura. Very good, after going through a lightning tribulation, this man seemed to be more and more unfathomable. Moreover, as the system said, the way of heaven had compensated the two of them. At least at this moment, Gu Xingyin didn't notice any injuries on Feng Lin's body. She took a few steps forward and walked to Feng Lin's side. "You brought me to the divine court?" Feng Lin smiled and took her hand. "Yes. At that time, I saw that you had been unconscious and was worried about leaving you alone in the yin and yang world, so I took the initiative to bring you to my side." He looked at Gu Xingyin quietly lowering her eyes and not speaking, and thought that she was unhappy. He said softly, "Lan Ling, I want to ask, under that lightning, do your words still count? That sentence, Gu Xingyin thought of the scene when he confessed to her. With the lightning in the sky as a companion, such a scene was novel and romantic enough. She raised her eyebrows and smiled, and there seemed to be fine starlight falling from the bottom of her eyes. I, Lan Ling, naturally do what I say. I never know what it means to go back on my words. A smile spread on Feng Lin's face. Gu Xingyin's words undoubtedly admitted her attitude in disguise. He looked at Gu Xingyin's calm expression, but her ears were a little red. He only felt that her character was really cute. He suddenly thought of something and asked Gu Xingyin, "Do you still have the feather I gave you with my name engraved on it?" Gu Xingyin took out the feather that had always maintained a golden red color and faint flames from the storage ring. Seeing this, Feng Lin smiled and said, "Lan Ling, you are still so confident in keeping it. Obviously, you have feelings for me before." Gu Xingyin glanced at him sideways. "Come on, I just think that the phoenix's feather is a good thing. There's no need to waste it." Feng Lin chuckled. Okay. However, this is indeed a good thing." He slowly explained this rule of the Phoenix clan to Gu Xingyin. It was rare for Gu Xingyin to crack a joke with him. "Good for you. It turns out that you've been eyeing me since so early on." Feng Lin pulled her into his arms. "I've told you so many times that I fell in love with you at first sight, but you didn't believe me. Let's go. I'll take you to see the famous phoenix forest of our Phoenix clan in the Three Realms." Feng Lin held Gu Xingyin's hand and walked forward. Along the way, he naturally asked Gu Xingyin about the lightning tribulation. This kind of thing was not something that Lan Ling could know. Gu Xingyin could only say that she didn't know either. Seeing this, Feng Lin did not ask further. What happened to Gu Xingyin this time was simply unheard of. During the time when Gu Xingyin was in a coma, he also specially went to consult the elders of the Phoenix clan, but he did not get any useful results. Presumably, Lan Ling, who had just woken up, would not know. This was what Feng Lin thought in his heart. The two came to a place. From the outside, Gu Xingyin could only see a white fog-like scene. However, Feng Lin held her hand and walked directly into the white fog. As soon as they stepped into the white fog, the scene in front of Gu Xingyin changed dramatically. She widened her eyes and looked at the beautiful scenery in front of her with amazement. Chapter 1185. All she could see was a blazing red. Countless giant trees surrounded by translucent flames appeared in her line of sight. Those trees had white jade-like branches, but their leaves seemed to be the most gorgeous and translucent jade in the world. Such a passionate color seemed to want to release all the beauty of her life in this moment, even if she would enter eternal decay in the next moment. However, Gu Xingyin knew that they would not wither. The phoenix wood was a divine wood unique to the Phoenix clan. If it was not damaged by external forces, it could last for 10,000 years. She couldn't help but walk forward. When she reached under a phoenix tree, she reached out and gently touched the leaf that was wrapped around by the raging flame flash. As expected, there was no burning pain. Instead, it was warm and comfortable. Feng Lin did not follow her forward. Instead, he stood where he was and looked at the tree and ghost not far away. The phoenix wood was flamboyant and gorgeous, but it could not steal the elegance of the person under the tree. From the first time Feng Lin saw Gu Xingyin, he felt that it was a pity that this woman did not become a phoenix. Gu Xingyin seemed to have sensed something and turned to look at him. Sporadic leaves fell from the phoenix wood. It was more gorgeous and shocking than any rain of flowers in the world. And the woman in the rain of flowers looked back and smiled, capturing his gaze. Feng Lin suddenly had an impulse that he had never had before. He walked forward and pulled Gu Xingyin into his arms under her slightly puzzled gaze. His heart was beating so fast. This was Gu Xingyin's most intuitive feeling. Then, she felt something warm gently cover her eyes. It was very light and gentle, making it easy for people to feel the other party's love and pity. That warmth gradually rolled down, from her eyelids to her nose, to her cheeks, and finally to her slightly opened lips. This was a very gentle kiss, which was very different from the feeling that Feng Lin usually gave people. Gu Xingyin quietly felt this man's unique gentleness. Lan Ling, Lan Ling. He called her in a low voice. Every time he called out, Gu Xingyin softly hummed in acknowledgement. In this unique forest of phoenixes, Feng Lin carried Gu Xingyin like a child. The two of them hugged each other and spun around quietly in this deserted world. When they were tired, Gu Xingyin quietly closed his eyes and leaned into Feng Lin's arms. Feng Lin hugged the sleeping woman in his arms as if he was hugging the whole world. On this trip to the divine court, the two of them seemed to have tacitly agreed to something. Feng Lin brought Gu Xingyin to meet the elders of the Phoenix clan. As expected, they received the same blessings. In fact, the Phoenix clan was far above nature's eyes, of the world's eyes. Most importantly, this clan was famous for its beauty. From the elders of the clan to the newly born phoenix cubs, without exception, all of them were obsessed with looks. Gu Xingyin's SSS was rare even in the Phoenix clan. She easily captured the hearts of all the phoenixes. After all, Gu Xingyin was not a god yet. It was not good for her to live in the divine court for a long time. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with her, Feng Lin sent her back to the Lanling region. Lanling, wait for me. I'll go to the clan to make some preparations. I'll definitely bring you a grand proposal. Feng Lin looked into Gu Xingyin's eyes and said seriously. Chapter 1186. Gu Xingyin agreed. However, before Feng Lin could propose, she received the decree of the divine court. The mighty thunder tribulation she experienced not only shocked the entire Lanling region, but also the divine court. The divine court also investigated it, but in the end, they didn't find out the reason for the abnormality of the tribulation thunder. However, Gu Xingyin, a ghost cultivator who caused the abnormality, attracted the attention of the divine court. They also found out about her deeds over the years and learned about her realm, so the decree of the divine court was naturally issued. Watching the messenger from the divine court leave on a cloud, Gu Xingyin stroked the decree in her hand, feeling very calm. In fact, whether she was conferred or not, it didn't affect Ghost King Lanling's life. She was still the king in charge of the Lanling region, but it had become officially recognized by the divine court. Perhaps there was one more thing. The current Ghost King Lanling, no, it should be said that Lord Lanling was also a figure with a background. At least if someone wanted to attack the Lanling region in the future, they had to consider whether this action would arouse the anger of the divine court. 3 months after the decree of the divine court was issued, Gu Xingyin heard Jin's exclamation during an afternoon nap. She walked out of the hall door and looked up to see a scene that made people stop breathing. The hazy and gray sky above the Lanling region was lit up by countless fiery red lights. Several fiery red phoenixes with long and gorgeous tail feathers danced in the sky, silently performing a dazzling dance. The phoenix in the middle was the most familiar to Gu Xingyin. It was Feng Lin. Seeing her figure, Feng Lin's eyes lit up. Then he raised his neck high, and the crisp sound of a phoenix came into the ears of all the ghosts. Even if no one could tell what the sound meant, they could feel the meaning of the sound. This phoenix was seeking a mate. It was said that the most common ceremony of a phoenix seeking a mate was the phoenix dance. The most gorgeous dance of a male phoenix's life must be the one he danced for his mate. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Their eyes, ears, and minds were occupied by the dance and the long cry. How could there be such a beautiful dance in this world? Such a pleasant sound. How happy would a woman be to be proposed to like this? Gu Xingyin stood quietly on the spot, watching the phoenix fall from the sky to her side. Everyone watched the gorgeous phoenix fly around their Lord Lanling 3 times, and then turn into a familiar figure. Feng Lin gently held her hand, and a fiery red jade token appeared in his palm. This is my natal spirit tablet. Lanling, are you willing to be its keeper? The holder of the life token could know his whereabouts and status at any time. Giving the token was the same as spreading oneself in front of that person. The Lord Lonling. The Lord Lonling. The Jade Lonling, Lord's hands. Lord Lanling. She stretched out her hand, but she didn't take the jade tablet. Instead, she closed his palm. She took Lonling's fee feather. Was Feng's Lanling, Lord Lonling. Lanlings, I already have this, don't I? She said with a smile. Feng Lin's heart, which had been suspended because of her actions just now, finally relaxed. He then spoke of his purpose today. The Phoenix clan only has one partner in their life. They will rely on each other for a lifetime and will not abandon each other in life and death. Lonling, are you willing to be my partner? Chapter 1187. Of course. Under everyone's gaze, Gu Xingyin gave her answer. The grandest ceremony of the Phoenix clan was the once-in-a-lifetime proposal ceremony. As for the wedding, the Lonling region said, since you made the proposal so grand, we must get back at you for the wedding. So, the matter was settled. The wedding of the two would be held in the yin-yang world of the Lonling region. Jin and Weiwei, who had found their true love, rubbed their palms together and said, we must hold a grand wedding ceremony so that the phoenixes won't look down on the Lonling region. Gu Xingyin looked at her subordinates, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. After thinking about it, she still didn't have the heart to tell them that the Phoenix clan cared about the proposal the most. If the other party agreed to be partners, the ceremony would be completed. In other words, the Phoenix clan didn't care about the wedding. But since her subordinates were so enthusiastic, she didn't want to dampen their enthusiasm. Moreover, the wedding was not just for the phoenixes. She still valued her wedding very much. So when Feng Lin asked in confusion what the Lonling region was preparing for this period of time, Gu Xingyin was in a good mood and said that they were preparing for the wedding. Feng Lin was surprised for a moment. Gu Xingyin had a bad idea. She leaned close to Feng Lin's ear and whispered, you gave me such a shocking proposal. I should return the favor with a grand wedding. Feng Lin nodded in realization. So that's how it was. But he felt that something was wrong. Gu Xingyin snickered. The poor phoenix didn't know that in the eyes of the human world and the other clans in the divine court, whoever held the wedding was the one who proposed. So thousands of years later, no matter what Feng Lin thought, many immortals and gods only knew that in order to marry immortal Feng Lin of the Phoenix God clan, immortal Lan Ling held an extremely grand wedding ceremony in the three realms. When Feng Lin knew the meaning of this, everyone in the three realms had already known about it. What could Feng Lin do? He didn't care about this reputation, but it didn't stop him from using this matter to get some benefits from Gu Xingyin. Of course, the relationship between husband and wife could only be achieved through certain harmonious matters. The next day, Feng Lin, who was refreshed, went out with a beaming face. It didn't matter who was going to marry her. What mattered was who was going to get the most benefits, wasn't it? Gu Xingyin gritted her teeth and said, who are they? It was such a long time ago, yet they were still gossiping. Whether it was the phoenix, who was born as a god, or Gu Xingyin, who was conferred the title of True Lord, both of them had long lifespans. During their free time, the two of them would pretend to be an ordinary married couple and wander around the various corners of the three dimensions to experience a different life. Until the 5 decay of the celestial being arrived. Gu Xingyin could clearly feel that her body was slowly aging, and the spiritual power in her body was also slowly draining away. She didn't have long to live. Feng Lin also knew. However, neither of them revealed this matter. The two of them continued to play until the end of their lifespan. In the end, she could not hold on any longer. Feng Lin, I am very happy in this life, Gu Xingyin said to Feng Lin with a smile on her face. Due to her weak body, she put on a thick cloak. Her long black hair was gray and mottled, just like this body. She had reached the end of her life. Chapter 1188. Something flashed in Feng Lin's eyes. But he didn't care. He just looked at the woman beside him greedily. He couldn't even bear to blink. His throat was slightly dry. I'm also very happy. Gu Xingyin reached out her hands that were no longer moist to touch Feng Lin's face. So you have to smile, Feng Lin. Don't feel sad. Didn't we agree? We will be together forever. I'm just leaving first. I will wait for you. In the next life, we will still be together. Hearing these last words, Feng Lin's emotions that had been suppressed finally collapsed. He gently hugged Gu Xingyin tightly in his arms. This person was too fragile now. He didn't even dare to use too much strength because he was afraid that she couldn't bear it and would hurt. In a place where Gu Xingyin couldn't see, some warm liquid fell on her cloak. I'm not sad, I'm not sad. He didn't know if he wanted to convince her or himself. But Gu Xingyin couldn't see. How could she not hear his suppressed hoarse voice? She could only use all her strength to hug his body. I love you, Feng Lin. This was something that Lan Ling had never said to Feng Lin in her life. Feng Lin had spent thousands of years to say this sentence, but he couldn't pry open Gu Xingyin's mouth. But if he had to hear it at the last moment of her life, Feng Lin would rather not hear it for the rest of his life. The hand that grabbed his clothes gradually lost strength. Feng Lin could clearly feel that the breath of the person in his arms weakened. Lan Ling. He called softly, as if he was afraid that he would scare her if he was too loud. N. Gu Xingyin responded softly and didn't say anything else. After a long time, there was an uncontrollable sobbing sound in this deserted land. If someone was here, they would be able to hear that this sobbing sound was like the wailing of a beast that had lost its partner. The wind stopped quietly, afraid to disturb the man who had just lost his love. The person in his arms seemed to have moved. Feng Lin quickly looked up. However, this one glance caused his eyes to almost pop out of their sockets. The figure of his beloved in his arms was slowly becoming transparent. That's right, even if she had become a deity, she was still a ghost cultivator. Ghost cultivators did not have physical bodies, only spiritual bodies. Once the main body died, the spirit body would naturally dissipate from this world. No, Lan Ling, there must be a way. Feng Lin's expression was a little crazy. He even tried to inject his spiritual power into this body that had lost its vitality to protect her body. But it was all in vain. He watched helplessly as the person in his arms turned into specks of starlight, losing all traces of her in this world before his eyes. He remained in a daze as he knelt on the spot. If someone passed by here, they would see a red-clothed man kneeling in front of a few pieces of clothing with a dazed expression on his face for several days. All the way until 10 days later, Feng Lin finally had a trace of reaction. He raised his right hand and a red light flew out from his palm toward the Phoenix clan in the 9 heavens. He gently picked up the clothes on the ground one by one and carefully put them on in order, as if they were still on a person's body. Then, he gently hugged them in his arms. His posture was sincere, as if he was holding the most important treasure in his life. An illusory red flame ignited from his body. Lan Ling, I said that I would never abandon you in life and death. Feng Lin is here to accompany you. Chapter 1189. A long time ago, in this region known as Lanling, there was a Lanling ancient country. The eldest princess of the Lanling ancient country was the most beautiful girl in the country and was also blessed by the sorcerer god. Her eyes were as clear as the dew of early spring and her smile was even more mesmerizing than the most beautiful flower in the country. People said that the eldest princess was the pearl that the sorcerer god gave to the Lanling ancient country. She grew up without any worries and thought that she could live a carefree life. But war came. In that era, there were many wars between the small countries. To fight for treasures, slaves, beauties, land, any item was enough to be a reason to start a war. The neighboring Jia country started a war against the Lanling country. Moreover, the Lanling country was on the decline. The generals of the Lanling country died on the battlefield and the people of the Lanling country faced the danger of being massacred. The eldest princess's father even wrote a will. Once the imperial city was broken, as the king, there was only one ending for him. If he didn't want to live in humiliation, he could only choose to die. Before that, he had arranged for his confidant to escort his beloved daughter out. But the eldest princess didn't accept such an arrangement. When no one had time to care about her, she ran to the priest palace of the Lanling country. There were a few witches praying quietly in the palace. This was the only quiet place in the Lanling country. The eldest princess walked into the main hall as usual. As a witch favored by the sorcerer god, she was supposed to become the great witch of the Lanling country and represent the sorcerer god to protect the country. Everyone, are you willing to protect the Lanling country with me for the last time? No one rejected. Under such a situation, personal benefits were so insignificant. The eldest princess and the witches used themselves as a sacrifice to awaken the power of the sorcerer god. The Jia country soldiers who were attacking the Lanling imperial city were attacked by an invisible attack. In the eyes of the Lanling country soldiers, they were like sand dunes that were blown by a strong wind and instantly turned to dust. The crisis of the Lanling country ended. The price was the lives of the eldest princess and her witches. Their souls were trapped and could never be reincarnated. The people of the Lanling country remembered the kindness of the eldest princess and the witches. They all set up memorial tablets in their homes to worship them. The faith from the people of the country nourished the soul that should have dissipated between heaven and earth. Several thousand years had passed, and the Lanling ancient kingdom had long been destroyed by the wind and sand. It had become a kingdom that only existed in legends. As for the eldest princess who had sacrificed herself for the sake of the country's resources, no one knew about her anymore. Until one day, the female ghost in red with clear and calm eyes opened her eyes underground. After being muddle-headed for thousands of years, she had long forgotten everything. The only thing that was clear in her mind was Lan Ling. It was something that she was willing to sacrifice her life to protect. Thus, a female ghost named Lan Ling appeared on this piece of land. A few years later, the Yin and Yang realms were unified, and the name of Ghost King Lan Ling spread. This powerful ghost king had always been obsessed with the memories of her previous life, because she always felt that they must be very important. It wasn't until the 69 heavenly tribulations and the divine court summoned her that she finally saw her past and present lives in the three-world mirror of the divine court. So, my name is Yen Yang. Chapter 1190. System, start the next mission. Gu Xingyin had just returned to the space when she saw Feng Lin's final choice. Although she had already expected it, she still couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat. The system's white light flashed. Host, do you really not need to rest? Traversing through mission worlds for a long time. Will it affect my body and soul? Gu Xingyin directly interrupted it. The system paused for a moment before replying, "It won't, host." She didn't know why, but Gu Xingyin felt that she could hear a sense of dejection from the emotionless voice of the system. "Is there a problem?" she calmly asked. The system flashed white light again. "No, host. It's just that I feel that you might need to rest." Gu Xingyin shook her head. "I don't need it. Let's start the next mission." "Okay, host." As a system, it couldn't interfere with any of the host's decisions. Transfer memories. "Okay, host." Gu Xingyin hadn't even opened her eyes when she felt a cold liquid dripping down from above. Hiss. It was really cold. Opening her eyes, Gu Xingyin discovered that it was raining. Occasionally, there would be people hurrying by, leaving behind a tall back view in her eyes. "Wait, tall?" She lowered her head and glanced at her short and chubby paws. Gu Xingyin was dumbfounded for a moment. Then, he decisively looked around and found a deserted place under the eaves. He crawled under an abandoned cardboard box with great effort. It was much warmer. She then began to organize the memories that the system had just transferred to her. Once the memories were transferred, she felt unwell for a few seconds. The original body of this body was actually a spirit beast that had long gone extinct in this world. Spiritual beasts could appear in any form, but the first appearance they took would be their original appearance in the future. This world was a technological plane. Simply speaking, the technological plane didn't believe in ghosts and gods. Things like ghosts and gods always existed if one believed in them. If one didn't believe in them, they didn't exist. Therefore, in this world where everyone believed in science, there was no existence of supernatural beings, let alone spiritual beasts, which sounded very high and mighty. However, this spiritual beast just had to appear. Gu Xingyin immediately asked the system, then wouldn't the original body's appearance be unreasonable? The system's white light flashed as it replied, "Host, its existence is reasonable." The world's storyline has already acknowledged the existence of this spiritual beast. There was no problem with the consciousness of this spiritual beast. It was recognized by the laws of the world, and the host didn't have to worry about anything going wrong. Its origin, I don't know its origin. Gu Xingyin. Alright, she got it, memories. This spiritual beast that appeared in this world in the form of a cat was currently in its infancy stage. Although spiritual beasts were extremely powerful and awesome existences after they matured, that was only after they matured. They were still in their infancy not long after they were born. They wouldn't be much stronger than ordinary animals. At most, their intelligence would be slightly more mature. This spiritual beast's appearance wasn't bad. Logically speaking, under normal circumstances, it was very likely that it would be adopted by a kind-hearted person who liked animals. After that, it would live a blissful life where it would be meticulously taken care of.